who, after checking my expression, gives a reluctant nod. With no warning, he wraps his arms around me in a hug. "You make it through safe, okay? I don't need another death to feel guilty over." My heart squeezes so tight it hurts. He feels guilty leaving me, and he's hugging me to make me feel better. How is it even possible? My curse should make him indifferent, at least. I soak it up like a dry sponge finally hitting water. "I will. You be safe too," I whisper and hug him back. With a grin for me and one for Micah, he goes inside. 2 minutes later, the door opens to an empty room. 58. Artemis's labor. I am the last to walk into the cave for the next labor. I pass through the doorway onto a damp rock surface and pull up short when Diego steps out of the shadows. He went right before I did, so he hasn't been waiting long, but... "Why are you still here?" I ask, eyeing him warily. He swore, same as the others, no harm or hindering. Except his gaze is as warm and kind as his smile, which soothes a bit of my tension. "We haven't had a chance to talk much, but did anyone tell you I'm a father?" I stare at him, then shake my head. He's in his mid-40s, though, so I'm not surprised. He nods. "2, Marisol and Gabriel. They are 10 and 12 years old, and they are my life." And I can't help the twinge of liking starting to grow for this man, who is my competition. "Even though they may never find out what happened to me." His shoulders go back. "I want both of my hijos to be proud of their papa, no matter what. I will play these labors with integrity." My heart twists, because to yank a father away from his children, one who clearly cares for them, how could Demeter have done that when she's recently lost her own? "You earned the right to start this labor before me," he says. "That's why I waited." Oh, he really, really means it, about competing with integrity. "I know they are proud," I tell him. "You are a good man." "Muchas gracias." Then he grins. "But you only think that because Demeter's blessing for me is charm." She made him likable. Must be nice. I shake my head. I know when people are good versus likable. He sobers a little bit and offers me a sincere smile. Then he takes a deep breath and steps back, ushering me ahead of himself. Which is when I finally get a good look at the start of Artemis's obstacle course. What I see is a cavern lit by lanterns, hanging from stalactites, illuminating a series of tiered balance beams. I glance down to see that it's only about a 20-foot drop, but it's on to thousands of stalagmites that look like teeth. No daemons in here, not that I can see at least, but that doesn't mean much. Pretty sure that fall would end me, I murmur to myself, but Diego laughs. "Don't take too long," he says. "Bats. That's what comes for your flags in here. Small ones, and some nasty-looking larger ones that could knock you off if they wanted." So, I get to dance with Dracula makers? Shudder. Great. I look down again. Did anyone else? I cut off the question. I don't want to know. I just won't look down, so I don't have to see a body if anyone did fall. "Not on this part," Diego says. "But I've heard..." A howl of pain shoots out of the other end of this cavern, and I'm pretty sure it's Samuel. What on earth could make him sound like that? "Screams," Diego finishes. "From the next part." This just gets better and better. I blow out a long breath and take the first step. The beam doesn't move and is solid. It's also only about 6 inches wide. Don't think about that. If I pause, I'll trick myself into falling, so I try to be quick across the beams, doing my best to handle the sharp turns right and left, and the changes in height. Only a few wobbles and one windmilling arms maneuver, but I'm still up here. Footsteps right behind me tell me Diego's keeping pace easily. We're about halfway across the cavern when a distinctive squeak is followed by another, and the sounds of flapping. And then Diego shouts, "Pick up the pace!" My heart is pounding in my chest as I glance to my right, and I make out a swarm of bats blocking the light of one of the lanterns. Then another lantern, closer, and another, and the squeaks of their echolocation fill the room. I go as fast as I can, only having to pause once or twice to not fall during transitions between beams. We're almost to the end, where the last beam stops at a ledge that leads to a small, round tunnel. Almost there. With a flutter of wings, the bats swarm us. I stumble when my foot hits solid ground, and I go down, smacking my knee into the rock. I grunt, but don't have time to worry about it, because two strong, invisible hands pull me to my feet. The bats whirl and dive like a tornado, trying to get at our flags. Diego practically shoves me into the tunnel, which looks like a drain pipe made of corrugated metal. It's small enough that we have to drop to our hands and knees to dive in. The second we're both inside the pitch-black darkness, the bats stop. I mean, really stop. Not just give up and fly back to their roost. It's more like the instant we got in here, they ceased to exist. "That's one." Diego sounds annoyingly chipper. I can't see him. He's clearly wearing his ring. One down. Unknown number to go. "Did you lose any flags?" "No." Really weird, talking to nothing. I blow out a silent breath of relief. I'd hate it if I was the reason he did. Good, me neither. Then I turn to face the nothingness in front of me. This kind of darkness is suffocating, like you'll never see light again. But I've lived underground most of my life. Darkness is one fear I don't deal with. Inertia is the real killer. That much I learned the hard way. Starting at my knees, I quickly feel up the rounded sides of the pipe. But when I get only 6 inches from the bottom, a shock zaps through me and I yelp, jerking my hand away. The electric charge lights up what is definitely a drain pipe. I shake my hand, breathing through the pain that is turning to a burning on the side of my palm where it struck. "Don't touch anything but the bottom," I tell Diego. I assume that even though he's invisible, he can still touch. Got it. We get moving. My knee, already bruised from that rough landing off the beams, is not appreciating this at all. But I grit my teeth and try my best not to notice. Not like I have options. Maybe 10 feet in, something grabs me from the side, and I scream as I jerk away from it, right into the side of the pipe. Another zap shoots through my shoulder. The spark lights up the tunnel, and horror sucks the air from my lungs. There are holes in the tops and sides of the pipe, and hands sticking out of them to grab our flags or push us into more pain. "Fuck," I mutter. "Did you see that?" "I saw what got you." I describe the rest, and Diego groans. "How about this?" he says. Suddenly, the entire tunnel illuminates, the brightness coming from behind me. Diego's grin is audible in his voice. "Sometimes the glow comes in handy." Thanks to his halo. I laugh. I bet sometimes it doesn't. But he has the ring to go invisible, so he's covered. That halo really works. "Let's go fast," he says. Fast seems to be the theme here. Yeah. And we go. Even with the ability to see the hands reaching for me, I lose count of how many times I've shoved into the wall and shocked. I thank my lucky stars for my short hair, which they keep trying to grab, but can't. It's hard to tell, but Diego seems like he's faring much better. I can't say how long we crawl before light appears ahead of me. "Almost there!" I shout, and go even faster because I want the hells out of here. Almost there, almost there. The light widens as we get closer to the end. A hand shoves at me, and my cheek smacks into the metal on the other side. The shock feels like it melts my cheekbone under the skin, and I can't help the guttural yell, but I keep going. Until the instant I feel the courage flag rip right off my spine with a hard tug, and fear crashes through me so hard and fast that my muscles lock up and I faceplant. 59. Fear is my friend. The terror that wants to rip my guts out through my mouth on every scream is crippling, but I manage to take a breath, and then another. "Did you lose a flag?" Diego asks. It takes me at least 2 more breaths before I can force words through a jaw so stiff I could be a corpse. "Give me a second." I focus on breathing. I can see the end of the tunnel, where there is a small light. We're almost out. And my experiences, years in a place where I was forced to manage my fear or appear like the weakling all the other thieves thought I was, kick in harder with each breath. Thank the gods, because fear isn't debilitating, not when you lean into it, not when you listen to it for what it is. It's a warning, your body's way of telling you to live, to fight or flee, or even sometimes freeze so that you survive. Fear is a tool, one I've been learning to use my entire life. Granted, this fear is more than I'm used to, and it's not coming from me, so I take the extra time to breathe through it, to let the adrenaline of it fill my muscles, and instead of paralyzing me, galvanize me. "Lyra?" Diego asks. "I'm okay. I'm going to keep moving." "Okay." I position my body so that I can surge to my hands and knees and move fast. And when I do, that adrenaline is there, pumping through my veins, driving my muscles, and dulling the pain from all my bumps, bruises, and electric burns. I keep crawling, and I don't stop until I burst into the light. I still don't stop, giving Diego enough room to get all the way out before I collapse to the ground, shuddering. I can see him as he drops next to me. He must have removed his ring. The fear hasn't stopped, even now that we're safely out of the cave, resting in a small clearing. But I can contain it. I still have control. Sort of. I mean, my hands are in fists and my chest feels like there's a boulder on it, but I'm not screaming or in a fetal position, so I consider that a win. I guess if I had to lose a flag, that was the best one for me. I roll my head in his direction. "You okay? Lose any flags?" Diego shakes his head, then breaks out in a huge grin. "That's 2. He holds up 2 fingers. I laugh and groan at the same time, then roll to high-five him, only to grunt when he smacks one of my scorch marks. He frowns. "I'm sorry." Come to think of it, every time that tunnel lit up, it was because I got zapped. "Did you get shocked at all?" He gives a sheepish shake of his head. We push to our feet and take one look at the next obstacle, and I have to pitch forward, hands on my knees, to contain the unnatural fear all over again. The next obstacle appears to be a giant scrapyard with an obvious path right down the middle. Piles and piles of junk of all kinds. Metal scraps, crushed cars, tires, mountains of them. There is a rusted metal arch indicating the entrance to this part of the challenge. Something bad is going to happen the second we step inside. I just know it. Honestly, if death wasn't the result of not finishing this labor, I'd cop a squat right here and wait until it's all over. Tempting. Really tempting. But not today. "Let's keep going," I say. Diego nods. I take a deep breath, readying for whatever horror is going to jump out at me from the billion hiding places in the junk mountain. And a swath of deep purple catches my eye from behind a rusted-out truck hull. Careful not to enter, I walk to the left leg of the arch to get a better view of Amir, crouching behind the truck as he stuffs something in his mouth. Something white. He's rocking as if he's in horrible pain. But before I can call to him, he jumps to his feet and sprints down the path. I guess I was wrong about the pain. He's moving just fine, even with his boot on. Let's go. Diego tugs on me, and we enter the obstacle together. I knew it. The second we pass through the arch, there's a terrible screech like metal on metal. Not one screech, hundreds, coming from all around. Birds. They're crawling out of the metal all over the junkyard, sort of the way my tattoos leave my arm. Only they are peeling away from the scraps, leaving gaping holes. And not just any birds. Stymphalian birds. Not as big as recorded history says, maybe the size of crows. The metal of their snapping beaks catches the sun in 100 flashes of light, as do their tails and longer wing feathers that they can turn into bronze at will. As they break loose, they take to the air, then, in unison, dive straight for us. An extra shot of adrenaline fires my blood. Thank fuck. Run! I scream. Heart pounding, I sprint down the path between the mountains of scrap until my legs burn and my lungs ache. I almost lose my footing as I look back over my shoulder to see how close the birds are, but I catch myself and come to a stop. They've vanished. That was close, I say to Diego between gasps. Not that I can see him, thanks to his ring, but I realize in the silence now that I can't hear his footsteps or his breathing like I could before. Diego? I call out softly, and then again when he doesn't answer. Maybe he passed me. Great, I mutter. I'm on my own now. Wait a minute. When did I start to need other people to get through shit? The metal around me screeches as more Stymphalian birds struggle to break away from the scrap. Not my flags, not today. Pumping my legs, I sprint between heaps, but a flash of a green uniform and red hair snags my attention as I dash past, and I double back, scanning for the birds who haven't caught up with me yet. I find Nev, huddled by a heap of crushed cars. She's on the ground, knees drawn up to her chest and rocking, whimpering in pain, and babbling the same thing over and over. Nora dies if I don't win. She dies. She dies. I probably only have a few seconds before the birds track me down. I try to take her by the shoulders, but Nev screams and jerks away. Her strength flag is gone, which means she's drowning in pain the way I am in fear. Only she's not controlling hers. Maybe because she's also missing her mind flag, confusion and pain. At the sound of a bird rending itself from the metal right by us, she screams, "The birds! The birds!" Then she starts to crawl away through a tunnel in the junk. "Have to hide," she mutters. I frown as she crawls out of sight. Do I stay? Or abandon her and run, already having lost time? Fuck. I drop to my knees to follow her. And that's when one of the birds rips my strength flag off my arm. Pain, like someone took a blowtorch to every nerve in my body, scorches through me, and I cry out. But I still have my wits, and with every move and excruciating torture, I force myself to crawl after Nev. Fear is telling me to give up, to just lie here and die from the agony ripping me apart. Drawing deep, I force my hands and legs to move, and I don't stop until I find her. She's huddled inside a metal dumpster turned on its side, back to rocking and babbling about whoever Nora is, tears trailing down her face. I crawl inside and hold very, very still. If I don't move, the pain isn't quite as bad. But as the birds continue to shriek outside, the fear builds, swelling within me as questions start to swarm. What if we're both stuck here in pain and fear and confusion? What if the birds never let us leave? What if I can't get myself out, let alone both of us? I might start rocking and muttering myself in a second. I close my eyes and hum, focusing on a single image. Hades. As suddenly as it started, the metallic screeching outside stops, and I crack an eye. Are the apocalypse nightmare birds gone? Every nerve screaming at me to stop, I manage to flip over and start crawling, grunting with every move. But Nev grabs my ankle. I immediately cry out, and it takes all I have not to vomit. She jerks back with a hiss, shaking her hand. Yup, touching hurts like a son of a bitch for both of us. Not yet, she whispers. Is she working her way through that confusion? I wait, but she stays quiet. Ready? I whisper. She blinks at me like she forgot I was here and has no idea what I'm talking about. Can you follow me? I ask. Another blink, and maybe that competitive thing Ares gave her kicks in, because her blue eyes clear just for a second, and she nods. And we crawl. Once we're back on the path, I force myself to stand, though my entire body shakes with the effort. Don't be seen, she says in jerking words. With a deep breath, she shoots her fisted hands out from her sides, and armor, bright bronze speckled with stars, covers her chest and shoulders down to her hips, along with reinforced silver ankle and forearm protection. She cries out, probably at the touch of it against her skin, but starts moving regardless. I follow. Instead of running, which I'm not sure I could do anyway, we walk carefully, staying close to the heaps and piles, using the shadows and crevices as cover. I clamp a hand over my mouth, both to stop myself from humming and to keep quiet, because after the second time a whimper of pain escaped me, Nev turned to glare at me. She is one of the strength champions for a reason, that's for sure. Eventually, I can see it, the end of the path. It opens into a field with tall brown grasses that will stand well above my head. What next? That terrible metal caw-caw screech of the birds comes from behind us, and my heart tries to explode. No choice now. Run! With a yell that comes from the pit of her, pure determination, Nev propels herself forward. Damn, that woman is fast with her long legs, even in agony. I can't keep up with her. She bursts into the grasses and disappears. She left me. She left me here to die. Like everyone does. Everyone leaves me. Fear tries to grab at my feet and slow me down, stop me. But the metallic racket from behind me is enough to force that same fear to drive me forward, and I run into the grasses. They hurt. They brush against my skin, and it feels like I'm being scraped with razors over and over. I have to stop and breathe through the pain, only to watch in what feels like slow-motion horror as a hand reaches out from the field, and, before I can even think to get my axe to defend myself, plucks the mind flag right off my head. Immediately, confusion joins the fear and pain, a heavy fog of it. For a second, I'm lost. Like something dropped me in the middle of a nightmare, and I have no idea why. And everything combines to an overwhelming pitch. I slam my hands over my ears, which only makes the pain worse as I drop into a crouch, and I let out a scream to wake the dead. An immediate answering roar goes up not far away, and I cover my mouth. A second roar makes the grasses bend under the force of a smoky wind, and panic pummels at me. The grasses are so high, they should block my view, but I still see the purplish-black wings that rise and fall not far from me. Fear, believe it or not, blasts a hole in my confusion, clearing it like sun burns away fog. A dragon. I have to run from a dragon. 60. Death behind and before. Dragons mean fire, and fire in a field of tall, dead grass is a death trap. Somewhere close by, Nev screams again, then streaks by in a blaze of color, plowing a path through the field. And in her wake, I see them, the sources of those hands that took my mind flag. Lima kids, nymphs of meadows. Not trying to harm, just get those flags. They dance and flit and disappear into the tall grasses themselves. As I pull out my axe, the confusion creeps back in, and my head swims. Then fire erupts overhead. The blast of heat is so unbearable, I drop to my stomach and wrap my arms over my head. It feels like my clothes just got singed off my back. Pain rends me, and I shake so much my teeth are chattering, despite the heat. My heart pumps so hard I can hear it in my head. This has to be the end. There's an unmistakable crackle of flames behind me. Fire in the fields. Fear clears the confusion again, and without bothering to think, I'm running. Another hand reaches from the grasses, and I whack it with the flat side of my axe. It disappears with a yelp. I should have thought of that earlier. Thought of what? I stumble, but don't fall. Where am I? A nearby blast clears my mind enough to remember and keep going. With no warning, I burst into a wide-open field. A thick layer of hazy smoke sits above the ground like a dense fog. The grasses are short here, nothing to hide in. Still brown, though. Tinder waiting for... What? What needs tinder? Where am I? A thump sounds behind me, then another, and a shadow falls over me. That's right, a fucking dragon. I don't even look. I don't want to look. If I do, I know the fear will paralyze me, and it's over. Run! I take off. The dragon's roar is so loud and close, it rattles my bones. The smoke is so thick I can't see and I can't breathe. It clogs and burns my throat and the insides of my nose until I'm coughing with every breath. I keep running. Fire scorches a wide swath of grass to my right. My eyes water like faucets, and I have to squint. But at least my pain and fear are holding the confusion in check. Up ahead, Karen's face is visible for just a second, and my heart plummets to my feet. Karen is here, not Hades. Will that work to end the labor? A massive claw lands to my left, and the ground vibrates. I swear I can feel the dragon breathing down my neck. The terror ricocheting through my insides is trying to drag me to the ground. I grit my teeth and pick up speed. Any second now, that fucking fire lizard is going to roast me alive, or snap me in half with the giant teeth I'm sure are in its fire-breathing mouth. Hades. I see his face. Just a glimpse in a swirl of smoke, directly ahead. Or am I imagining things? I scream in agony as a blast of fire grazes my arm. Please, gods, let it be Hades. That one thought is enough to keep me on my feet, and I run through the pain. I still can't see him, and the fear rips holes in the hope that he's here at all. Hades! His name escapes my lips on a puff, almost a grunt, a plea. I'm here. His voice surrounds me in the smoke, like he's everywhere, like he's touching me, but he's not. Fear urges me forward despite my body's violent protests. Whimpers pour from my lips, tears roll down my cheeks, and out of the smoke that billows away in the wake of the flames, I see Hades, all of him. Can't he run to me? Obviously not. His lean body is rigid as he remains firmly in place. His eyes lock on mine. I can't hear his voice, but his mouth forms the words, "Come on, my star." Then his gaze jerks up, right above me, eyes widening slightly before shooting back to mine, and he gives the tiniest jerk of his head to the left. I dodge that way without hesitation, just as the dragon's mouth chomps down on empty air where I was a second ago. The monster jerks back with a frustrated roar. And I know it's coming again. I'm not going to make it. Hades' gaze shoots above me once more, and I know this is my last chance. I put on an extra burst of speed, and Hades' arms snap closed around me. In an instant, the dragon and smoke and the overwhelming doses of fear, confusion, and pain all disappear. Lightheaded, I'm vaguely aware that we're now standing in a field of lush green grass, with the most beautiful blue skies above. My arms wrap around Hades' neck, and he holds me so that my feet dangle off the ground, his face buried in my hair. He's breathing hard, like he ran that race with me. Fuck, Lyra, you scared the shit out of me. A laugh tumbles out of me, more from shock than anything. It cuts off, and I realize I'm shaking. I thought you wouldn't be here. The words come out as a harsh whisper. I was so scared. He runs a soothing hand over my hair. They couldn't keep me away. Eyes still closed, I breathe him in. Bitter chocolate. I might associate that smell with safety for the rest of my life after this. I only have my heart left to give you, I tell him. I'm talking about the flag. He makes a sound that might be a laugh or a groan. I know, he says. That's all I need. Part 5. Trust must be earned. Are we having fun yet? Not asking for a friend, asking for me. 61. The gods have their eyes on me. I glance over Hades' shoulder, straight into speculative blue eyes. Zeus is watching us. Beside him on the ground, Samuel sits very, very still, his face ashen, staring at the dirt like he saw a ghost and is trying to pretend he didn't. Athena is there too, eyeing me the same way Zeus is, and so is Hera, to her right. Put me down, I whisper to Hades. They're watching. Hades stills against me. I don't care. I do, for 1,000 reasons. He sets my feet on the ground, pulls his arms from around me, and steps back. His expression has taken on the mantle of my enigmatic, arrogant, taunting god. But I also know, without a doubt, that it's for them, not me. You came in dead last, my star. He says this in a voice that sounds angry, but with his back to them, his eyes are laughing. Laughing? I gave the other champions the answer to the fourth labor. You're not angry. He lifts a single brow. What do you think? His mouth crooks, and one dimple winks at me, flirts with me even. What is happening right now? I huff a laugh, but the adrenaline must be leaving my system fast, because several truths slam into me all at once. The first is that I survived the fifth labor. Only 7 more to go, almost halfway. The next is that I came in last on this one. But the others all made it. He grimaces and nods in the direction of the champions. Some in worse shape than others, but alive. Samuel lost all his flags, but still made it to the finish line. Rima used a cloak of phoenix feathers and pretended to be a baby dragon, which was smart. But Dex managed to cross first while she was distracting the dragon. Oh no! Hades shakes his head. He didn't win. Day had a hard time with the Stymphalian birds and was fourth to cross. But he was the first to come through with all 4 flags, so he wins this one. Zai and Micah are unharmed. Between my relief and all the energy I expended, physically, mentally, and emotionally, I'm suddenly drowning in exhaustion. Exhaustion and pain. Except the labor is over. I frown. Why am I feeling pain? Lyra? Hades' voice sounds far away. I hardly hear him as agony rips through me. It's like my relief gave my nerve endings permission to come back to life. My arm throbs so hard I can feel it everywhere. I drop to the ground, legs giving out, body shaking. Asclepius, Hades barks. Immediately, the healer is at my side. "She won a labor," Hades snaps. "Heal her." "I know," Asclepius says in a soothing, fatherly voice that only makes Hades' glowering scowl, a real one now, deepen. "If you know, then fucking heal her." This is not going to help those speculative looks from the other gods and goddesses at all. "I'm fine," I say through gritted teeth. But hells, even I don't believe me. "This burn is deep," Asclepius says, then shakes his head. "Dragon fire." That was real? "What does that mean?" Hades demands. "I'll need to take her to be treated. First, though," Apollo strides across the field, leaving a wiped-looking Rima where she sits in the grass. "Your prize." "Later," Hades snarls. Apollo's eyebrows shoot up, and he glances between us, eyes turning sharper, just like the others. If I wasn't trying to hold in screams, I'd grimace at that. I don't need more reasons for the gods and champions not to like me. Ignoring Hades, Apollo goes down on one knee before me. His golden eyes are even more striking up close. "For soothing my poor harp, I present to you the tears of Eos." With a flourish, he holds out a small, clear glass vial that contains an iridescent liquid that shimmers like rainbows over crystal-clear waters. Only a few drops. Hades grumbles and takes it, shoving the vial into his jeans pocket. Apollo's teeth glint in his face in a wickedly teasing smile. "Those tears are from my daughter, the goddess of the dawn, and when dropped in your eyes will allow you to see in the dark and past glamours, spells, and magic. I have a feeling you, of all the champions, might find this handy." Oh, I get it. Hades. Darkness. Despite the agony still tearing at me, I manage to roll my eyes. Apollo winks at me. "But be careful," he warns. "They last only a short while, and when they stop working, the darkness will be overwhelming, until your eyes adjust again. Some mortals have been known to go mad at the effect." Of course, I get a gift with a punishment for using it, I grind out. "Use them wisely," Apollo advises. The words are hardly out of his mouth before Hades touches my uninjured shoulder, and we disappear in a blink with Asclepius. 62. Healing. The sound of the TV, showing all the mortal celebrations and speculating ad nauseum about the games and what could possibly be going on with the gods and their mortals, is not the distraction I think it was intended to be. I'm lying on a pristine white bed with pristine white sheets and covers. My bed in Hades' house. He also hasn't left the room except when Cerberus or Karen insists on it. Even then, it's not for long. Right now, he stands at the window, hands stuffed in his pockets, shoulders rigid, while Asclepius examines my arm. Medical instruments were brought in to monitor me, despite Asclepius saying it wasn't necessary. But it has still taken the healer 3 days and 4 rounds of that glowy thing he does to repair my arm. Apparently, a mortal body can only heal so much at a time, even accelerated. The first 2 days were... Let's just say I never want to go through that kind of pain again. Those burns were deep. Dragonfire, it turns out, continues to burn until quenched. Basically, it's like being blasted by sunfire and magma and acid at the same time. We're on the 4th round now, which is mostly itchy. A twinge in my arm makes me grunt, and Hades' back stiffens again. "Watch it," he grumbles over his shoulder. Poor Asclepius keeps sliding Hades little worried glances. This isn't Hades angry or bored, or even conniving. This is Hades' something else. Something that makes me want more. But more would be dangerous, wouldn't it? I was thinking about who we should reach out to as allies next, I say conversationally to distract him. Distract us both, really. He hums, so I know he heard me. Dex is going to be even more competitive, with more champions collecting 1 win each, and he has none so far, I say. Another from Hades. Did Karen tell you Micah is our ally now? That gets him to swing slowly around. No. One word, and yet so very ominous. I smile. She has the mirror of Ariadne. That should come in handy, right? Yet another runt. Hades mutters the last bit under his breath. Rude. Size has nothing to do with capability, I point out. Simmer down and let me make my own decisions. Beside me, Asclepius makes a choking sound. I blink up at Hades. We've already met to talk through strategy. We couldn't wait for him to get back. Zai, Micah, and I have met a few times while he's been gone. Of course you did. You were gone, I point out, and I immediately regret it when a muscle at the corner of his mouth ticks. I didn't mean that as a dig, I say quieter. I shoot a glance at the black glove on Hades' hand at his side. He's refused to tell me about his punishment, but he's still healing. He did that for me. Hades meets my gaze, and his softens slightly. I know. A nerve ending decides to fire in my elbow, and I pause, squeezing my eyes shut through it. When it fades, I open my eyes again to find Hades has crossed to my bedside. He sends Asclepius a glare. Why is this still hurting her? Almost done, the healer answers. Not fast enough. Hades cuts off when I tug on his sleeve to get him to look down at me. He's not trying to hurt me, I say. I'm fine. His jaw works for a second before he hooks a chair closer to sit down beside me, storm cloud eyes skating over my features. Stop saying you're fine when you're not. You always do that. I roll my eyes and give Asclepius a smile. Hades apologizes. You trying to manage me again? Hades grumbles. You need a little managing. Pretty sure that's you, not me. All done, Asclepius says. The relief in his voice is so palpable I have to swallow back a chuckle. Stay in bed 1 more night, and then you can go. Hades rises to bend over me, inspecting the wound with narrowed eyes, and I swear the healer holds his breath. The scars, Hades demands. My arm is covered in sort of silvery purple and shiny skin from shoulder to wrist. Asclepius winces. I did the best I could. I elbow Hades with my good arm. What? He asks. With a nod toward Asclepius, I say, You did amazing. It feels fine, better than fine, especially compared to even just this morning. Thank you. I elbow Hades again. Yes, he says. Thank you. The way the healer's eyebrows climb practically into his hairline, I'm guessing gods don't use those words often. His cheeks turn a little rosy, and then he nods and hurries from the room. Poor guy, I murmur. I think you scared him. Hades glances toward the door. He's fine. Yeah, well, be nicer next time. He's helping. Hades sits back down and runs the gloved hand over his face. There better not be a next time. When he catches me staring at the glove, he tucks it in his lap. I want to see, I say. He shifts in his chair. There's no point. It's almost healed. I get you not wanting to upset me while I was healing, but I'm better now. I hold out my palm. Please, I'll just imagine worse things. One eyebrow raises, but he puts his hand in mine. Carefully, I peel his glove off, then suck in sharply at the multitude of slashes across his palm. Not open wounds, not anymore at least. Actually, they look a lot like my arm does now, but still angry and red, and still healing. It's been days. My throat grows thick, and I clear it. Merciful Olympus, I whisper. He tries to tug out of my hold. It doesn't matter, Lyra. It damn well matters to me. He took punishment in my place. No one has ever done anything like that for me. Blinking rapidly, I run a finger softly over the smooth scars. Hades gives a low growl, and I look up into eyes that have turned from heavy storm clouds into swirling silver. "Why?" he asks. I can't look away. "What do you mean, why?" "I dragged you into the crucible. Why would you bother to cry over me?" I have no answer to that question. I'm sure psychologists would give it some kind of label. A syndrome of some sort. I hate labels like that, putting me into neat and tidy boxes. Life, emotions, humanity, none of that is remotely neat and tidy. We are, all of us, just trying to do the best we can. And fuck anyone who says otherwise. I just never realized until now that that might include the gods. I could ask you the same thing. Why do you care? Actually, I shake my head. How are you able to care? Because you shouldn't feel a damned thing for me. His jaw goes so impossibly hard, I'm surprised his teeth don't crack. The TV breaks the silence between us. "I am here with Brad and Jessica Kires, the parents of Lyra Kires." I whip my gaze around to stare at the screen, my heart pounding in my ears so loud, I'm not sure I'll be able to hear a word they say. A young reporter shoves a mic into the faces of two people I've never seen before in my life. At least, I don't think so. "What do you think about your daughter being chosen by Hades this crucible?" he asks them. 63. You can't choose your family. I narrow my eyes, trying to make the faces on the television connect to a memory. Any memory. "We are so worried about our little Lyra," the man says. I sit straight up in bed, tightening my grip on Hades. The man has an arm wrapped around the woman's waist. Her smile seems wooden. What in the... The man is the right age to be my dad. Tall, with broad shoulders and an equally broad belly. He has the same black hair as me, I guess. Brown eyes, though, and the shape of his face is different than mine. He beams straight into the camera. I don't remember my dad's face, but I don't remember beaming smiles either. The woman is petite in the same way Micah is. Her brown hair is graying at the roots, but she does have green eyes. Like mine? Is there gold at the center? She's too far from the camera to tell. Do I even recognize her? I mean, my family's faces are blurry in my head after all this time. I was only 3 when they dropped me in Felix's lap. My memories of them include eating a lot of peanut butter sandwiches and a hazy recollection of my mother singing to me. But otherwise, I just have the vague knowledge that I had parents once. They never called me Lyra, I say, more to myself than Hades. Lyra wasn't my name before I joined the Order. I don't remember what my name was, but that wasn't it. "We understand Lyra is working off a debt for your family as part of the Order of Thieves," the newscaster says. "It is also said that the Order is getting threats. It seems many do not want Hades to become king of the gods. What do you think of that?" I shoot Hades a frowning look. Is that true? Are you surprised? No, not really. I missed my parents' answer, but I catch the next question when I turn back to the TV. "Did Lyra volunteer to pay your debts? From the little we've managed to learn about her background, she doesn't seem like the type who would." I scowl. The world thinks they know me, huh? The man who is supposed to be my father lets his expression droop from suitably sad to remorseful, and I curl my hands into fists, not buying one scrap of it. "She asked us to let her go," he says. when I was fucking 3 years old? She's always been brave and selfless that way. We are allowed no contact with her, of course. Those are the rules of the Order." He wipes at his eyes. They don't want their pledges distracted by outside influences while they work. Bullshit, I mutter under my breath. The man is spewing so many lies that I can't even keep count. "But the Order has kept in touch over the years," he continues, "and we know that our debt is almost paid, and soon our Lyra can come back to us." Call me Lyra one more time, asshole. It's a good thing he's on the other side of the screen, or I don't know what I'd do. There's a dinging in the background, one of the medical instruments hooked up to me, but I'm not paying that any attention. "What age was she when she went to the Order?" is the next question. "Lyra, you need to calm down." Hades' free hand cups my face, but his voice is coming from a tunnel a long way off. All I can see and hear are my supposed parents. My mother opens her mouth, but my father squeezes her waist, and she closes it again. "We signed something that does not allow us to disclose," he says, "but old enough to make up her own mind." Liar! My axe has somehow made it into my hands, and I hurl it at the TV. It hits dead on, lodging in the center. The screen splinters out from the blade, and the image disappears. Hades sits on the bed beside me, and all I can see is his face. His gray eyes are darker. With what? Anger? At me? He should take it out on those two people. He uses the pad of his thumb and wipes away tears I didn't even realize had leaked out of my foolish, betraying eyes. Those people aren't worth crying over. Period. End of sentence. After what I just saw, I'm not even sure they ever had a debt in the first place. The clothes they were wearing, the generally well-fed look of them, the latest gen iPhone in my father's hand. It doesn't seem like they've been suffering. Hades says my name. The beeping of the machine now penetrates, and it's going in time to my rapid heartbeat. I'm looking at Hades, but I'm not really seeing him or hearing him. I'm just replaying those few questions and answers on the TV, over and over and over in my mind. I'm shaking my head a little bit, as if rejection of all that is coming out in movement. If I don't let it out somehow, it's just going to build and fester. Maybe I know that. I dash a hand across my eyes. "Do you want me to smite them for you?" Hades asks. That gets my attention. My gaze meets his, and I blink several times. "Could you?" The look that he gives me is one not of admonishment, but patience and warmth. And I twist my lips and shake my head at the same time. No, don't smite them. I'm pretty sure he knew that would be my answer in the end. I dash my hand across my eyes again. Why won't I stop watering, like a poor, pathetic gray cloud that doesn't stop drizzling? They sent me to the Order when I was 3. The words come out softly. I look away from Hades. His gaze is too full of understanding. Empathy just makes me want to cry harder. Those people are not worth my tears. Of course they're not worth it. Again, I don't realize I'm saying my thoughts out loud until he answers. "No, they're not." I pick at the thin blanket covering my legs. The Order wouldn't have told them that I am close to paying off their debt, because I paid it off years ago. I just had nowhere else to go. No one knows that. I glance at him. Except you. Every word out of that man's mouth was lies. How could I stop, shaking my head again. "How could you what?" Hades asks. "Come from liars like that." "Could be worse," he murmurs. "You could have been swallowed alive as a baby by your Titan father." But I'm still in my own head, spinning like a tornado, sucking up more and more debris. And my mother just stood there saying nothing. She didn't believe him. You could see it in her face. But she just said nothing. Is that what she did when he wanted to make me work off their debt at 3 years old? She just let him? I give myself a shake. I know one thing for sure. I'm not going back to them. He tucks some hair behind my ear, his fingers gentle and soothing. You don't have to. You're well past legally being an adult in the mortal world. They have no claim over you. My heart is still beating hard, the ping of the machine matching its rhythm. I wish Asclepius had turned that off. I wish my heart would just stop beating. They're not worth it. Easy to think, harder to truly absorb. Maybe if I keep repeating it. I don't have any family. I whisper this to myself more than to Hades. I don't have anyone. Hades pulls me against him, tucking my head into his shoulder. There is a saying you mortals like to use. His voice is a deep, scratchy rumble under my ear. It goes, blood is thicker than water. I frown into his shoulder. Are you telling me to forgive them and reunite? That at least stops the tears. No. Hades leans away, holding my gaze captive. I'm saying that if you use that phrase to define your family, then you shouldn't be surprised if sometimes they try to pull you under. He says this next part slowly, as if he's considering each word, as if he's trying not to poke at a sore spot. But you can find a family and make them yours. A family that lifts you up, helps you float. One not made of blood. I swallow and stare at him. It's possible if I win, if he takes away that curse. Are Karen and Cerberus your family? More than my brothers. He shrugs. And Persephone? I don't know why I asked. I expect him to do what he always does when her name is brought up. Shut down. Instead, he glances away. I think maybe toward the heart monitor, which has slowed down, I realize. My heartbeat is steady now. Yes, and Persephone, he says, slowly again. Not reluctantly, though. He's deliberating what to tell me, I think. But not the way mortals believe. Not even the way most of the gods believe. Like Karen said. Does it hurt to talk about her? The sadness that darkens his eyes to a flat, gunmetal gray is unmistakable. So is the stab of jealousy in the region of my heart. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. What if I don't like the answer? 64. See beyond the masks we all wear. Yes, Hades says. It hurts to talk about Persephone. I was right. I don't like that answer. She was amusing and sweet. He's still talking. Goddess of spring. How could she be anything but? That sounds like love to me. I didn't fall in love with her, though. I blink, and he chuckles. I can read your face like you're speaking your thoughts out loud, my star. That's a big problem, one for later. I reach over and unplug the heart monitor. I loved Persephone, he says, taking the cord from me and draping it across the top of the machine. But like a sister, like a daughter even. Hers is the softest, most caring heart I've run across in all my years as king of the underworld. Losing her devastated us all. The more he talks, the more I can see it now. The difference in the sadness coming from him. She was precious to him in her own right. Not as a wife or a queen or a lover, but as herself. I wonder what it's like to love someone that way. I'm sorry she's gone, I whisper. Is she why you're participating in the crucible this time? Hades doesn't look away, but something in his face shifts. I need to become king of the gods. It will give me a certain added power. To do what? Take revenge? Unleash the hells? I don't think he would, but I need to know that much. To set certain things right, but no unleashing. I believe you. You believe me? He echoes my words with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Hades leans into me, eye to eye, his sinful scent winding in and around me. You trust too easily, Lyra. Maybe, I agree, but you definitely avoid your feelings too much. I'm starting to learn this about him. That cold veneer he presents to the world is exactly that, a front. It's not that he doesn't care. He just doesn't want that caring to be used against him. Something I understand all too well. Now he's glowering again, but I'm not frightened, not of him. Maybe of me. Of the way I feel, sure, but of him, not even a little. She was your friend, I say, like a daughter. Would she want you to hurt like this? Hades' glower falls away, and his gaze meets mine. You don't want me to hurt. The words come out as a guttural whisper. His voice is sandpaper and bass, rubbing at my own emotions until I feel raw. No. Maybe I shouldn't be this honest. I don't want you to hurt. Why? Because, I say slowly, then sigh. This is how I'm a friend. A friend? He says the words slowly, like he's tasting them. Yes. Karen said Hades needs one. And a friend would say that underneath all the intense, godly bluster, and the need to be in control all the time, and despite making me compete in the crucible like an asshole, I still see who you are, and I shrug. I like you. His eyes turn molten, swirling with 100 shades of silver and gray and even black. Who do you think you see, my star? Forget sandpaper. His voice is raw silk again, and my belly turns squishy at the sound. I smile. I see the same person you saw in Persephone, a soft heart that cares too much, more than the world sees because you make sure of it, because the world should never know, or they'll take advantage of you. He snakes his free hand upward, brushing lightly at my throat, before threading his fingers in my hair to cup the back of my head, drawing me toward him. And you, Lyra, he asks, would you take advantage of me? He's so close, lips a whisper away, eyes swirling with a heat that reaches in and around and through me. And I'm suddenly very aware that I'm in a bed, wearing flimsy clothes. Thank the gods I undid that monitor, because it would be beeping wildly about now. Not if I could help it, I whisper back. Damn, I wish you hadn't said that. On a groan, he dips his head, claiming my lips in a kiss I'm more than willing to give him, freely offered. That one touch tumbles me into a vortex of sensations, the softness of his lips sweetly sipping mine, the warmth of his hand in my hair, which tightens against my scalp on a twinge of pain that only feeds the heat. As if that previous kiss, marking me to wander the underworld unhindered, is still there, in my skin. My lips tingle, and I moan. He pulls back slowly and puts his forehead to mine, eyes closed, heart pounding under my palm. Falling for me is dangerous, he whispers. I stiffen. Is he reminding me of my curse, or that he's a god? Pride snaps into place. Who said anything about falling for you? This is not that. I don't know what it is. Attraction, obviously. Curiosity, definitely. What would it be like to simply find pleasure in someone just for the sake of pleasure? Knowing even friendship can't really happen, wanting anything more would make me a fool. I already have the gestures hat after years of crushing on Boone. He opens his eyes, staring into mine, doubtful. I grin and hope I'm hiding the small amount of panic fluttering around inside me. I just like the way you kiss." Instead of laughing, he narrows his eyes. "You don't know." "Well, well, well," a distinctly feminine voice interrupts from the doorway. "Isn't this lusciously naughty?" I freeze, then duck, burying my burning and likely bright scarlet face in his neck. He's blocking me from view, the way he's leaning over me. "Go the fuck away, Aphrodite," he growls without turning around. "I would, my darling. You know I would love to let you get back to whatever this is with joy. I'd join in if I thought you'd let me, but alas, I can't." "What do you want?" Irritation enters Aphrodite's voice. "Zeus never did like to play fair, and we all heard Lyra's healing was going slowly. I wanted to give her enough time to be ready." "For what?" Hades snaps. Pressed up against him, I can feel frustration vibrate through his body. Subtle, but it's there. I made him feel that. I smile into his neck. He is still so hard against me, and if he's anything like me, right now his body is screaming to finish what we started. I shift against him, press into him just a tiny bit, and he grunts. I smile wider. "Oh my," Aphrodite breathes, and I can picture her fanning herself. "I might orgasm just from the energy wafting off the two of you. Better not let the others catch you, though." That's a warning from her, dead serious. "What did you want to give Lyra time to be ready for, Addie?" Hades asks through clenched teeth. "I've been informed by Zeus that I must start my labor in 1 hour." Oh, gods. My stomach pitches. The labor that involves someone I love the most. 65. Aphrodite's labor. This is definitely the most unusual start to a labor so far. I say this to Aphrodite, who gives me an enigmatic smile and flutters her ridiculously long eyelashes. She's back in va-va-voom mode, in a light pink figure-hugging strapless jumpsuit that looks, of course, amazing against her warm beige skin and long black hair, which she's let hang down in luxurious waves to her backside. "It gets more unusual, I promise," she says in that husky voice. That only makes it harder to put what I was doing with Hades a mere hour ago out of my mind. What I was feeling with Hades an hour ago. With Hades, the god of death. I'm not going to be cliché and ask myself what the hells I was thinking. I know exactly what I was thinking. That it felt fucking fantastic. And that's all well and good, but the real question is, after this is over, assuming I survive, what could we possibly ever be to each other? There is no future for a mortal and a god. Besides, what I should be focusing on right now is yet another labor, and not dying, so I can get around to making any plans at all. Although the way this challenge is setting up, who knows how that's going to go. Because I am strapped to a narrow bed. Sure, it's a comfy single bed with pink silk sheets. This is Aphrodite, after all. And what's strapping me down are fuzzy hand and ankle cuffs, also pink. The cuffs connect to a scrolling iron headboard and footboard. I would think this was Aphrodite's way of having her wicked way with me, if the other champions weren't here, all strapped to similar beds, like an odd rainbow made of our uniforms, as we're lined up by virtue. Black at the end, of course. "Welcome to your 6th labor," Aphrodite purrs. "This time, your survival isn't the focus. Love is. Today, your task will be finding someone special. The one I love most. A fact that creates an ache in my chest I'm trying very hard to pretend isn't there. What will happen when no one is waiting for me? Or, and this might be worse, someone is, and it's humiliating. An image of Hades taunts me. 2 gods will be aiding me today," Aphrodite says. "Hypnos will put each of you into a deep sleep. Then Morpheus will send you into dreams. In your dream, you must find the mortal you love most in the world. Mortal? I almost laugh my relief. No awkward conversation with my patron god in my future. I focus on Aphrodite. This sounds too easy for the others, who probably already know there's someone at least. So clearly the twist is coming. If I could, I'd cross my arms and settle in to wait for it. They will be trapped in their own dreams, in a place particular to them. So, to find them, you must figure out who it is and think only of them. Your dream will take you to them. It may not be who you think. That's worse than I thought. I have to think of them? When you find them, telling them you love them is what will release you both from the dream. Bring them back to Olympus to end the labor. If you don't return with them before sundown tonight, they will die. See? There's always a twist, always with death on the line. Aphrodite's smile turns sly. If you do wake them successfully, this person will then play in the next labor with you, as a partner. A second twist? Oh, goody, and lucky us. I suppose Aphrodite must, if anything, outdo the other gods just to prove she can. She holds out a hand, and with a shower of pink sparks, two objects float in the air above her palm, a bow and a quiver of arrows. The first person to free their loved one wins the prize of Aros's bow and arrows. These arrows only induce a temporary adoration, lasting a few hours at most. But in those few hours, that creature, man, beast, or— did she just glance at me? God, will not be able to resist you or say no to any request you make. Assuming the winner can aim a bow and arrow and hit a target properly, that should be fun to watch. Aphrodite looks at each of us in turn, making direct eye contact. And just that much is enough to make me relax a little, as if she has the power to reach into my soul with a single glance and tell me that everything will work out. Now, she waves a theatrical hand. Dream and go find love. Hypnos looks exactly like you'd think. Pale skin, long straight hair of a deep purple that is near black, and beautiful like all the gods, except for his creepy-ass eyes that are pure white. He moves silently from bed to bed, pressing a glowing palm to each forehead. And when he does this, the champion's eyes flutter closed, and their body goes lax. As always, I'm last, so I get to watch this many times over. But it's not until he gets to me that I see his palm is marked with a swirling symbol, and that's what glows bright white. If Morpheus is present, I don't see him. Then it's my turn. The glow of Hypnos's hand feels like the rays of the sun when you tip your face up to it in the winter, when it feels good just to keep your eyes closed and lean into the warmth above. Only when I open my eyes, I'm still lying on the bed. Did it work? I don't think it worked. Aphrodite isn't here. Hypnos isn't here. I turn my head to find all the other champions still lying in their beds, eyes closed and sleeping. A swirl of emotions drops into my gut. Disappointment, embarrassment, and a few others I don't want to put names to. See, I was right. No one is waiting for me. I expected this. I knew it was coming. And yet it still feels like someone just speared me through the chest. I'm broken. I get to just lie here and wallow in humiliation until the others return. Come with me, mortal. A bronzed man, and I mean all bronze, his skin, his hair, his eyes, with wisps of a sparkling bronze smoke, I guess, swirling off of him, is standing beside my bed. I had heard the myth of the Sandman was based on Morpheus. Now I see why. He holds out a palm to me, and despite the fact that I'm still strapped down, I lift a hand to take his anyway. Mine is translucent. He helps me stand from the bed, and I look down to find my mortal body still strapped there. My soul is leaving it behind to travel wherever Aphrodite and her helpers have me going. Each of the champions will get to their loved one in a different way, he tells me. For you, my mistress chose something fun. Morpheus walks me through a small doorway and down a hall of black and white checkered marble floors and pristine white walls, decorated along the top with a simple black molding. At the end of that hallway, double doors lead out onto a balcony, and there, a Pegasus waits, the pink one I admired. She nods her head at me a couple of times in what I think is a horsey greeting. I'm so entranced by the thought of getting to ride a Pegasus that I almost forget I need to focus on the challenge. Think of the person I love most, and the dream will take me to them. Start with the easier part. Get on the horse, Lyra. I've never ridden a horse before, so let's just say that I'm the source of great amusement for a lot of immortals watching me struggle to get on right now. And then the Pegasus takes off, and I clench my thighs against her waist as I wrap my arms around her soft neck and squeal. Riding the Pegasus involves a lot of hanging on for dear life, as I try to not slide off one side or the other. This has to be harder than riding a regular horse, right? Because she's surging forward like she's running, which jostles me forward and back, but her whole body is propelled by her wings, which bounces me up and down. Thankfully, once she gains altitude, not too high, she levels out, and it's easier to sit up and hold on with my hands now wrapped in her mane, thighs still gripping tight. The Pegasus tosses her head, eyeing me. Think of who I love the most. I know who it's not. Not my parents, not Felix, not... Well, that was a short list. But I remind myself there are all different kinds of love, and three faces immediately flip in my head. I close my eyes and focus. One possibility is busy right now, and another is not mortal, which only leaves... My Pegasus surges under me, and I have to open my eyes again to hold on. She flies us up and over a mountain, and then spirals down into the clouds that surround the base of Olympus. They remind me of the fog that rolls into the bay in San Francisco, damp and chilly and hard to see through, and I'm used to that. When we emerge from the clouds, that's exactly where we are, San Francisco. Impossible to miss the soaring columns of the Golden Gate Bridge. Instead of turning to the city, though, my Pegasus flies me away, across the bridge, over the Minas headlands, past the city of Sausalito, and on to the massive redwoods of Muir Woods. I've never been here. Maybe I was wrong? Now, with every flap, I'm second-guessing who it could be. Or that it's no one, and this is all a terrible joke. The Pegasus drops down between the towering red-barked trees with their deep green foliage. She tips this way and that, avoiding their broad trunks and far-reaching branches as she descends. As we near the ground, the Pegasus rears back, flaring her pink wings wide to catch the air and slow herself down. She hits the ground at a run, and I'm thrown forward, grasping around her neck all over again. After slowing to a trot and then stopping gently, for me, I'm sure, she shakes her body, fluffing out her wings, and I take it as a signal that I should get off. Again, not great with horses, so my getting off is more like falling off, but at least I land on my feet. Then she nods her snout toward more trees, toward a shadowed part of the forest. What? Am I supposed to go in that direction? She nods again, more vigorously, shaking her rose-colored mane, so I shrug and start walking. But after I crest a small hill, and the winged horse is out of sight, I realize the problem. How am I going to find my way back to her? This all looks the same. The same, the same, the same. Guaranteed to get lost in this place. I'm a city girl who navigates by landmarks. Pushing back my sleeve, I wake my tattoos, breathing a sigh of relief when they spring to life. "Maybe you can help me get around," I say to the fox. With a touch, he leaps from my arm. He smiles with sharp teeth visible, then sits for a moment, black ears pricked, and sniffs with his dark little nose. Then he wags his fluffy, black-tipped tail and starts trotting, prancing really, in the direction the Pegasus had indicated. I follow. I'm glad I asked the fox, because he takes a different route than I would have, right into the heart of the dark trees. Over the rise of another hill, I see it, a tiny log cabin that looks ancient and has seen better days. It sits in a clearing between two of the biggest trees I've seen so far, the bases of their trunks almost as wide as the cabin itself. And it's guarded by two massive spiders. 66. The Boy I Loved Best. I shout up at the sky. "Are you kidding me? You didn't say anything about nightmares." Which this clearly is, though maybe not mine, because I don't have a thing about spiders, or at least normal-sized ones. These are something else. Their fangs could lop my head off in one snap. A wet nose against my hand draws my attention. The fox whines, then noses the outline of the tarantula on my forearm. The large, fuzzy red spider wiggles, and then lifts both her front legs and waves them. Can you do something about this? The fox gives a high-pitched yip, while the tarantula waves her legs again, both of which I take as a yes. So I touch the tarantula, and she crawls out of my skin, and I hold very still while she tickles her way down my arm and onto the foliage-covered ground. While I stand well back and watch, my tarantula scuttles across to the spiders that could squash her without a thought. With lots of creepy clacking and more eyeballs than are necessary turning my way, the creatures seem to have a conversation. Then, finally, the nightmare spiders move back into the trees. Not far. I can still catch the sun reflecting off their eyes. My tarantula gives me a little wave. Not taking a chance, I run the rest of the way and try the door, which is unlocked, and burst into a room. A single room. And lying on a bed against the wall, eyes closed and perfectly still, my heart flies, then drops, because for a second I thought it was Hades. But it's not. It's Boone. I whisper his name. It makes sense, but at the same time it doesn't. I mean, I knew I had a crush. I knew I admired him, craved his attention. But love? Is that really love? Or is it that I had no one else? When I get to his bedside, I crouch down. I don't take his hand because that feels wrong somehow. We've never touched like that. Instead, I grasp his forearm and give it a shake. But he doesn't open his eyes. I can see by a trail of glittery bronze dust across the top of his pillow and forehead that Morpheus has been here. Boone? I frown and shake him harder. Still nothing. Which is when I remember what I have to do. At least it will be easier with him asleep. I have something I have to tell you. Oh my gods, you're dead. A low, horror-filled voice blurts out from behind me. With a yelp, I jump to my feet and spin to face where Boone's voice came from. A translucent version of him stands in the opposite corner, which was empty just a second ago. Do I look the same to him? Like a ghost? Then his gaze falls to his body on the bed, and if it's possible for a dream ghost to pale, he does. Wait. His voice sounds sort of hollow and echoey. Am I dead? No. Both my hands shoot up. Not dead. We're both alive, I assure him quickly. We're dreaming right now. His brows draw together as he looks from me to his body on the bed and back to me. You sure about that? Yes. After a second, he nods. He's taking this surprisingly well. I don't understand. If we're dreaming, why are we in my cabin? That has me leaning back, then looking around. Yours? He shrugs. I bought it a while ago. My eyes go wide, but it doesn't matter. Not for the labor. I'm guessing your dream took us to a place that's special to you. I had to find you. Now for the hard part. And by hard, I mean squirm-worthy awkward for both of us. Oh, gods. I have to say it to his face. I mean, he's already heard the rumor, but that doesn't make it true. Not until I say what I'm about to have to say out loud. You've been pulled into the crucible with me for a few days, I start out. Yes, I'm stalling. I have to tell you something important, and then take you back to Olympus with me, okay? He crosses his arms, feet planted wide, and an intrigued grin pulls the corner of his mouth up. As long as I'm not dead, yeah, okay. What's this important thing? Right, time to say it. I open my mouth, but close it again. Just say it, Lyra. It's just words. Open, close. Nothing comes out. Because it's not just words. It's vulnerability. I give my head a shake. Maybe it would be better to ease into it. Remember when... No, I should just cut to the chase. Band-Aid rip style. I'm supposed to... Hey, Boone says, dragging my attention off the floor at my feet to him. It can't be that bad. A quick laugh punches from me. I love you. Those 3 short words string together in a rush, and I blow out a sharp breath at the end, hands going to my hips as I drop my gaze from his eyes to his feet. Only that doesn't feel right. Or maybe never was. Except we're here now. He doesn't say anything, for a very long time. Long enough that I start shifting my weight. And he still says nothing. Oh, gods, this is worse than I thought it was going to be. I peek at his face to find him staring at me with a confused frown, like my words and my face don't quite belong together. Apparently, I can blush in my dreams because heat crawls all over my skin, and I'm tempted to wave my hand in my own transparent face to cool off. I don't understand, Boone says slowly. I thought getting the words out was hard, but I guess it can get worse. You need me to explain it to you? He frowns harder. Not the love part. Just why you had to tell me that. Oh. I close my eyes and sigh. So very, very much worse. Without opening them, I say, I had to find the person who... I can't believe I'm going to admit this. Who I love most in the world, and tell them. It's the only way to wake you up. Except he's not awake. Did I get the wrong person? But no, he's here, so obviously right person. More silence. I crack one eye open, then the other, and my heart slowly drifts to the soles of my feet, like an autumn leaf dropping from a tree. Because Boone's scruffy face is all things regret, and exactly what I feared. Embarrassment. He won't look at me. I'm sorry, he says. He shakes his head. I don't feel the same. I swallow around a heart that should be slowly cracking. Except, I know, it's okay. I mean, I'm flattered, Lyra-Loo-Hoo, but stop. Oh, hells. I drop my head in my hands. Seriously, you don't have to. I had to tell you. It's how this labor is played. We can forget about it now. Please, let's forget all about this forever. Labor? He asks. A tiny tapping noise has us both turning to the window, where I can see the outline of my tarantula waving her legs. You've got to be kidding me, Boone mutters behind me. Spiders. He hates them. Not many know about that. I only do because it's in his file and I'm his clerk. The tarantula taps again, and I hear the fox give his high-pitched yip outside. And that's when realization strikes me between the eyes, and my lungs seize. Evening is falling, the purpling shadows in the trees growing longer by the second. How? We started this in the afternoon. I had hours before sunset, and it didn't take that long for us to fly. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Because if it took that long to get to Boone, the one-way journey is longer than it felt. What if I don't have enough time to get him back to Olympus? I'm getting really tired of night as a deadline, or deadlines at all. That word has taken on a whole new meaning for me. I reach for one of the pearls tucked into my vest, and realize that while things feel real here, they're not. The tattoos are part of me, but the pearls, the real ones, are back in Olympus. And Boone is still a ghost. Why? I confessed my very embarrassing feelings. He should have woken up. We don't have time, I say, hurrying across the room. I grab his hand and tug him to the door, which I fling open, but the two giant arachnids scuttle out from the trees to crowd into the doorway. Boone reaches over my head and slams the door, having to put his shoulder into it. The door surges and rattles as the spiders try to push their way inside. He's breathing hard by the time he gets it shut. This is bad, I say. You think? No, I shake my head. I mean, I think your dream turns into a nightmare that won't let you leave while you're still asleep. He glances at the window and startles, probably because a bunch of eyeballs are now pressed up against it, watching us. So wake me up, he demands, slowly backing away. I tried. I told you what I was supposed to tell you. The front door shudders. Tell me again, then, Boone urges. Maybe I was too shocked to really hear it. Or tell that me. He points at the body on the bed. Again? I have to say it again? Fuck me. Crossing the room, I kneel beside him and take his hand. I have to clear my throat twice. I'd better do this right. I love... My heart pinches, and I swallow the rest of the words. That still doesn't feel right. Not the way I was going to say it. So I change it, just a little. Still the truth. Maybe more of the truth than I've been willing to admit, even to myself until now. I've had a crush on you since I was 15, I say, my words tumbling over themselves. You're the only person who has ever shown me a lick of kindness. It's pathetic, I'm well aware, and you don't have to feel anything for me. I know he won't. He shouldn't have to deal with guilt for it. Just know that I'll always love you a little, for making my time in the den even the tiniest bit easier. Boone's body doesn't move, doesn't blink, nothing. I look over my shoulder, but he's gone. Gone. Not just that I don't see him, it's a single room. He'd be hard to miss. Boone? I whirl to face his body. Does he look paler? I glance at the window, where the outside world looks dark, but we're in a forest. Did I take too long? Oh my gods! The whisper rips through my throat as my hands fly up to cover my mouth. Oh my gods, it's too late. I've killed you. 67. Hera's Blessing. I squeeze my eyes shut, unable to make myself face what I've done. My hands, still over my mouth, start shaking, and the quiver travels down my limbs and into the rest of my body. I killed Boone. I killed him. I took too long. Oh my gods, Open your eyes, mortal. I know that voice. My eyes fly open to find Morpheus standing beside me. And on the bed, lying next to Boone's body, is mine, no longer chained to the bed in Olympus. The spiders are still pounding to get into the house. Come. Morpheus takes me by the hand and helps me lie back into my body. Like when he pulled me out, there's no sensation to it. You would think that it would feel like drawing in or out of something, or sinking into quicksand, maybe. But it feels like nothing. I lie down. I close my eyes, and when I open them again, I'm mortal, and Morpheus is gone. So are the spiders. Hey. A hand lands on my shoulder, and I yelp as I jackknife up in bed, only to stare into laughing, warm brown eyes. Solid, no longer translucent. My own go wide as I take him in from head to toe, sitting next to me, living, breathing, not dead Boone. But you were... My gaze shoots back to him. Gone. You were dead. I took too long. Boone must hear the hysteria rising in my voice because he suddenly swoops me up in a bear hug. I'm here, and you didn't kill me. I didn't kill him. The reality of that is starting to penetrate the bone-deep horror of what I'd thought happened. You're okay? I whisper. He shakes against me like he's laughing and is keeping it silent to not hurt my feelings. I'm really okay. He lets go of me and takes one of my hands to flatten my palm over his heart, which beats steady and calm. See? Alive. Not dreaming. Not a ghost. Not dead. I realize what we're doing and tug away from his grasp. I'm glad I'm not a murderer. And in my head, I wince. Because what I should say is I'm glad he's not dead. It's what I'm feeling. But I'm still a jumble of confusion about Boone, so the words come out the way they always do with him, snappy and sarcastic. Instead of shooting back, though, he just grins at me. Outside, the fox's yip sounds frantic. He's in a hurry. We should be, too. We have to get back to Olympus. Come on. I drag us both out of the house. The spiders are all gone, except mine, and now the Pegasus is standing in the yard. Whoa, Boone whispers. Hey, I say to the winged horse. Were you too afraid of the spiders to come closer? She rears up a little. Right. Hurry. After recalling my fox and tarantula into my arm with a murmured thanks, I'm about to do my awkward attempt to drag myself on top of a horse with wings thing, when two strong hands wrap around my waist and lift me onto her back. Before I can protest or say thank you, I'm still debating which, Boone is up behind me. He slides his arms under mine, his chest pressing against my back, and I'm trying to ignore all of that when we launch into the skies. Tell me what the hell's is going on, Boone immediately demands. Details, Lyra. Because he doesn't know anything beyond being dragged into something about the Crucible. Well, and that I love him. But the Crucible is still a total mystery to him. I fill him in quickly and succinctly, well aware that he turns more and more grim with each word I say. If I could kill the god of death, I would, he mutters ominously when I finish. Which is when we burst through the clouds and Olympus comes into view, the sun's rays barely reaching over the peaks by now. I feel the way Boone sits up straighter, but it isn't until we come over the mountaintop that he gets his first good look. Amazing. His low voice rumbles against my back, breath tickling my ear. I've never... I know, I say, and the underworld is even more. He goes rigid, gripping the Pegasus's mane tighter. You've been to the underworld? His voice is laced with more than anger. Concern? I can't tell. Apparently my emotional antennae are broken. I point at the 3 heads and waterfalls. I fell in the Black River, which leads down to the underworld, but it's okay, I'm fine. Our Pegasus suddenly tilts and spirals down to drop us off on the balcony of Aphrodite's house. The instant her hooves hit the stone, I breathe a little easier. We made it. Before I can say anything, an agonized scream tumbles down the black and white hallway and out the open doors to the balcony where we stand. Boone on my heels, I run to the room with the beds and skid to a halt just inside the door. Aphrodite is sitting beside Day's bed, holding his hand, tears streaming down her beautiful cheeks. I didn't know goddesses or gods could even cry. Maybe even worse, the 4 daemons are standing in the 4 corners of the room, hands clasped before them, heads bowed and wings lowered, so their feathers drag the ground in an attitude of forlorn, profound sadness. Day's mortal body is on the bed, not strapped down, but it's obvious he's still asleep, caught in what has to be a nightmare. Several of the other champions fill the room along with their rescued loved ones. All of them, actually, now that I glance around. Amir is standing farthest away against the wall, facing out a window, in a manner that reminds me of Hades in my bedroom earlier. A tiny woman in a blue sari, with rich, deep brown skin and dark gray hair, worn back and loosely covered, is patting Amir's shoulder with a weathered hand, murmuring softly. Day screams again, so hard his chest lifts off the bed. Why doesn't he wake up? Get up. What's holding him down? Zai leaves a woman who is a smaller, softer version of him, to come to where Boone and I are standing. After a quick glance at Boone, Zai stands beside me, facing Day. Amir's blessing from Hera has apparently shown itself. And it's making Day scream? Zai nods. Hera's blessing is vengeance. Day is the reason Amir lost his strength flag in the last labor, and her blessing is that any champion who hinders or hurts Amir during the course of the Crucible will reap the consequences in the next challenge. Day screams again, so long that his voice runs out, but his mouth remains open. I flinch. Easy, Boone murmurs to me, and Zai shoots him a frowning look. A curse from the gods. I feel the blood drain from my face, leaving me lightheaded. Is he in pain? I whisper. Zai's expression fills with reluctant concern. No, the curse trapped him in his body. It's not Amir's doing. He has no control over it. It just is. Zai glances out the window. Evening has almost swallowed the light of the sun, turning the sky dark blue except at the westernmost horizon, where it is still changing from deep purple. Day can't go save his loved one. Who is it? His grandmother. I close my eyes against the knowledge and sight of what that's doing to Day. His grandmother, who he loves most in the world, is going to die, and he can't get to her. He can't save her. The fervor and timbre of Day's screams heighten, and the sort of bolted-down thrashing of his body only escalates, growing worse and worse, tears leaking out of the corners of his eyes, until suddenly he goes quiet and horribly still. A quick glance shows that the sun is gone, taking the day with it. It's too late. Day's grandmother is dead. He blinks his eyes open slowly, looking up at the ceiling for a long, silent moment. Then he puts his hands over his face and sobs. 68. Me and Them. I see you survived. Hades is waiting in the center of the foyer of his home when Boone and I walk in. He stands with his hands loosely in his black suit pant pockets, the sleeves of his silver button-down shirt rolled up. Why is he dressed like that? His tone and gaze are back to calculating, lethal-edged steel. No hint of the man who shared small parts of himself with me in my bedroom. Both of you. I've never seen Boone go so still as when he stares down the god of death. So, you're the asshole who put Lyra's life in jeopardy by making her play these fucked-up games. Hades doesn't react with so much as a twitch. So, you're the thief who thought he made it in and out of my home without notice. Boone frowns, glancing at me, then back to Hades before his expression turns sly, in a way I am more than familiar with. He's up to something. Got that, did you? Boone snakes a hand around my waist, giving me a squeeze. Just trying to help. I know. Hades doesn't even glance at that arm around me. It's why I let you live. Oh, good grief. I shrug away from Boone's touch, which he doesn't really mean. He's just fucking with Hades. Why don't you two get acquainted while I change? No time. Hades snaps his fingers, and Boone and I are wearing new clothes. Now both men are wearing black suit pants and crisp button-downs, except Boone's shirt is white. This is the dressiest I've ever seen him. I'm wearing a conservative black pantsuit with loose legs and long sleeves, with a butterfly made of glittering thread over my heart. I glance from it to Hades, but he's still closed off, giving away nothing. We have a party to attend, he says. A what? You've got to be joking. Hades just shakes his head, and we follow him out the door and over one house to Zeus's home. Yes, with lightning and clouds adorning everything, and a lot of glitz, flash, and over-the-top decor. The god would do well as a designer for Vegas casinos. In a large ballroom, and yes, Zeus has a freaking ballroom, with a mural of nymphs and cherubs serving him and only him painted on the ceiling, we are led to chairs at one of two long, beautifully decorated banquet tables that face each other. We're at the very end of ours, near the open doors that lead out onto a terrace. Ares, Nev, and a girl who is apparently her sister are to Hades' left. Then me and Boone to Hades' right. I'm stuck in the middle, so to speak. Day, of course, isn't here. Artemis is seated at a table by herself, with no champion and no loved one, conspicuous as hell. And Aphrodite isn't seated with Jackie and the young man with her. Her brother, I think. This is a nightmare. Maybe I didn't rescue anyone, and Hypnos and Morpheus still have me trapped in my sleeping body. Zeus enters the room with Samuel and his loved one, a woman around his age. Even Boone sits back slightly when the god of thunder appears. On Aphrodite's behalf, I welcome our new guests, Zeus booms. The god is in his element, hosting people visibly in awe of him. Aphrodite has taken the result of her labor hard, he explains. This is the crucible, Hera murmurs, in a tone that sounds suitably saddened, though it's paired with an expression that is anything but. She knew the risks when she set that labor up. She didn't have to make the end so dire. Beside Hera, Amir's face turns beet red. He can hardly make himself look at his patron goddess, facing instead to the older woman seated to his other side. One of his nannies, maybe? Given what he said about his family, I don't think it's his mother. I move my gaze back to Hera. The thing is, as cruel as it sounds, the goddess isn't wrong. Aphrodite didn't have to make death at the end be part of the rules. I get that the gods and goddesses love their ticking clocks, and death is certainly an incentive. But there are other ways. As for Hera's blessing for Amir, now that we all know the consequences, no one is going to risk touching him. That right there is a brilliant move on her part. The goddess's timing in pointing that out could have been better, though. Zeus shoots Hera a chastising look. I will host in Aphrodite's place. We would have postponed, but after all, our guests are here only 3 days before the next labor starts. Days only again? Ugh. I mean, I guess they have a bunch to get through and only a month to do it, but still. First, I would like to congratulate Nev for winning today's challenge, as she was the first to return with her sister. He offers her a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Your prize for winning this labor, Aros's bow and arrows, is already in your room. Thank you, Nev says politely, though I'm guessing by her expression that the good manners are sticking in her craw hard. Now, Zeus continues, as we enjoy the sumptuous spread, I would like each champion to introduce their loved one. He waves as he sits. Awesome. My personal nightmare is reaching torturous levels. Public speaking and trying to explain who Boone is to me. in front of the god I was kissing just this morning. "Must we?" Hades drawls, leaning back in his chair indolently, expression bored. Zeus glares first at him, then at me. "Can't you do something about him, Lyra?" "The fuck you say?" That was a calculated remark to get a rise out of one or both of us, and probably Boone, too. Deliberately, I mimic Hades' indolent posture and tip my head, looking not at Zeus, but at Hades, as if I'm studying him. "I don't know. None of you have been able to do something about him in the several millennia since he was released from Kronos' insides," I say. Hades' mercurial eyes pin me to the back of my chair, with a wild flash of satisfaction so violently fast, the only reason I know I saw it is the way I'm still reeling. I clear my throat and force a steady gaze to Zeus, who is scowling petulantly. "I don't know why you think I, a mere mortal, would have better luck." Zeus sits down hard. "We shall start the introductions," he says with a dismissive shrug. "As you know, Dave's person was his grandmother." The callous delivery drops the words into a vat of silence. She's sitting near enough to me, so I catch Rima's whispered, "I'm not sure if that's better or worse than Dave's boyfriend." Not hearing her, Zeus waves at Samuel, who gets to his feet. Luckily, I'm not the only one not all that enthusiastic about this. The room has a subdued weight to it, as the champions each quickly make introductions. Most aren't too surprising. Samuel's longtime partner is here, and Jackie's older brother. Micah has her roommate. Trinika rescued her son. The woman with Zai is his mother, like I guessed. Diego's wife is no shock, and Demeter, showing her mothering side, assures us their 2 children are being cared for by Diego's parents. Rima's husband is here as well. Nev gets to her feet. "This is my younger sister, Nora." I slowly lean forward to look around Hades at the woman sitting directly beside him. She's probably in her mid-20s, so only a little younger than Nev. The Nora? The one who Nev was muttering about how she was going to be killed? Boone gives me a low whistle, one the others don't even notice, let alone understand. He's using a pledge's signals to ask me what I find interesting. I whistle back the signal for nothing or not important. Not true, of course. Nora looks a lot like her sister, only her hair is a darker red, and her eyes more green than blue. Somewhere in between. She also has a sweeter smile, or smiles at all, come to that. Nev's chin tips up. "Our family are important business owners in our community. Ares informed me that someone from outside the family has threatened Nora's life if Ares becomes king. But now that I have her back from them..." Her eyes narrow, determination stamped across her features. "They will pay for that mistake." Wait, is Nev's business owner family some sort of crime family, Canadian style? Hard to imagine that accent being used during criminal acts, but that would explain a lot. Boone taps a finger on the back of my hand to get my attention and raises his eyebrows in question. I shake my head. He sits back as Dex gets to his feet and waves at the boy with him. "This is Raphael, Rafe," Dex says. "He is my nephew, my sister's son, and he's only 10. 10? So young. I want to wrap the kid up and hide him away somewhere, or ask Hades to hide him until the next labor is over. Amir is already too young at 16. A 10-year-old shouldn't be exposed to this. My dad died before I was born, and Mom is sick." Rafe speaks up earnestly, looking at Dex like the man is his hero. "Tio Dex helps raise me." I'm having trouble reconciling the image in front of me now. I mean, Dex might as well be wearing tights and a cape. How does that fit with the competitor Dex has been so far? But the affection in his eyes as he ruffles Rafe's hair is unmistakable and real. Until the Crucible, I thought I read people well. Am I reading Dex wrong now? Boone leans over to whisper in my ear. What are you going to say about me, I wonder? Not that I've had a huge crush on him for years. That you've been a pain in my ass? Stop. You're going to make me blush. I chuckle, then pause. Something feels different with us, easier. A glance shows me that, on my left, Hades is leaning away from me, talking to Nora. He even smiles at her. No dimples, but still, he's charming enough that she smiles back widely, visibly starstruck. Apparently he can put some mortals at ease. Nev is pretty, but I'd have to say Nora is drop-dead gorgeous. Her creamy skin flawless against that abundance of auburn hair, and a smile that could compete with Aphrodite's. What's more, she seems unafraid of Hades. I bet he'll appreciate that about her. I pull my gaze away to fiddle with the stem of my wineglass. Lyra? Boone nudges my foot under the table, and I look around to find Zeus staring at me, and all eyes except Hades and Nora's already on me. Oh, I guess it's my turn. How many times did the god have to call my name? I stand, the same way the others did, wincing as my chair scrapes loudly against the marble flooring. This, I wave awkwardly to my right, is Boone Runer. He is a pledge in the Order of Thieves with me. I go to sit, and my butt is halfway to the chair when Athena slides a question my way. Friends? The goddess's brown, bobbed hair has golden highlights picked up by the fires in the braziers, and she's smiling warmly like I can trust her. But her high brow and intense, deep brown eyes give the impression of an intelligence that misses not a single detail. The indent in her chin smacks of stubbornness, and I've noticed before that she moves with the prowling grace of a fighter. She is the goddess of both wisdom and war, not to be trifled with. Where is she going with this? I pause, then stand back up. Yes, we're friends. Boone's grin is all things Boone, and it's no surprise when at least half of the group grin back at him. He's always had that effect on people, a lot like Dionysus that way, despite the rough-looking exterior. I don't say anything. I can't. The person you love most in the world is just a friend. Athena clearly has an agenda here. I think I'm starting to see what. What about your parents? She asks. They seemed so caring on TV. What a bitch. Is that really where you want to take the evening, Athena? I thought he wasn't listening, but Hades is now looking directly at Athena. Unfortunately, that only makes Athena's eyes brighten with interest. She studies me. Lovers? Excuse me? I ask. Her smile turns sly. You and Boone, of course. What did you think I meant? That same spark of irritation that got me into it with Hades when we first met at Zeus's temple in San Francisco rears up. I thought you meant Hades. I smile back at her sweetly. We're not. The flare of surprise in her eyes is worth it. Hades, however, doesn't react, because he's turned back to Nora like he can't be bothered. Yet, I clarify, just to see what he does. Nothing, it turns out. He's clearly engrossed in whatever he's discussing with Nora, to the point that Nev catches my eye and then looks deliberately between them before shooting me a smug smile. I'm tempted to point out that I saved her ass 2 labors ago. I don't. Boone is the most talented of our pledges, I tell the room at large, and a bit of a cheat. You might want to lock up your valuables. Hey, Boone protests, but I know that he's protesting me warning them, not the veracity of the claim itself. Nora laughs suddenly, but everyone else, other than Hades, is still focused on Boone and me. Well, that's too juicy to ignore, Dionysus says, joining the conversation. At least his interest seems genuine. Got any stories? Hundreds, but only because I've been paying attention. I raise a single brow at Boone. Which one should I pick? There are so many. Instead of getting irritated or even embarrassed, he laughs right back at me. How about the time I followed Lakshmi into that museum and took the piece she'd come for before she knew I was even there? He turns to the room. I got back to the den with it, and Lyra about blew her top at me for snatching a score from another one of our pledges. He just shrugs. Grins turn to laughs. And what the fuck? How did we become the entertainment tonight? Nora laughs again, at Hades. Hoping that's it, I lower into my seat, but Boone tugs my chair closer to him as I do. And I don't miss that, or the fact that he leaves his arm draped across the back. I have no idea why, other than helping me save face here. I'll ask him later. Boone grins. Lyra was so pissed about the bank, she made sure. I step on Boone's foot, and he stops talking, looking at me with interest-bright eyes. I forgot to tell him that only Hades knows that I'm just a clerk, and he was about to reveal that I put the earnings from that score under Lakshmi's name, not his. Part of my job, guaranteed to bring up questions. Made sure what? Micah asks. Seriously, she and Dionysus could be twins. Boone clears his throat. She called the police, letting my sorry ass cool off in jail for a few days before sending another pledge to spring me. Maybe she should have learned from you instead, Dex says. He sounds reasonable. Beside him, Rafe nods along with an eager face. But I'm close enough to hear the way the back of my chair creaks with the sudden strength of Boone's grip, and his grin disappears behind a look of anger so stark I blink. I've only ever seen him look like that once, when one of the apprentices was accidentally killed because of a mistake a visiting master thief made. Lyra was angry with me for a reason, he says. I broke 2 cardinal rules with that stunt, ultimately putting other pledges of the order in harm's way. She was teaching me a lesson I needed to learn. He leans forward, eyes so sharp they could slice flesh. And while I'm at it, the gods may not be allowed to interfere in the crucible, but I'm not bound by the same restriction. I hear that gift of foreknowledge you received doesn't work all that great. You might want to watch your back while I'm here. Dex's face goes so tight he looks like a pissed-off plastic doll. It works well enough that I'm still alive and in it. We all have different ways of playing. My home could use the gods' blessings, and I have a family to... He cuts himself off, glancing down at Rafe, then continues. To get back to. The same as everyone else, Boone snaps. Are those the excuses you tell yourself for being a dick? Good luck living with your actions and decisions when it's over. He glances significantly at Rafe. Someday he'll be old enough to see for himself, through eyes not looking with rose-tinted innocence. Then Boone hooks a thumb at Zai, who is sitting at the other table. Ask him if you're curious. He grew up with a father who played the crucible the same way you are. Clearly, I told Boone way too much on that Pegasus flight. I whistle softly, the signal for stop now. Boone straightens to blink at me, and I can see the struggle in his eyes. He really would go after Dex if Rafe wasn't right there. I have no doubt. And my chest tightens with reaction. If I didn't know better, if I wasn't carrying this curse, I'd think he really cared. I whistle again, the signal for all fine. His lips flatten, but finally he nods. The others are all still staring at us in fascination. Well, Dex is glaring. What was that? Athena asks. This is the first time I haven't seen the goddess in calculating mode. Her entire body seems lit up with curiosity. There's the thirst for knowledge we all expect from her. My thieves use whistles to signal to one another. Hermes is the one to answer, rather smugly, too. Then again, as the messenger god, I can see how he'd like that elegant solution. Lyra's idea, Boone tells the others. We had our cryptocodes, but needed something for in the moment. At the time, we were using hand signals and sign language, but that meant needing line of sight. She came up with the whistles when she was just 6. My only true accomplishment, as far as the order is concerned. I can't help the heat creeping up into my cheeks. No one has ever in my life bragged about me, not once. It feels nice. Nora's sudden laugh breaks the silence around us and sends me sitting straighter, which only makes me lean closer to Boone. A knowing light enters his eyes as he glances past me to her and Hades, then back to me. But he doesn't say anything. Then Zeus, no doubt needing to reclaim the center of attention, claps his hands. "Welcome again, guests. Let us all enjoy the feast." Not likely. 69. Come bearing gifts. The soft knock at my door doesn't exactly wake me up. After the party, Boone said he wanted to explore Olympus, and Hades left with the other gods and goddesses, so Zai and I walked home with his mother together. She, by the way, is a sweet but definitely timid woman. I've only had time to change into pajamas and brush my teeth. The party lasted well into the night, and the stars still blanket an inky sky outside my window in pinpricks of light. So many we don't need the moon to illuminate the lands here. Frowning, I open my door. Boone stands there, leaning against the frame, one ankle crossed over the other, and in his hand, presented to me like a gift, is the Helm of Darkness. Holy shit! I grab him by the arm and yank him into my room, looking both ways down the hall, and almost expecting an irate Dex to be barreling after Boone. He's not. The hall is empty, and I close the door before whirling on him. What in the hellfires are you thinking? Boone's self-satisfied smile fades, turning to something like accusation, aimed directly at me. I'm thinking I'm a fucking thief, Lyra. What about you? I stand firm, crossing my arms over my thin pajama top, not completely unaware that I'm not wearing a bra right now. What about me? He steps closer. Your skills may be rusty, but the second that dickhead Dex tipped his hand that he's gunning for you, you should have taken this. He holds up the helm, and you know it. That's just the way the world works, even here. He tosses the helm on my bed. I'm not going to play like that. I lift my chin. Dex can survive without the helm. His hands curl into fists. You might not, given the way he can use it to get close to you. You'll be dead before you realize. I already have more tools than the others, I say. Hades has been punished once for it. I'm not taking away someone else's just because I don't like them. Don't like them? Boone is practically yelling. He wants to kill you, Lyra. My mouth drops open, and I know I'm staring. But the way he's yelling... Boone must catch my confusion, because he calms a little, eyeing me. What? You sound like you care. I do. I give my head a hard shake. That's not possible. Tension steals through his shoulders, and he glances away. I don't care like that. Oh, hells. No. I rush to stop him from saying one more word. I mean, care enough to worry about me like this. Zeus cursed me the day I was born. I'm unlovable. I can't be loved or cared about. Boone goes thief still, his gaze taking me in like he's never seen me before. Is that true? I shrug. Unlovable. He murmurs more to himself, like he's trying to wrap his head around the meaning. That really sucks. He surprises a laugh out of me. Yeah, it really does. Who else knows? Felix, Hades, my parents, so-called. That's it. Boone's brows draw down. That can't be right. I assure you it is. He still shakes his head. I've always admired you. He has? You're smart And you see things others don't, like every detail. It's what makes you such a good clerk. Boone thinks I'm a good clerk. A bubble of surprised happiness expands in my chest, but I pop it. Admiration isn't caring. Sure it is, he insists. I've even wanted to partner with you on a few scores. I rear back. The hell's you say? He grins. I mean it. But you've always put this wall around yourself with a giant stay the fuck away sign at the gate. You kept all the pledges at arm's length, so no one has had a chance to get to know you, to be your friend. Did I do that? I don't think so. The curse. Boone leans down. He really is very tall, so that we're eye to eye, and I can see the sincerity in his. I may not be in love with you, Lyra, and maybe the curse did that, but I'd like to be your friend. Oh, really? I whisper. His smile is slow and sweet and doesn't contain an ounce of pity. Really? I'm not sure I believe this. Maybe he feels this way because we're in Olympus. Maybe this place lessens the effects of curses. I don't know. Look at how Zai wanted to ally with me, or at how Micah isn't any different with me than she is with anyone else. And I'm definitely not invisible here. Although that could be because of Hades. He doesn't exactly blend in. Whatever the reason, the part of me that has been craving a friend since I understood that I couldn't have any, the part that I've silenced and ignored and stuffed deep down, feels this. It's light, like I could float away. Okay, I say. Friends. Boone's smile widens, turning cocky. Good. Now about Dex. I roll my eyes, giving him a shove. We're returning the helm. Hear me out. Boone holds up a hand. Dex sees you as his strongest competition, with a dangerous god as your patron. His sister is dying of cancer, which I'm guessing he'll ask to be healed if he wins. I blink. What? Is that right? How do you know that? He gives me a look. Right. In his mind, you are the person between him and saving his family, Boone says. Sure, he wants to help his people, but even more, winning means he gets to give his sister and nephew everything. He points to the ground. Luxury, longevity, blessings, you name it. Instead of riling me up, his words deflate me like pricking a balloon with a needle, and listening to the whistle as the air slowly leaks out. I picture Rafe and the way he looks at his uncle. In other words, I say quietly, my chin sticking back out, he has an honorable goal that he'll do anything to reach. Boone stares at me a long moment before spinning on his heel to stalk across the room, then spins back, hands going to his lean hips. Fine, I'll return the helm. I know better than to argue with you when your chin does that juddy thing. I almost tuck it back in, but this is important. Good. His eyes spark with mischief, and I find myself confused. What just happened? Let's at least take this baby for a spin first. The gods are meeting to discuss something important. We should listen in. This is typical Boone. Jump right in with both feet. No planning, just the absolute confidence that it will swing his way every time. I know he catches the doubt dragging at me when he tilts his head, gaze intent on mine. You know you want to, Lyra Luhu. I roll my eyes. I hate that nickname. I know. He chuckles. I started it so you'd have one. Just like I thought. But then I realized that it makes you adorably irritated and usually lets me pull a couple of your strings. I snort. I doubt that. But I cross to the helm and pick it up. Brass and formed with a nose plate dividing 2 slots for the eyes, it's surprisingly heavy. But this time I'll give it to you. Let's go listen in. Maybe we'll learn something useful. Boone takes the helm from my hands and slips it over his head. Immediately he disappears. I reach out and encounter a solid, muscled stomach covered by a shirt. And the instant I touch him, I disappear too. I yank my fingers back and I rematerialize. Wow, that's handy. Makes this tougher, though. His voice comes from close, really close. What? I ask. There's a heartbeat before his lips press against mine. The kiss is sweet and chaste. I jerk back on a squeak of shock, and his low chuckle sounds, still close. Geez, Boone, I grumble. What was that for? I just wanted you to have that, as a thank you for loving me. His voice has gone serious now, and I wish I could see his face, even if it's just between friends. Before Hades named me his champion, that qualification would have hurt. Instead, all I feel is affection, like Boone gave me something precious. I smile at where I think his face is. I knew I was right to have a crush on you. You're just a solid guy, aren't you? Shh, I have a reputation to uphold. Yeah, come on. There's a small silence, and then he suddenly appears again, helm in his hands, brown eyes darkly intent. One other thing before we go. Do you know what they're saying about you and Hades all over Olympus? That you're lovers. That word takes on an edge. I swallow down a groan. If the gods could have seen what Hades and I were doing just this morning, they'd know for sure that I'm not opposed to that idea. And the moment when I walked into Boone's cabin and thought it was Hades has been nagging at me all night. The thing is, feelings for Boone aside, future or not, I want the god of death. Even if it's just for a quick, mutually satisfying tussle, I'll take that memory with me after. So what? The gods are all already opposed to Hades as king of the gods. So are the mortals, for that matter. You're giving them even more reason to hate you. He sighs when I don't say anything. Is there any truth to it? My eyes narrow. None of your business. So there is. He tucks the helm under one arm. Now that we're officially friends, you should know that I'm not just going to sit idly by and watch you end up with the god of death. There's no future with him, Lyra. I know that. He tips my chin up with a gentle finger, so I have no choice but to look him in the eyes. Maybe more than anyone else in the world, I understand your background, your past, who you are, and what you've had to overcome. What you'll go back to after the crucible is over. Where is he going with this? I'm just saying, now that you have a friend, maybe it will be easier. You have a future to look forward to in the overworld. A future to look forward to. I had plans, but maybe not alone anymore. He searches my gaze. Just think about it, okay? The helm goes back on, and he disappears from sight. Let's go. He grabs my hand, his large and warm and curling around mine protectively. And I'm gone too. 70. Pledges. Walking around invisible is strangely freeing, as in it makes me feel invincible. Nothing and no one can see us, and that means they can't hurt us either. Hand holding mine, Boone guides us unerringly through the houses, not toward the town, but to the other end, to the very last house in the row. The place itself is huge, bigger than many of the others even, but otherwise unassuming in a boxy way, and made of simple dark gray stone. A carving of 2 crossed forger's hammers graces the lintel of the gate into the backyard. Boone's signal is a soft whistle. This way. He tugs me around the side of the house and to the rear, where we climb stairs that lead up a series of terraces until we enter through the back. No wonder they don't bother with locks here. These places are wide open. Then again, who would dare rob from a god or goddess anyway? I almost snort a laugh. Boone, that's who. He must have already come here to know the way like this. Clearly, he was quite busy when I walked home and brooded. He leads me through the rooms, which remind me of mountain cabins, or rather, wealthy people mountain cabins. Lots of timber beams, gray granite, and oversized woodsy furniture. This is Hephaestus's house, after all. The god of blacksmiths, metalworking, carpentry, craftsmen, artisans, and fire has always been one of my favorites, probably because I think of him as the underdog god, the one the others tend to consider last. Maybe because he's so quiet. But he's the reason Zeus has his lightning bolt, Hermes has his helm and sandals, Achilles had his armor, and Apollo has his sun chariot. Even Eros's bow and arrows are thanks to him. Hephaestus is brilliant. He's also brave. There are many accounts for the reason Hephaestus's feet are turned backward, giving the god a distinctive gait when he walks. But the one I believe, even more so having seen him in person now, is that as a child he protected his mother. Some say Hera, others not, but definitely one of the goddesses, from Zeus's unwanted advances. Zeus threw the child out of Olympus. Hephaestus fell for a full day before hitting the earth so hard it almost killed him. His immortality saved him, but his rapid godly healing accidentally went too fast, and his feet healed backward. Another whistle sounds, the signal for all silent. I squeeze Boone's hand, indicating I understand. Boone takes us through a door that leads to a landing, and then, our steps as silent as we can make them, we creep down the balcony that runs along the entire side of the house. Light streams into the night from several tall windows. We inch our way forward until we reach the first window. We peek around the frame to find the 4 daemons standing in the corners of the room, and all 13 gods and goddesses, even a puffy-eyed Aphrodite, seated around a massive, perfectly round slab of stone, serving as a conference table. No head or foot. Zeus must hate it. "We're not here to talk about your labor," Poseidon is saying to Hephaestus. The mountain man of a god is leaning back in his seat, muscled arms as big as logs crossed over a broad chest. He fits the vibe of his home. Tan, like he works outside all day, every day. Then there's his dark brown hair worn short but sort of shaggy, matching the scruffy beard that might be several days' unshaved growth, or could be a deliberate look. Keen green eyes don't stray from Poseidon. "Then why have you and Zeus gathered us?" Hephaestus asks, his impassive demeanor giving nothing away. The 2 brothers exchange glances, but Poseidon is the one who speaks. He's the only god with a champion no longer in the hunt, so I'm surprised he cares enough to be here. "As we all know," Poseidon says, "this crucible has been somewhat chaotic." "You think?" I roll my invisible eyes. "Well, we all know why," Demeter snipes. Each of them turns to the man seated to Hephaestus's right. Hades lounges in his chair, foot propped on his knee, looking even more bored than he did during the party. He lifts a single eyebrow at them. "What do I have to do with any of the chaos?" "You entered this year," Athena points out. "Never in the history of the Crucible have there been 13 champions, and one patronized by the king of the underworld, who already rules a realm. That creates chaos on its own. But that's not all. There is the matter of your champion." Hades doesn't move a single muscle. "Lyra is one of the few playing this farce of a competition with any integrity," Hades says, in that quiet way he does when he's truly pissed. Athena is the only one brave enough to lean forward and address him. "But you have to admit, chaos seems to follow her footsteps." At that, Hades appears to relax. "That's not my fault." The others ease a tad as well, but they shouldn't. How I know that, I'm not sure. It's just obvious to me. "Why does that little mortal interest you so much?" Zeus asks. Hades' expression darkens, and I think the others collectively hold their breaths. Both Athena and Dionysus cast concerned glances out the window, past where Boone and I stand, over the beautiful lands of Olympus. For the first time ever, I wonder exactly who among them leveled this place during the Anaxian Wars. "It's too bad your own champions can't stay out of her way," Hades says. Doesn't even bother to address Zeus's question. I secretly grin. "But these labors are designed to be brutal, to fulfill your mirthful bloodshed. Don't complain now, and definitely don't blame me or Lyra." Hades pushes to his feet slowly, and he towers over all of them, even Zeus, in a way that makes them seem small and petty. "Hephaestus isn't going to share what his labor is going to be. The rules aren't going to change, unless you want to allow me to add my own challenge to the mix." He glances around the deities and the daemons. No one takes him up on that. "Then I suggest you stop worrying about my shit and figure out your own." Then he lifts his gaze directly to mine, spears me with that look, right through the heart. He knows I'm here. Fuck me. 71. Claims have been staked. With the gods scattering all over Olympus, heading who knows where, Boone doesn't remove the helm on the way back to Hades' home, and neither of us speaks. All the way I feel as if we're being watched, which is impossible. But if I'm right, and Hades knew I was there spying on them, it's only a matter of time before he shares his displeasure. We go around to the back, the same way we did Hephaestus's. If anyone saw doors to the front courtyard opening and closing on their own, they'd wonder. The second we reach the top terrace leading into the house, Boone lets go of my hand to remove the helm. Immediately, we're both visible, and he runs a hand through his hair. "This helm is terrible for my beauty," he says. Such a Boone thing to say. Instead of hiding my laugh, I chuckle right out loud. Funny how knowing someone cares about you changes your perception of them. "You should return it." I nod at the thing. Boone looks down at it, then back at me with a twinkle. "You sure? It is a pretty handy gadget." He makes a face. "Way better than dragon teeth." "Those already saved me once," I say without thinking. "Really? How?" I cross my arms. "I'll tell you after you get back." Boone sighs. "You never let yourself have any fun. Are you sure?" "I'm sure, before anyone notices." Boone's eyes narrow. "You mean before Hades notices?" "Yes." A harsh rasp of a voice comes from the darkness inside the house. The lanterns immediately flare to life, illuminating a Hades who is all cold control, despite the dark smoke wrapping around him in swirling tendrils. "That is exactly what she means." Boone does maybe the worst possible thing and steps in front of me, blocking me protectively from Hades with his body, tension radiating from him so much the air around me heats. He's holding the helm with one hand, but the other curls into a fist at his side. "This was my idea." "You don't say." Hades drawls. I wince at the tone. He's getting quieter. Boone's shoulders draw back. "I won't let you hurt her." Would now be a terrible time to hug him just for that? Probably. I can't see Hades, but the dead silence from his side can't be good. Needing to put a stop to whatever this is, I step to the right, but Boone scoots with me. So I put a hand on his arm and squeeze. "He would never hurt me, Boone." He tips his face toward me without looking away from Hades. "You don't know that." "I do," I say. "It's one of the few things I'm certain of." That's enough to get Boone to look at me instead of Hades. "You've never been a trusting fool before, Lyra." An animalistic growl comes from the god across the way, an otherworldly sound that makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand. "I'm not being one now," I tell Boone. "Return the helm while I talk to him." His face takes on a stubborn look, jaw clenched and eyes hard, that I recognize. No way in all the realms of the underworld am I leaving you with him. Perhaps a poor choice of words. Go. I give him a little push toward the stairs. Not that he budges. I'll be fine. No. A rope of smoke whips around Boone's chest, and suddenly he's dragged across the room, or flung more like, his body sailing through the air to hit a wall, then drop to the floor. The thud of impact hits at the same time as the metallic clunk of the helm on the marble. Faster than a blink, Hades is across the room, his hand curling around the back of my neck, eyes ablaze. "Lyra!" Boone shouts. And out of the corner of my eye, I see him jump to his feet. Another otherworldly growl comes out of Hades, his eyes turning as dark as thunderclouds. "Don't hurt him," I say in a rush. Hades blinks at me just as Boone sprints toward us. A wall of fire as tall as the ceiling ignites between us and him. The blast of heat against the side of my face, the immediate roar and crackle of the flames nearby. They're nothing compared to the gods staring me down. But Hades didn't hurt Boone. I can hear him through the flames, though it's impossible to see him. "What the fuck were you thinking?" Hades demands, and the growl of his voice is so low, so feral, I shiver. Fires of hells, I was right. He did know we were at Hephaestus's home. I lift my chin. I was thinking that a thief should use the skills they have. To steal gifts and spy on gods. Damn it, Lyra, they could have killed you tonight. That would be interfering. The daemons wouldn't let them. Not if they deemed you to be breaking the rules, and trespassing in a god's home is breaking the fucking rules. My own anger rises, matching his, and I curl my fingers around his wrist, though I don't pull his hand away. Boone is damned good at what he does, and tonight he wanted to get information to help me. And another thing, weren't you the one who first suggested I use my boon? I gestured to the menagerie hidden along my forearm. To spy on the other champions and their patrons? The gods? He huffs an unamused laugh, but doesn't respond to anything I actually said. Jackass. Does he know about your curse? I give him a flat look. Yes. Hades' gaze narrows, glittering at me in silvery slits. I would always tell you any important information that might help you survive the crucible, Lyra. He almost sounds hurt that I'd think otherwise. I know. That's why I had to do this. You've already been punished for me once. He pulls back a smidge, like that answer surprised him. Then his fingers spread out from where he's still cupping my neck, spearing through my hair, and my body reacts instantly to a touch that's now familiar. Something behind his eyes changes, the heat morphing from anger to, "Oh, wow. You took a risk to protect me," he demands. I'm not ready to admit that. I used the opportunity available, that's all. He stares at me, still anchoring me to him with that one hand, as if he can plumb the depths of my mind and heart with a look. Then his gaze slowly lowers to my lips, and I swear silver fire flares in his eyes. He kissed you. 72. What scares me the most. Oh my gods! Can he see Boone's kiss? In the mark Hades left on me with his gift. Feel it somehow, maybe. What I want to say is that it was a kiss between friends, but there's still enough pride inside me to stay the words. It's none of Hades' business who I kiss, the same way it's none of Boone's. Yes, I was just kissing Hades this morning, but we both know that's all it can be. All I am to him is a champion he hopes will win him the crucible. That's it. So why am I not moving out of his grasp, putting some distance between us, insisting he not touch me? He would listen to me if I asked. I know he would. Gaze never leaving mine, Hades slowly lowers his head, and everything about me, every single piece of me focuses solely on him and the swirl of desire inside me, the wanting. I want this, again. Gods, I shouldn't, but I do. He brushes my lips with his just barely, then groans deep in his throat. His fingers curl into my scalp as he kisses me harder, harder and hotter. This is a claiming, a plundering. He catches me about the waist and lifts me onto the table where we eat breakfast in the mornings, parting my legs so that he can pull me up flush against his hard body, never once taking his lips from mine. And the flames at my back match the heat we're generating together. This is all I was thinking about during that farce of a meeting. Hades groans against my lips, then kisses me again, hard, tasting you again, making you light up for me. His lips feather across the line of my jaw to the sensitive spot behind my ear. Because you do light up, Lyra. Stars are made of fire, meant to burn. His hands are at my hips, gripping me, pulling me against his heat, even as he sucks at my neck, and I moan. I'm holding on to him and tipping my head to give him more access. I wanted to get back here, to do this again, to you, with you. I wanted... He jerks his head up. He's glaring at me now, his expression a battle of both anger and need, all of it scorching. And then there you were, outside that window. I could feel my mark on you, my mark. And you were with him, when you are mine. The accusation wakes me up a little from the haze of need I plunged into so readily. I blink, then take a deep breath. Temporarily. He rears back. What? Only while the crucible lasts. Isn't that right? His expression shuts down, turns dark, and the stars in the sky outside might as well be chips of ice dousing me in a chill. I will never force you into something you don't want, he says in a voice that scrapes over my skin. But make no mistake, Lyra. I want you to be mine. Not a champion, not a thief, not a mortal. Mine. He snarls the word, and no one else's. He gives me one more hard, claiming kiss, and when he raises his head, Hades looks over my shoulder, directly into the flames, keeping Boone away from us. Flames I assumed were too high and too deep for Boone to see through. And Hades smiles, a darkly triumphant challenge of a smile. My own confusion, lust, need, heat, and whatever else has been poured into the cauldron of emotions roiling inside me burn away in an instant flare of anger. It was all for show. I shove Hades away from me and hop off the table. You want me to be yours? I demand. I don't think you know what that really means. How could you? A god? I scoff. Your power means you get what you want, when you want, forever. But it's made you a spoiled ass. Yours? My voice is turning a tad shrill, and I don't give a damn. If you really meant that, you wouldn't kiss me for him. To show him. You'd kiss me because you can't not kiss me. Because I am the only thing you can see. I've had a long, long time to imagine exactly what that would feel like. An answering fury that matches my own curls his lip. His shoulders square and his chin lifts. And suddenly he is the arrogant, seething, powerful god he shows less and less around me. You have ideas about things of which you know nothing. He stalks away from me. The wall of flame snuffs out the second he reaches it. As he prowls past Boone, he snaps, "Keep your fucking hands off my champion if you know what's good for you, and return that helm before anyone figures out it's gone. You, not her." For a second, I think Boone might punch Hades in the face, but instead he rushes to my side. You okay? Relief that he might not have seen anything doesn't unknot the emotions twisting inside me, like a den of writhing snakes. But I nod. Boone glares at Hades. You act like I'm the one who's done something wrong here, but I'm not, and neither is Lyra. Hades stops, back to us, as Boone continues. "This is your fault. There's no reason for you to have taken her away from her life and put her in danger like this." He's right. This is Hades' fault. And as for a reason, Hades doesn't do anything without a specific goal in mind. For the first time since he assured me that he had reasons for picking me that he didn't want to share, I feel that I need to know what they are, that I deserve to know. Hades speaks over his shoulder, barely turning his head to the side. "Watch Lyra's back in the next labor, Boone." Why? So I can win for him? I can watch my own damned back. Mid-step away from us, Hades whirls, glaring at me. "I know you think that, but it's what makes you dangerous." I glare right back. "I am not dangerous." "You scare the shit out of me, Lyra." He's gone deadly quiet now, but not with anger. This quiet frightens me 1,000 times more. This sounds like defeat. "You," he says. "Not the other champions, not the challenges, not the gods or what they speculate about us, not even this guy. You scare me like nothing I've ever experienced before. And that's saying a lot." Then his face contorts with a new anger, a burn I think is directed inward, at himself for admitting that. With a shake of his head, Hades disappears deeper into the house, and I let him go. 73. Hephaestus's labor. We've been in Olympus 3 days. 3 days without Hades. I think he must have taken himself down to the underworld, because when I ask the satyrs, they merely shrug and say that god is not among us. Doesn't he know that after the daemons took him, I was terrified I wouldn't see him again? Disappearing on me now feels like that all over again. I understand that he's mad at me, but I can't handle him taking the time for an almighty sulk. When Trinika and Amir came to us, asking to join our alliance officially, we accepted. I expected Hades to show up and argue me out of 2 more people to worry about, but he didn't. He still hasn't. Which means that today, Boone and I got ready for my next labor, the one we'll go through together, without Hades here. Clothes appeared in Boone's room, matching mine. Only instead of the butterfly in the center of his chest, a chrysalis is embroidered on the mock neck. Boone's own vest and tools also appeared in his room. We dressed, we ate an early dinner. And then, with the other 11 champions and their loved ones, we gathered in Hephaestus's home. I pretend an awe I don't feel as we walk through, putting on a show as if I've never been here before. I stop when I catch sight of Day's pale face. He is subdued today, quiet, keeping to himself. Dex pats the champion's shoulder, murmuring something I don't catch, and Day pulls away. Day isn't hiding his heartbreak. I don't think he should. Maybe seeing that will make the gods rethink the crucible. Probably not, though. Isabel's death didn't. "Are we all present?" Hephaestus asks. None of our gods have gathered with us, which is interesting. Not that Hades is around to fucking gather. With a satisfied nod, Hephaestus raises his hands, and, starting at the ground, a glimmering, watery line rises higher and higher. As it does, his home transforms into a different world. It's like a mirage, slowly consuming our surroundings to reveal new ones. When the mirage line passes over our heads, it disappears in a shower of sparks, like a hammer hitting heated metal, and we find ourselves within a circle of large stones, in a forest so dark and empty that even the wind through the trees sounds lonely. "Well, that was something," Boone murmurs. I raise my eyebrows at him, and he shrugs. "I know you told me about the other labors you've completed so far, and I was already in one with you, sort of. But it feels different when you're really in it." No kidding. Pine trees surround us. Not as tall as the redwoods in Muir. These are skinnier and shorter, but dense enough to obscure the light of the sun. At the top of the circle, thick wood posts support a horizontal stone slab to form a gateway. The lintel stone is carved with 2 hammers, and between those, words. Be bold, be bold. I frown. Why do those words sound familiar? Hephaestus looks like the template for a fairy tale woodsman, with his scruffy beard and all those muscles. He only needs a red and black flannel shirt, thick logger boots, and an axe to complete the picture. I pat the back of my vest to check for my own axe. The god crosses his arms and sets his backward feet wide, which makes him tilt away from us. "Welcome to your 7th labor, champions, and welcome guests." He says this in his quiet way, which has the group leaning toward him, trying to catch all the words. "First, I would like to congratulate you. Having lost only 1 champion, you have set a record for having lost the fewest by the halfway mark of the Crucible. Well done." My throat tightens. I still see Isabel's horror and pain-filled eyes when I go to sleep at night, and I'm not sure Day appreciates his grandmother being excluded from the list of losses, judging from the way his lips thin and he looks away. I don't know what Hephaestus expected. Cheering or clapping, maybe? We all stare back at him silently. That doesn't seem to faze him, though. "Today, you and your partner will compete solely on time and time alone." That's a new twist, at least. "It's a staggered start. The course won't allow the champions to interfere with each other." "An obstacle course?" Boone whispers at me. "Easy. You didn't see the last one." After Artemis's, I can't say I'm all that eager to face another. Although Boone doesn't know about the burn. He hasn't seen the silvery scarring on my arm. He shoots me a cocky grin. "I'll get you through it." I roll my eyes. "This is not an obstacle course." Hephaestus stares at the 2 of us sternly. I do my best to look suitably chastised. "You will find your way through these woods to a tower," the god continues. "Inside, on the 1st level, you will find one of my automatons. You must defeat it to move to the next level, where another automaton will be waiting for you. Each is different. Some you will fight, some will require other skills." Sounds like a movie I saw one time. Boone leans over to whisper to me. Hephaestus shoots us another admonishing look. "Shh," I hiss, always getting me in trouble. "Not me," he says. "That's you, trouble magnet." He waves his hand, indicating where we are and what we're doing. "Do I need to separate you 2? Hephaestus demands, voice all things fed up. I clear my throat. He'll be quiet now. "Always blaming me," Boone whispers, then straightens at Hephaestus's stony glare. The god finally looks away. "When you defeat 1 level, the door to the next level will automatically open. The best time wins." Boone meets my eyes and winks in that confident, cocky way, but I don't return his smile. There's more to this. There's always a twist. "When a team has progressed sufficiently, the next team will be allowed to start. If you are unable to complete the course within the 4 hours allotted to each team, you don't die," Hephaestus says. "You're simply disqualified from the labor." Well, at least death isn't an extra incentive this time. See, I knew I liked this god. "The levels are deadly enough as it is," he tacks on. Never mind, I take it back. "2 heads are always better than 1, of course, but you do have a choice," Hephaestus adds. "The champion and their guest can collaborate and compete as a team, or the champion can go it alone." Every person in the circle shifts on their feet, already turning toward each other, questions in their eyes. The levels are deadly enough as it is. Hephaestus looks at Day, expression softening. "You have no choice, Kim Dae-hyun, I'm afraid. You must compete alone." Day gives a jerking nod. Murmuring rises among us, but Hephaestus holds up a hand.
You may discuss your choice in a moment. First, a final reminder. All you have to do is make it to the top fastest. How you do that, regardless of the challenge you face at each level, is up to you. But you cannot progress from one level to the next without defeating or outsmarting each level. And, as an added challenge, your gifts will not work beyond the course, so you cannot go around it either.
He lowers his hand.
Now make your decisions. The first pair will start in 5 minutes.
I turn to Boone, mouth already open with points and arguments I've been composing in my head. But he puts a finger to my lips.
Don't even consider going alone.
74. 2 roads diverged in a wood. I scowl over Boone's finger, tempted to bite it. Instead, I pull away. We don't have to both take the risk, I point out.
No,
I glare. Don't be stubborn, he snorts, said the most stubborn pot in existence to the most equally stubborn kettle. Besides, I told you I've always wanted to work with you. I let out a sharp breath. That was a low blow just to give me warm fuzzies and get me to agree, and he knows it. You could save yourself. I'd feel better.
If something happened to you, how would that make me feel? Especially when I'm good at shit like this.
Now he's appealing to my logical clerk side. He's definitely not going to let this go. Fine. Put your life on the line. See if I care. Boone's slow grin makes my stomach flutter. Just a little. Not like Hades, but still. When Boone chooses to be charming, he's hard to resist. Hephaestus holds up a hand, signaling for quiet.
First up is Amir, starting with his guest, Zenut.
But Amir and the woman we've all learned was his nanny are arguing. She's small but mighty, and I can tell she still expects Amir to listen to her the way he did as a child.
Amir,
Hephaestus demands. No, Aya, Amir snaps with a swift glance in the god's direction. I will not listen to you, not this time. I didn't save you in the last labor to lose you now. His voice chokes a little, and he looks away, swallowing hard. I couldn't take it. Zenut searches the face of the boy she's known and obviously loved since infancy, then reaches out and pats his hand. All right, I will wait. Relief hunches his shoulders, and Amir bends over to give her a hug.
Thank you. I'll do better if I'm not worried about you.
Always such a kind heart, my Amir. He smiles. The arrogant boy, who at first I thought was used to getting his own way in everything, has turned out to be someone else entirely. With a kiss on Zenut's cheek, he leaves her and walks through the gate and into the woods. After that, it's a waiting game. For me, at least. Hephaestus doesn't say specifically, but as names are called, I have no doubt Boone and I will be last, as usual. Amir isn't the only one who chooses to compete alone to save their loved one. Zai does the same for his mother. Micah, too, for her roommate, who I think is older than her by at least a decade. And Rafe argues with Dex right up to the last second. I'm strong. Dex's face is a study of regret and determination.
I know you are, Sobrino, but your mother would never forgive me.
She'd want me to be the man of the house. The gods picked me to help you, Tio Dex. They go on and on in circles until Hephaestus calls Dex's name. Rafe bolts for the gate, but Dex grabs him by a skinny arm. Every one of Dex's 30 years is suddenly etched into his scowling face as he marches his nephew over to the god.
Hold him for me.
To my surprise, Hephaestus scoops the boy up under one arm, like a football, ignoring the pounding of ineffectual fists, as Dex nods his thanks, then runs into the woods. Dex! Rafe's call after his uncle would wrench even the hardest of hearts. And those are, I think, the easier decisions among us. Everyone else argues for even longer. Trinika is determined that her son must get married and provide her with some grandbabies, and he can't do that if he's dead. She doesn't win that argument. Nev doesn't win her argument with Nora either. Diego, in the end, does win his heated debate with his wife, Elena, by insisting that their children need at least one parent in their lives should something go wrong. The kiss those two share before he heads off without her, I have to look away, give them their privacy. But their love is something precious, something rare, something worth fighting for. A feeling Zeus stole from me. Actually, every goodbye today makes my heart both wither with sadness and warm at the evidence of love in the mortal world. The cruelty of our gods and goddesses is highlighted with every word, every glance, every embrace. I wish the fucking world was watching this and taking notes. The guests not running the course are escorted away by the daemons, no doubt to wait for their champions to finish and find them. Please let them all survive this. Selfishly, I don't think I can watch the loss that Day went through only a few days ago all over again. The wait gets worse with every team that's called. My heart won't quit tripping over itself. Not for me, but for Boone, and for the others. There is no signal when anyone finishes, no way to know if they made it to the top alive. "Lyra," Hephaestus says, "you're up." That was fast. Trinika was only called a few minutes ago. It was much longer between teams with the prior rounds. But then it makes sense, I suppose. She told us her blessing from Hephaestus was invention, the ability to see and understand mechanisms, like automatons. Her patron certainly gifted his champion a leg up for his labor. A small smile plays around his mouth, so I know I'm right. Boone swings around to face me and holds out his hand. "Ready, Lyra-Luhu?" I've wanted to be on his team for years. Years of watching others get to work jobs with him, while I sat back and handled the paperwork. But I didn't want it like this. I have to at least try one more time. "You could wait for me." "Nope." He starts walking, tugging me along behind him until we're through the gate and can't turn back. All that's around us is the stillness of the forest, broken by the occasional whisper of the wind through the pine needles. I take deep breaths and try to tame my heart, try to find a calm I can't quite reach. We don't have to win. We just have to make it through alive. A turn in the path takes us into a deeper section of the woods. Not gloomy, but almost enchanting, filled with fireflies that flit around us. And soon we come to another gate. This one leads onto a drawbridge, suspended over a dark-watered moat, surrounding a single castle-like tower with a crenellated top. Like the first gate, the lintel stone has carvings, Hephaestus's hammers again, and new words. Be bold, but not too bold. "Well," Boone says, "that's ominous." They're not words of encouragement. They're a warning. And the last warning carved into stone didn't go so well. As we stare at the words, I remember where I know them from. One of our pledges once nicked a book of Celtic fairy tales that we passed around. There was a story about a man who murdered women in his castle, and his fiancée discovered his horrible truth. She learned it because she was curious about the castle he talked about, but never showed her, and went looking for it on her own. In the end, curiosity saved her life. At least, that's how I always interpreted it. I think that's why I remember it. It also means that I'm not surprised at the words carved over the tower door itself when we get across the moat. Be bold, but not too bold, lest your heart's blood should run cold." "Cheerful," Boone mutters, but his humor has dropped away, and he's in full get-shit-done mode. I pause with my hand on the old-fashioned door lever and look up, inspecting the stone tower. I don't see windows or slits or anything from this side to indicate how many levels there are. What do you think? I ask. 7 or 8 stories?
Sounds about right to me.
7 or 8 levels to survive. But even if we don't make it to the top in time, we don't die. That's something at least. The lever creaks in protest when I press down, and together, Boone and I step inside. 75. Win, lose, or die. I don't know what I expected Hephaestus's first automaton to be like, but for damn sure it wasn't a tiny child made entirely of gold, standing at the center of the circular room. The door shuts behind us, leaving the space lit by lanterns and a single window on the opposite side. The automaton kid, who looks like he's about 3 years old, slowly lifts a wicked-looking butcher knife, and his sweet bow of a mouth stretches into a smile that's pure evil. His tinkling, delighted laugh fills the room as he runs right at me, slashing wildly with the blade. "Holy shit!" I yelp. I grab for my axe, but I'm so rattled by the murder child that I miss the pocket for it. Fumbling around, I dodge and run. Boone gets between us and punts the metal kid across the room. The automaton hits the wall, but gets back to his feet and giggles before charging us again. By this time, I've given up on my axe. There's something about chopping a child, even one that's an automaton, that I just can't stomach. Dodging the homicidal, laughing demon toddler, I pull the wire twine from my vest that Zai returned to me after Dionysus's labor. Boone sees what I'm doing, and without a word, works with me. It takes another punt from Boone, and both of us working in tandem, dodging the automaton 3 more times, before I finally manage to tackle the thing from behind as he chases Boone. I wrap the twine around him until his metal arms are pinned to his sides. The second he stops squirming and drops the knife with a clatter, a hidden door to our right swings open. I see now why running this course alone would be a disadvantage. "Not bad, Kira's," Boone says. He's not even winded. I am. Inside, we find a winding staircase of stone, weathered by the tread of centuries of feet leading upward. When we reach the next level, the door is already open. Inside, we find a brass owl perched in front of a chessboard. I laugh. Chess is the only game the Order keeps in its dens. In fact, they insist all the pledges learn how to play, and play well, claiming that learning to think strategically is a key tool for all thieves. Good thieves, at least. I'm actually good at this. So is Boone. Ha! Boone and I study the board, which is already mid-game. Then we sit in the chairs provided and start working. 4 moves in, he gently covers my mouth with his hand. "Sorry, but you've really got to get a handle on that habit. It could get you killed one day." I wrinkle my nose at him, then pull away. I know. It takes longer than I would have liked for us to finish the game, mostly because Boone and I have to stop to argue strategy. But we finally manage to put the owl in checkmate in 7 moves. Another door swings open. Boone grins. "Damn, you're good. When we get back to the den, I'm asking Felix to partner us." He says it so casually, so matter-of-factly, I know it's not calculated or said out of pity. He really wants to work with me. He just checked that dream off my list without even knowing he was doing it. Only, why is it suddenly hard to picture myself back in the overworld, away from Hades? "Good game," I say to the owl. Gears inside it whir as it spins its head, then gives a tooting little hoot that makes me smile. 2 levels in, and I'm feeling more confident now that survival at the very least seems assured. I head for the door, but just as I get to the bottom of the next set of spiraling stairs, a familiar whistle sounds behind me. I spin to find Boone sitting. Yes, sitting, like he doesn't have a care in the world, on the wooden window ledge, his legs dangling to the outside, and a grin on his face. "What are you doing?" I ask as I run over. I look past him to the drop below. We're on the 3rd level, so it's only about 30 feet to the ground. But the moat doesn't come all the way to the tower walls. There's a spit of land between the wall and the water, and it's covered with spears planted in the dirt. Hundreds of scary-looking spikes shooting straight up into the air, like the quills of an angry porcupine. Boone swings one leg over, unconcerned. "Hephaestus said it didn't matter how we got to the top, just that we get there." He looks up the wall. "I think we've been going the hard way." I lean out the window to look up with him. Damn it all to hells, he's right. I see that there are 7 levels, now that I can count the windows, and the walls of the castle are easily scalable, made of rough rock that protrudes all over the place. Plenty of ledges and grips to make it to the top. It's definitely faster, especially for Boone, who is, of course, a fantastic climber. And it's much safer than facing the automatons. That's assuming I can make it. I'm not the worst at wall work, but I'm not the best either. And we have no ropes. Boone must read my mind because he winks. "I'll make sure you get to the top." He means it. "Move over." I wave him back impatiently. With a chuckle, he maneuvers so that he's no longer sitting on the windowsill, but scaling the wall off to the side. I sit and swing my legs over, then look for the best foot and handholds. In seconds, I'm also hanging from the side of the castle, looking up, trying to remember my training and map out the first set of moves. "To the left?" I ask. "No." He points. "Right. See that larger outcropping?" "Got it." We start climbing. My heart is pounding so hard I can feel the blood pump in my ears and temples. At least once I see a glow from one of the windows near the top. Diego's halo, I guess. Or maybe Day's necklace. And a few yells come from various levels. I'm careful and slow, trying to keep most of my weight on my legs, not my arms, as we make it past one window. We're just coming to the next windowsill when Boone whispers, "The humming." I cut the sound off in my throat. Sorry. Quietly, we split and make our way to either side of the opening. When the sill is about hip height on me, I pause to look for a different handhold. As I turn my head to search, a flash of something silver lashes out from inside the tower. A blur, it's so fast. All I know is Boone lunges so that he's between me and whatever is coming at us from inside. I see the way he takes the impact, his big hands curling around the windowsill as his body jerks. He grunts, hard. Then, without a pause, he reaches for me, trying to move me out of the way or make sure I don't fall. I'm not sure which. It all happens in an instant. When he turns away, I suddenly can see the stain of red already seeping into the tear in his shirt, a wide gash across his chest. But the silver thing from inside comes at us again, before I have a chance to so much as gasp. And then Boone's in the air. His face contorts with shock as he wheels his arms, and I reach out a futile hand for him, grasping nothing as he falls away. "No!" I think I scream it as I watch him drop. It feels like time has slowed, and the fall takes a lifetime. Drops of blood follow him like rainfall, and Boone's horrified eyes never leave my face, even when he hits the spikes. I hear the thud, crunch, and gurgle of the impact, even from up here. "Lyra." I can't hear him, just see his lips move. Then he coughs up more blood. A tiny firefly strays from the safety of the trees to flicker in front of him curiously, and Boone sees it and smiles. Then he looks up, seeking me out like he wants us to share that moment and not the reality of what's happening. His gaze stays on mine then,
even as the life oozes out of him. He doesn't look away once, not until his head lolls back and his entire body goes limp around the spikes skewering his chest, shoulder, and leg, holding him aloft. Boone! I'm screaming for sure now, as time catches up in an almighty rush. My next scream lasts what feels like an eternity, and I don't stop until my voice is raw. I take a quick, hiccuping breath. It cuts off abruptly with a jolt of pain as a blur of silver strikes at me from inside the room, nearly knocking me off too. I see it this time, through a blur of tears and anguish. A whip-like tentacle made of metal, with a lethal-looking sharp-tipped end. That thing is what knocked Boone off the tower wall. I have my axe in my hand in a flash, just as that tentacle shoots out again. I slam my axe down on top of it, and the blade penetrates, pinning the thing to the wood of the windowsill. And then I climb. I have no choice. I don't let myself look down. If I see Boone's mangled body again, I know I'll lose it. I have to reach the top. A shadow flies by overhead. Probably one of the daemons, but I don't look. Avoiding the windows, I climb and climb and climb until I'm at the battlement wall at the top. I manage to use the narrow slits between stone blocks to pull myself up and over, muscles burning, heart aching. The second my feet hit the roof, I spin around to lean over and look for Boone. But before I can see him, arms wrap around me from behind. Hades, I'm sure of it. He doesn't give me time to look at Boone again, or react at all before we disappear. Not to end up in the forest, not to go wherever the others who have finished, or are waiting for loved ones to finish, have been taken. Not to return to the third floor to start all over like I semi-expect, given the cheat to get to the top. Not even to Hades' house in Olympus. When we reappear, I'm standing in the circle of Hades' arms, my back against the warmth of his body. We're in a library. Columns, not fluted or Greek, but inlaid with turquoise and gold, bracket a divided staircase winding on both sides, up 3 stories to a glass dome, showing a velvety sky that's not a sky outside. And books everywhere. I'm standing with him in the underworld, in his home. I'm sure of it. He drops his forehead to the back of my head. Lyra. His voice is a quiet murmur, hesitant, not like Hades at all. And that's what finally punctures the numb bubble I wrapped around myself in order to get up that fucking tower. It's when the image of Boone's face as he fell, the twisted sight of his broken body on those spikes, finally hits with the reality that, unlike the last labor, I can't wake him up this time. There is no magic. He's really gone. I crumple, and Hades catches me. Part 6. Dead Loss. What could have been will now never be. That's what hurts the most. 76. What have I done? Hades scoops me up and sits on a huge leather chair, pulling me onto his lap, curving his body around mine as though to offer shelter. A stillness has taken me over. Not numbness. The pain is right here, eating at me. But I don't want to move or speak, and I definitely won't let myself cry. I know somehow it will get worse if I do. Lyra, Hades murmurs. He strokes my hair softly. I breathe. I try to breathe through it. Don't hold it in, love. If anything, I clamp down tighter. I don't want to feel this. I don't want to let it in. But the one thing I can't stop are the memories. Moments of Boone over 12 years. Moments I'm seeing through different eyes. That cocky grin taunting me from around every corner. The way he used to sidle up next to me in the food line,
usually to snatch something off my tray. "What you working on today?" he'd say. He had a particular craving for pancakes. I've never seen someone smother anything in that much syrup. And he'd laugh when he got in trouble for using too much. Our den wasn't big on condiments, so he'd just go steal some more. The time he stole that damned painting from under Lakshmi's nose is there too, fresh in my mind after he brought it up the other day. New memories as well. "I'd like to be your friend," he said. Even this morning, just having breakfast together. He was with me this morning. My throat clogs. Breathe. He didn't share this part of taking that painting with the gods the other night. And at the time, I thought he was just making fun of me. But now the memory might haunt me for the rest of my life. "I took it for you, Lyra Luhu. Won't it look pretty on your bedroom wall?" Was he trying to be my friend even then? How had he known that I secretly coveted the beauty of that scene? I never shared that with anyone. Then he pointed at another one he'd taken too. "That one we can fence." Not that I believed him, and not that Felix let him keep anything. Oh, gods, I did this. He's dead because of me. My humming alerted the automaton inside that room and... "Lyra." Hades' voice has taken on a thread of worry. "I don't want to let it out," I tell him, my voice as small as I feel. "Why?" "If I sit here and cry, if I give in to it, I don't know if I'll ever get up again." And that's not me. I'm the person who gets shit done, who never stops moving, who figures out a solution to the problem in front of me, because they never stop coming. And then the next and the next until one day all the problems will be solved. Only I can't solve this one. Hades' arms tighten around me, and we sit in silence. I don't know how long. He doesn't push me to let go again. And the memories are coming faster now. I can't make them stop. It's like discovering the fabric of my past was sewn into a tapestry that I couldn't see until I stepped back. 1,000 different moments that I disregarded or wrote off because of my curse. 1,000 missed opportunities. My mind goes all the way back to the scrawny kid who showed up when I was 11 and Boone was 13, all elbows and knees, but with hints of the man he'd become. He took one look at me, grinned, and said I was too small to be a thief, and maybe the order should throw me back. Gods, he's such a tease. Was. Sorrow grips my heart and squeezes hard. Boone was such a tease. Not anymore. How would things be different if I hadn't put up the walls he said I built around myself? If I'd tried harder? We'll never know now. Boone is dead. I can see his face as he falls off the tower. It keeps cropping up between all the other memories, hitting harder every time. He never looked away. He watched me until the very end. He didn't die fast enough. Not right away. He felt those spikes. Why can't I stop reliving all this? I need to stop. I need to shut it down. Oh, gods. Boone. His name whispers from my lips. I curl into Hades, gripping his shirt, squeezing my eyes shut. "I'm sorry," Hades murmurs. "I'm sorry." He runs a soothing hand over my hair. "I'm sorry." His words are like a ribbon of warmth wrapping around my heart, not taking away the pain, but soothing it, gentling it. It slows the memories I don't want to relive. I stay tucked in against him. "Can you find My throat clogs around his name. Breathe. Start over. "Can you find his soul a good place in Elysium? Like you did for Isabel?" I whisper, my voice thick. "I know he's a thief, but..." "Don't worry about that. He'll be taken care of." Is Boone down here already? Is he crossing the Styx on Karen's boat? Is he walking into the fields of asphodel alone? Can I see him? Hades stiffens against me slightly.
No, it's not good for souls to see loved ones so soon after. It confuses them or causes them pain, makes them want to go back. That's how souls get trapped in the overworld and become spirits.
Oh, I pluck at his shirt. Thank you.
Don't thank me, Lyra.
His statement is the first thing that's made the memories completely stop. I should be grateful, but I frown against his chest. Why?
He was right. This is my fault. You're here because of me. He was here because of me. I did this.
His voice is weighted with guilt.
I'm so sorry, Lyra.
I lift my head. Dull gray eyes look back at me, and my heart squeezes. It took me getting roasted by a dragon and then losing Boone for Hades to realize what entering me into the crucible really means to me. But the thing is, I'm not angry with you, I tell him. He can't hold my gaze and looks away.
You should be.
You told me about Persephone. I take a breath. You may not want to tell me how the crucible is involved, but I know you didn't do this to me on a whim. His gaze cuts back to me, searching mine. For what? The truth in my words? The anger he thinks I should feel? You don't do anything without a specific reason, Hades. A good reason. Am I wrong? Don't tell me I'm wrong and you're as petty as the others. I don't think I could take it. Hades swallows hard.
Someday I'll tell you the rest, and I think you'll agree it was a good reason. In fact, I know you will. But I'm not sure now that it's good enough for what you are having to pay. I didn't know.
I knew it, deep in my heart. I'm not here because some capricious god is toying with me just for shits and giggles or greed for a throne. Boone won't die for no reason at all. At the mere thought of him, tears burn and I close my eyes and screw up my face, stuffing them back down. I try to focus on Hades, on the distraction he's providing. Why can't you tell me now? Maybe it will make me feel better. Hades shakes his head.
It's too dangerous now. But if you win, I'll...
He trails off. I force my stinging eyes open to study the underside of his chin. You'll what? Tell me. He straightens against me, expression suddenly intent.
If you win.
He looks directly at me now, and I can feel the emotions vibrating through him.
If you win, I can save Boone.
77. The Power of a Sovereign. My eyes go wide. What? The word rips from me. What did you say?
The king or queen of the gods, and only that god or goddess, has the ability to make new gods out of mortals. If you win the crucible, I'll...
Be king, I whisper. Wait, you're already a king. Couldn't you do it anyway?
I'm king of the underworld, not king of the gods. I would have to transfer all my godly powers along with my title to a mortal in order to save them.
I slump. Well, that's out then. He smooths a lock of hair from my forehead.
But if you win, I could make him immortal. I could make him a god. Samuel won the labor today. All winners only have one each, including you. You would only need 1 or 2 more. There's time.
Hope is a peculiar, terrifying, painful thing. It floods me in a rush. Hades could save Boone. He could save him. All I have to do is win. Hades lets out a sharp breath, murmuring words that I don't catch but sound a lot like a prayer. Which can't be right. Who would Hades pray to? Okay, I whisper. He goes still.
Okay.
I'll win. Trying is for people who expect to lose. I don't have a choice. I have to win now. For Boone. Maybe I can harness a little of his cocky confidence. I could definitely use it. I wish he was here now to show me how. Hades' arms tighten around me as he lifts his head, searching my expression. You're sure? Winning is a dangerous journey. I know, but for Boone, and for whatever reason you have too, I can do it. He searches my face again like he doesn't quite believe me. Even with me not telling you why? Yes. That part is easier than it probably should be. I trust you. You've shown me who you are, and I trust you. His brows draw together fiercely. Fuck, Lyra, He shakes his head. Hades with no words is a sight to see. I want to wrap that lock of pale hair around my finger, brush it back from his forehead. I don't. Just promise me you'll save Boone if I win. I swear on the river Styx that if you win, I will bring Boone back, he says solemnly. An oath I know means a great deal to the gods. Unbreakable. Good. Hold on, Boone. I doubt he can hear me, but I tell him anyway. We're coming. Which is when it hits me. Zai, Micah, Amir, and Tranika. My allies. What do I do about them? Together, we were trying to just survive. It wasn't about winning. One problem at a time. Tomorrow is soon enough to figure that out. Maybe they'll understand if I explain. Thank you. I go to hug Hades, but the instant I lift my right arm, pain slices through my abdomen. I cry out as I hunch over, my hand going to the spot. Lyra? Hades' voice is urgent. What's wrong? I pull my hand away from my stomach, and it's stained in bright red blood. I stare at it blankly. Fuck. Hades spits the word. How did you get wounded? I'm hurt? I ask at the same time. I don't remember being injured. Maybe that sting when the automaton almost pushed me off too. But nothing felt real after Boone started to fall. In a blink, Hades has me lying on the couch that was across from us. I can't straighten my legs, because that pulls on the wound that I guess adrenaline, shock, and then grief were masking. Not anymore, though. He gently tugs my shirt up, then swears again, and I stare in horror at the gaping slice across my abdomen. Hades checks my back, and all it takes is a single grim look from him to know that the tentacle must have pierced me all the way through. I'll get Asclepius, he says. No! I grip his wrist, but mostly because I don't want him to leave me. He can't heal me. I didn't win this labor. The string of curse words that comes from his mouth would make a demon blush. Fine, he says. I have souls down here who were once doctors. Karen! He barks, even as he rips a blanket off the back of the couch and rends it in half. The part of me starting to go a little hazy from the blood loss mentally notes that they have blankets in the underworld, which seems odd. Isn't it already warm here? In an instant, the ferryman is standing in the room with us. He takes in the scene in a single quick look. Asclepius can't come. Hades presses the cloth to my wound, and I cry out at the lancing pain. Get her every goddamned doctor down here if you have to, he orders. Karen doesn't ask questions. He just goes. And that's the last thing I see, before oblivion drags me under. 78. Which way is up? I know it's coming. I know, and I can't stop it. Because ever since I blacked out, I've been trapped in a nightmare, reliving the same moment over and over. And even though some part of me knows this is just a dream, it feels real, every time. I move my head to see a flash of something silver that lashes out from inside the tower. A blur, it's so fast. All I know is Boone grunts, and then he's in the air. His face contorts with shock as he wheels his arms, and I reach out a futile hand for him, grasping nothing as he falls away. No! I think I scream it as I watch him drop. Hands at my shoulders shake me. Lyra. But I don't wake up. I'm still caught in the nightmare. No! I scream as I watch him drop. It feels like time has slowed, and his fall takes a lifetime. Boone's horrified eyes never leave my face, even when he hits the spikes. Lyra. Another rough shake yanks me out of the nightmare, and I'm back in the here and now. My own harsh breathing rasps in and out with sharp pants as the horror of that moment ebbs. Boone, I whimper. Lyra. Hades' voice is coming from a long way away. I frown. I know I'm awake now. Where am I? In my room, asleep? No, not there. But my eyes won't open, like sandbags are holding them down. You're going to feel a prick. His voice tells me through the darkness and confusion and fuzzy sort of awareness I'm trying to navigate. There's a tiny sting in my arm, followed by a wave of pain, as if that prick reminded all the other nerves in my body to wake up too. My side aches dully but horribly, and the rest of my body... Ouch! Are you in pain? Hades asks me, I think. Then, why is she in pain? Demanded in a very different voice, hopefully to someone else. Hot. Why am I so hot? I'm sweating so much. My body feels sticky and my hair is soaked. A cool cloth presses against my face. I know, Hades says. You have an infection, and it's causing a fever. Infection? From what? I must ask that because Hades answers. The thing that pushed Boone off that wall must have gone past you to do it. The thing that... Boone. It's real. It wasn't a nightmare. He's dead. Tears leak out of my still-closed eyes, even while I'm trying to hold them back. No, no, no. The words are slurred, and I try to curl up into a ball. But those hands are at my shoulders again and won't let me. Don't move, love. You'll tear your stitches, and you're all wrapped up in wires. Wires? Stitches? Because I got hurt. I remember now. The blood, the pain, Hades in a panic. I force my eyes open and find a bleary view of the underside of a heavily stubbled jaw. You need a shave. What did she say? Another voice in the room asks. I frown and reach up to tickle his chin. Do gods shave? Hades lowers his head to inspect me, brows practically meeting over his eyes, and I stare back in misery. She's delirious. Says who? I demand, or try to. Gray eyes crinkle at the corners, and he shakes his head. If gods could be killed, you'd be the death of me, my star. I like it when you call me that. Did I say that out loud? The frown is back. I guess I did. She's definitely delirious, he says. Am I? I actually feel better. Just the sight of him helps. I sink into my pillow and keep my gaze trained on his face. And then the memories come following on the heels of the weight of exhaustion. We can save him? I mumble. That was real, wasn't it? If I win, Hades can save Boone? He lets go of my shoulders, taking my hand in his and pressing his lips to my knuckles. But he doesn't quite look at me. Sure, but first we need you to get better. Why does that sound off? Sleep is dragging me back under again, heavier and heavier and heavier. We need to save Boone. Hades' face blurs out, and I go under. No! I scream as I watch him drop. The fall takes forever. Boone's horrified eyes never leave my face, even when he hits the spikes. Boone! I shout again. Lyra! Hades is calling me, pulling me back to him. Hades, who has been here with me every time I come out of the nightmare into a different one. Hades, who hasn't left my side. I stop thrashing in my sleep, still breathing hard, but the worst is over. I don't know how many times I've relived it now. It feels like 1,000. And gods, I feel like shit. Boone is dead. I manage to whisper around a throat as dry as the Mojave Desert. I'm right here, Lyra-Loo-Hoo, Boone says from somewhere close by. I whimper at the sound of that voice saying my name. My heart tumbles over itself. I'm dreaming, hallucinating, or Morpheus is playing a cruel trick, taunting me. I'm real, Boone says. Don't be a coward. Open your eyes and find out. It takes gargantuan effort, as if my eyelids are welded shut, but I manage to pry them open. I'm in a dimly lit room. Mortal machines are hooked up to me and beeping. My body is still on fire, not the good kind, and still hurts like hells. And generally, I feel like the Walking Dead, or supine dead, as the case may be. But I don't care. Hades is sitting beside my bed, holding my hand. And Boone is standing at the foot, looking right at me with that big, cocky grin of his. Hey, he says. 79. Try everything. A laugh bursts out of me, somewhere between relief and shock and joy. Only it sends a jagged pain through my belly, and I wince. Don't make me laugh. He snorts. All I said was hey, and grinned. My face twists all up, holding back tears. I didn't think I'd get to see that again. I glance at Hades. Did you get Zeus to make him a god? I don't have to win now? The look I get in return is 1,000 layers of regret. I asked. He wouldn't do it. The daemon said it was interfering in the crucible, Hades says. I frown. But I look closer at Boone and... Oh, gods. He's see-through. Not like Dream Boone. This is different. He's a ghost. A soul. He's still dead. You said it wasn't good if he saw me now. The whisper comes out harsh, an accusation aimed directly at Hades, but I don't take my gaze off Boone. You needed me. Boone tips his head. You kept calling out for me in your sleep, so I came. But what if you get confused? What if you want to go back and get trapped? I need to get up and push him out of the room. I'm fine, Boone says. Hades makes a gesture off to the side, hiding it from me, I think, and Boone glances his way. I can't be here much longer. I need you to listen. After a moment of fighting back my overwhelming tumult of emotions, I manage to nod. I need you to do something for me, Lyra. I nod, the movement making my head spin. I know. Win. No. He shakes his head. I need you to fight. For you. I don't want to see you down here with me. Not yet. Do you hear me? Stop worrying about me. I'm fine. His smile is both real and forced. Better than fine. But you're going to die if you don't let me go and try to live. No, let me go. I'll see your face again in about 80 years, after you've had a long life. He's fading away. Boone! Promise me you'll live, Lyra. His voice is coming from far away. Promise. I promise. I swallow. And I'll see you sooner than 80 years. I'll win the crucible. It's in the bag. He shakes his head again, I think. I can hardly see him now. You live for both of us. That'll be enough. I can't see him anymore. 80 years, Lyra-Loo-Hoo. His voice whispers around me. I'll be counting down the days. And then he's gone. I feel it when he goes. I clamp my free hand over my mouth, holding back the sobs that want to break free. Hades nods at someone, and for the first time I realize there's another man in here, one I've never met. He inserts a needle into my IV line and depresses the plunger. Immediately, warmth hits my blood, working its way up my arm to my chest, then to the rest of me. I turn my head, staring at Hades, even as my eyelids grow heavier. "Why?" I whisper. His face twists. "Maybe now you'll let yourself sleep and heal and fight." For me. He brought Boone here for me. I'm not sure I get to you before I'm out again. The nightmares don't come anymore now. It's more like I'm trapped in my own body, drowning in heat and pain. Every so often I manage to swim back up to the top for a breath. Whatever they're trying, it's not working. I'm not getting better. But I'm holding on now, at least. Hades' voice is my anchor. His touch. Even when I'm deep under, I can feel him here. When I'm closer to the surface, he's never far away. One of the times I manage to swim up and open my eyes, he's arguing with someone. Karen, I think, though the other person is standing backlit in a doorway. Another time he's asleep sitting in a chair, head lolled back. He looks awful. Exhausted, with purple bags under his eyes. I didn't know gods could exhaust themselves. I reach toward him, but I'm already sinking again. 80. The only voice I hear. Sensation flushes through me in the dark and pulls at my consciousness. What? I hear myself from far away. Like a cool breeze off the bay after a hot summer day, the sensation moves through me again, breaking through the heat of the fever. Not eradicating it, but this is the first hint of relief I've felt since I've been trapped in my own body. Worry wriggles through the relief like a worm, and I think I frown, because why would I worry? This is relief. Is it working? Hades' voice comes from a long way off. Is what working? Are they trying another medicine? Another treatment? Not the ice bath again. I try to say the words, but my lips don't move. That was agony, fire and freezing at the same time. Another flush of cool, like the relief is inside me, in my veins. Then another. But this is more like a wave moving through me, and I sigh with relief, audibly. I know because it's loud in my head. And yet a dark emotion coils in my stomach. Doubt? Dread? Hope? I don't think I'm the one feeling those things. I think it's working, someone says. They're closer now. Or I'm closer to consciousness. The lessening heat and pain is buoying me up to the top. Please don't let this stop. Lyra? Urgency lines Hades' voice. I want to answer him, tell him I'm okay, more than okay, but I'm still having trouble making my mouth and eyes work. What's wrong? Is it killing her? The panic in his voice would be adorable if it didn't seem to be wrapping around my heart and squeezing hard, like his panic is feeding into me. I try to reach for him, for his hand, but I can't move yet. The sick exhaustion is still trying to drown me. Another wave of that blessed cool. I manage to make my mouth work. Hades, I'm here. His voice sounds tortured. I'm here, Lyra. His hand wraps around mine, anchors me to reality, and that single simple touch is heaven. It's getting better, I try to say. I'm vaguely aware that the words come out as gibberish. Another bolt of worry hits. Help her, he orders someone, in a voice that is all king of the underworld. So much authority, so much power. We have to let it work, someone says, in a voice that quavers. My apologies, Lord Hades. So much fear from them, because of him trying to protect me. Hades, I whisper. He lets go of my hand, and I whimper a protest. Then his palms cup my face. "I'm here," he says. That touch, the closeness of him, that voice, it's all I need. A final rush of that relief-giving sensation flows into me, through me, and it feels as though my body is being soothed and cleansed and rebuilt from the inside, starting from my bones and working its way outward, followed by fear. Not my fear. I'm not afraid. I'm relieved. What is happening? "Elysium, save me," I hear him whisper. Feel his breath brush my lips. "Is she—" "I feel better," I mumble, exhaustion already reaching for me, but a different kind. The type of sleep that heals instead of traps you in your own tortured body. "Much better." That odd sensation has receded, so the emotion that barrels through me isn't that. And it definitely isn't mine. I'm sure of that now. Shock and relief and dawning realization are followed by worry-tinted, supremely masculine satisfaction. It moves like a lightning bolt through my chest, there in electrifying clarity, then gone, leaving me buzzing. Not my feelings. That was Hades. I felt what he was feeling. How? 81. I promise you. I frown, Hades' hands still on my face. That can't be right. Feeling Hades' emotions like that? Am I hallucinating? More dreams? Someone in the room coughs. "I'd say that worked remarkably well, Phi," they say. A low male voice. Karen, I think. He's the only one I've heard call Hades Phi. There's silence. "Lyra," Hades says, still close to me. "Can you open your eyes?" I really don't want to. My body is drifting away, the exhaustion easing into something more like comfort. "Please." Hades never begs, but he's begging me now. I force my eyes open, squinting against the light of the single lantern in here, and his face comes into vague focus. He releases a small breath that probably only I can hear. "Thank the fates. I didn't want to do this until you woke up." I have to clear my throat because it's like talking through gravel. "What?" He holds up a bronze chalice where I can see. It's simple, with his symbol of the bident and scepter engraved on it. "I'm trying something dangerous." That doesn't sound good. I frown as his face sways before mine. "What?" "You're not getting any better, Lyra. So I gave you some of my blood." My lips hitch in an attempt at a smile. Ichor, the golden blood of the gods, famed for its ability to do just about anything, as humanity tells it. I'm a goddess? Then it hits me what he's saying, and my eyes widen as much as they can, while I'm barely keeping them open. "Oh, that was... why, I'm better now?" He shakes his head. "No, that was so you can survive the next part. Hopefully." Next part? What's he talking about? He holds up the cup again. "Oh, right? What about it?" "Water from sticks." I blink as my mind tries to glom on to what I know about that. "Poison," I whisper. "That's why I gave you my blood." Now it's coming together vaguely. Only a few mortals have survived touching the sticks. Achilles was one of them. It made him invincible everywhere except his heel, where his mother had held him when she dipped him in the waters, and that part didn't get wet. That one entirely mortal spot became his only weakness. Did Achilles survive because he had a deity's blood in him? His mother was Thetis, a sea nymph. Did that make him enough of a demigod to survive it? Hades must be desperate. "I'm that bad?" I ask. He hesitates, then nods. I search his face. You look terrible. Hades' lips crook.
You should see yourself, my star.
Wow. I take a labored breath that shudders through me. It's getting harder to stay here with him. Guess you better do it, then. He doesn't, though. He hesitates visibly. It's got to be pretty damned dangerous.
If you die, I'll take care of you, he tells me.
I get another lightning bolt of emotion from him. I'm sure it's from him now. Desperation this time.
I promise.
He is tearing himself apart with guilt. Can't have that. Seems like, I lick my cracked lips, you're taking care of a lot of souls these days. His expression alters, and my heart thumps heavily at the odd combination of exasperation and tenderness on his face.
I hope you're not rubbing off on me, he says, always running around trying to save other people.
Heavens forbid. I try to chuckle, but it turns into a cough that racks pain through every part of me. But don't worry about mine.
What?
My soul. I like it down here.
Fuck.
Hades mutters darkly.
If you're going to do it, Phi.
Karen's voice reaches through the shadows.
Do it now, before the effects of your blood wear off.
Cool hands lift my shirt. The air is oddly cold against my skin, and I glance down and grunt at the sight. My wound not only hasn't closed, it's a pit of black flesh, like acid has eaten its way through me. Like Isabel, only different. Black spider veins crawl out of the wound into the graying flesh all around it in every direction. I'm no doctor, but even I know that's bad.
This is going to hurt.
Hades doesn't bother to finish warning me before he pours the contents of the cup over the wound. Agony and fire, 1,000 times worse than the dragon burn. I've never screamed so loud in my entire life. The sound torn from my throat, my body bowing off the bed as if it's trying to escape itself. He doesn't stop. He's pouring more and more. Then he rolls me to pour more on the exit wound on my back. I scream until my voice goes hoarse, and then the darkness reaches up and yanks me down so fast it's like that wild rush down the river from Hades' waterfall in Olympus.
No, Lyra!
I hear Hades shout at me. But I'm too deep. And in the darkness, for the first time, I find total, true oblivion. 82. His star. When I open my eyes next, my head isn't muzzy anymore. And while I'm stiff and achy from lying here so long, I feel no other pain. Also, they've removed most of the tubes that were stuck in me, so that's better too. Karen sits at my bedside instead of Hades, reading a romance novel. I smile. I didn't peg him as the type. Good book? I croak. He lowers it and grins at me, and I blink. Gods really are extraordinarily beautiful.
I've been debating if we should call you Sleeping Beauty or Snow White.
I guess the river Styx did its work, and Hades' blood kept me alive. Barely, it felt like. It took several more days, or however long. I'm not exactly keeping track of time. I only remember patchy pieces, but at least most of them didn't involve pain or fever or even delirium. Just exhaustion as my body mended. Weren't both of those fairy tales a sleeping death? Hence the debate. He puts his book on the table beside his chair.
Given how pale you are, and the raven hair, I'm leaning towards Snow White.
Hephaestus could be the huntsman. Karen laughs at that.
And Aphrodite the evil queen.
I shake my head. She didn't mean for things to turn out so bad. I saw how she'd cried herself puffy over Day's grandmother. Those emotions were real.
And Prince Charming?
His gaze turns sharp, curious, not in an idle way.
Seems like you have a few options.
No use denying it. One is a ghost who doesn't love me more than a friend, and one is a god. Doesn't seem like either prospect has much of a future.
Not to mention the ally,
Karen says. Also just a friend, while these games are played at least. What I don't tell him is that Hades was the rock I held on to through all of it. Boone's visit helped ease my guilt, helped give me a goal to work toward, and something to live for. But Hades? He was my peace. He was my strength. He was my haven. Definitely didn't see that coming, though I probably should have.
I've never seen Hades distraught before,
Karen admits.
Not like this.
For a minute, I worry that I spoke my thoughts out loud, or that he could read them. But then his actual words sink in, and heat flushes through my face. I try and fail miserably to be casual. Was he? He searches my expression.
Enough that it scared me.
I stop tracing a pattern on the blanket to look at him more closely. Scared? Karen shrugs.
He's king down here, but I couldn't make him leave you. For days. This is the first time he's been out of this room since he brought you here, and I still had to force his hand. If he loses it...
Another shrug. But I get the idea. The heart monitor beats a little faster, the sound of it pinging and obvious. I really hate those machines. With a flick, I remove the gadget from my finger. It flatlines, and Karen turns it off with a not-so-secret smile.
You don't think you have a future with him? Why? Because he's a god and you're mortal?
I really don't want to have this conversation, so I say nothing. He doesn't let it go, though.
You don't seem the type to let details get in your way.
What are you saying?
What has he told you about Persephone?
I press back into my pillow. Where did that come from? He told me she was like a sister to him, how losing her devastated him. He glances away.
There's that, at least.
What does that mean? He shakes his head.
It means he's being upfront with you.
He pins me with a pointed look.
Hades only shares information for two reasons. Either you're in his very small circle, or he's using it to get something from you.
Which am I? He runs a hand around the back of his neck.
I'm hoping the former.
Hoping doesn't sound promising. Karen huffs an unamused laugh, and yet he seems to want me to give Hades some kind of chance. Mine. Hades' claim, his word, bounces around inside me. But the way he takes care of me feels like more than possessiveness over his champion. I try to push up in the bed, and Karen grabs a pillow and stuffs it behind my back gently. Just getting situated takes all the fight out of me, and I close my eyes for a second. I don't want to go back under. I've had enough of that. When I make my eyes open again, he's still here. Karen asks,
"Did he tell you?"
At the click of the door, I look directly into mercury-gray eyes. The second Hades sees me sitting up, it's like all the tension drains from him. And a memory strikes. A real one, I think. I stare at him as I recollect. A moment in the middle of the night, when I swam to the top of consciousness, after the Styx fix, and Hades' face blurred into view. "You can leave me, you know," I remember slurring. "I'm not going to die now."
"That's debatable."
Then he frowned.
"Or do you want Boone again instead?"
Both irritation and a genuine offer laced his words. I tried to shake my head, but my body just wasn't cooperating. "No, you."
"You want me?"
His face did that supremely satisfied thing. When it's not annoying, his arrogance is slightly endearing.
"Good. Get well, and I'm sure we can figure something out. I have plans."
I don't remember what happened after that. I probably drifted back off. But what's sticking with me now is the way he said he had plans. Mine, my star. Plans. For me? For us? Does it have something to do with the crucible? Or was he just teasing? He steps farther into the room and into the light of the lantern, and I gasp. Fuck. Karen's on his feet. That bad. And I don't blame him. Hades looks awful, visibly somber, which I think might be Hades' version of shaken. His lips are pinched, eyes sunken into the pallor of his face. He looks like, well, like death warmed over. Hades shifts a single eyebrow at Karen. "What do you think?" he asks, in a voice devoid of all emotion. The ferryman winces. "Did I interrupt something?" Hades asks, flat tone turning silky. Karen doesn't look at me. "Not really. I was just about to fill her in on what she missed." What I missed? My mind is moving at the speed of a sloth, so I'm not entirely keeping up with this conversation. "I'll do that," Hades says. A distinct doggy whimper comes from the hallway, and behind Hades, one of Cerberus's heads leans down to look into the room with one eye. "Hey, buddy. Are you okay?" This is Russ, and it makes me smile. "Doing much better. Give me another day or two, and I'll be back in the labors again." "We don't like that." I can't see the other heads, but Sir is the one talking. Me neither. But I have more riding on winning now than just me. A lot more. My gaze slides to Hades, and suddenly all I can see is a man who would do anything for the few people he loves most. Hades doesn't change his expression by so much as a flicker, but a flare of dark suspicion sizzles through me, a flare of clarity and knowing that isn't mine. It's coming from somewhere else. Oh, wow. It takes everything I have not to gasp, not to let the shock show on my face. That was real? The emotions I got from him earlier? Those weren't hallucinations or wishful projections. Those were all real. Because of his blood? It has to be. Maybe it'll wear off. Does he know? Why is he suspicious, though? The crucible? Or maybe about what Karen was telling me? Not that he got a chance to tell me much. I shift my gaze to Karen, who won't look me in the eyes. "Better get back to the boat," he mutters. He gives my leg a squeeze over the covers. "Good to see you lucid finally, Lyra." He and Hades exchange an inscrutable glance as he leaves. "Come on, Cerberus. Let's give them some privacy." Cerberus grumbles as they walk away, but I'm too busy studying Hades to care. "Where were you?" I ask. 83. Too late. The Stygian Marsh. The crossroads of the underworld, where souls are judged and sent to different destinations, depending on how they lived their lives in the overworld. It's said Hades has to judge the best and worst cases and render blessings or punishment. Given how he looks, it doesn't take a genius to guess which he was just deciding. "Want to talk about it?" I ask. Knee-jerk denial ripples over his features, but then he pauses and leans in the doorway. "The judgment wasn't the hard part. This soul was a sociopath, and tortured and killed many people without mercy or remorse." He shrugs, but I can see the weight of whatever they must have been like in the action. I wait quietly for the hard part. "But his mother is a soul in asphodel, and—" He drops his head back against the door jamb. "She begged for his punishment to be lessened. Told me about his abusive father. I saw it all, of course." Was it bad? Hades comes off the door and drops into the seat where Karen just was, pulling it closer. Then he takes my hand in both of his, tracing the lines of my palm. "No soul is born evil. There are proclivities, leanings, but like carbon is compressed and fired into a diamond, pressure and pain can transform a soul into something terrible. The empathy Hades hides from the world is showing. He felt for this person, and what made him into a monster. For his mother, too. I can see alternate futures when they come to me sometimes. What could have been if things had been different. And this could have been different? He nods. So many lives ruined. This is what the king of the underworld must endure. I wish I could help. He searches my eyes, a small smile playing around the corners of his mouth. You do. Warmth blooms in my face, but I leave my hand right where it is. Yeah. His dimples peek at me for a quick second. Yeah. He takes a long, slow breath, then releases it in a rush. Let's change the topic. I get needing emotional space, so I try not to be hurt by the distance threading his voice. But I pull my hand back and scratch an itch on my arm. Were the other gods mad about having to wait for me? Hades groans. How about something else? That's not a good sign. What happened? They sent Asclepius and the daemons down, he says. They understood after they saw the shape you were in. His voice isn't right. Tell me the bad news. Go ahead. Rip it off like a Band-Aid. He leans back in his chair. I've never understood that expression. The casual pose doesn't fool me at all. Then you've never worn a Band-Aid that got stuck to hair or part of the scab. I pin him with a hard look. You're stalling, Phi. He shakes his head. You don't get to call me that. I frown. Karen does. Yes. Then why can't I? He crosses his arms. My star. Has anyone ever called you stubborn to your face? You're still stalling. He looks bored, reminding me of the night we met. Fine. I won't call you Phi, but back to the Band-Aid. I'll imagine much worse things. It's better to tell me now and get it over with. He glances to his right, at a window with curtains drawn across it. They didn't wait. My heart plummets to my gut. They went ahead with the next labor without me? Shit. Who won? Diego. Double shit. Now he's won too, and Boone's counting on me. Start from the beginning and tell me everything, I demand. Hades runs a hand through his hair, the pale lock flopping onto his forehead, making him appear disheveled. Damn. What happened to your poker face? I tease with a wan smile. Now I really need you to tell me. He looks away, and I can tell he's debating it, but eventually his expression flattens to something grimly resigned. Fine. I exhale deeply. He really could have said no. Samuel won Hephaestus's labor, beating Tranica by only 2 seconds. His prize was a compass Hephaestus made that will always point the correct way to go. 3 strength virtue wins in a row, I say. Do you get the feeling the labors are rigged? Hades lifts a single eyebrow. When have my siblings ever played fair? Good point. Demeter's was the 8th labor, he continues. She had them run through the fields of forgetting. If they succumbed and got lost, storms would chase them down. After a pause, his voice is gentler when he says, Nev didn't make it. My stomach turns over, then over again. Another of us is gone? I swallow around a throat thickening with grief, but nod for him to continue. Diego won, and his prize was the protective mark of the Algaea. He can't feel pain, physical or mental. The 9th, I hold up a hand. Wait. No, tell me they didn't. They've completed more than 1 labor while I've been out? I ask slowly. He nods. We're fucked. How long was I out? Almost 2 weeks. 2. I feel the blood drain from my face. I thought it was days. Suddenly, Hades is standing by my side, tipping a cup of water to my lips. I swallow some, which helps. Before my injury, the crucible was being run with only a few days between labors at the very most. Almost 2 weeks? Hades sets the cup down and takes my hand in his, a lifeline of steady strength. How many did they get to? I ask. You're upset, and you should be resting. We can talk about this later. No, now. I spear him with a glare. The zap of emotions when it strikes this time is a mix of regret and reluctance. 3 labors, the 8th, 9th, and 10th. 3, I whisper. 3 labors. There are only 2 left. Tell me the rest. I'm not sure I really want to know. The 9th was Hera's. As the goddess of the stars, she put a new constellation in the skies. The champions had to figure out which one. The world remained dark until they did, and she unleashed Deimos and Phobos on the champions to make it harder. The gods of fear and panic when it's pitch black? I bet that was a treat, I mutter. Rima and Zai figured it out together. I allow myself a small moment to smile at that. Tied? He nods. Hera gave them separate prizes. Zai has a stone that, when eaten, will ward off poison, and Rima was given a single vial of dragon fire. I shudder. I only dealt with a glamoured dragon, and that was enough for me. But the good news is that gives Zai and Diego 2 wins each. I could still beat them. I just need to win the last 2. And the 10th? I ask. Ares, he says. I wince. Of all the labors, Ares was the one I dreaded the most. I can't say I'm all that sorry to have missed it. A battle? As he's the god of war, you'd think so, Hades says. But he reminded the champions that in the ancient world, almost every god of war was about protection of their community, their people. His labor was centered around that. Each of them was given a baby chimera. They had to get it back to the nest without being mauled by the baby, and without the mother destroying Larissa, Greece, where her babies were taken. Interesting. Samuel was severely injured. My breath catches. He's not. No, he says. Not yet. I loaned Zeus the doctors who worked on you. Which means none of the strength virtues won that labor, or Asclepius would have healed him. Thank you for that. I pause, studying him. I'm not sure Hades would have done that on his own. But for me... No, silly idea, Lyra. I force my mind back to the labors. I almost don't want to ask the next part. Who won? The way he hesitates, he doesn't have to say it. I already know. Diego. Oh, gods. His prize is a spear that telescopes down to pocket-sized. Hades' voice sounds like it's coming down a tunnel. I close my eyes to hold the panic at bay, pushing the desperation and terrible truth down where they can't hurt me, where I can think. Zai won 1, that gives him 2, and Diego, 3 now. At the very most, with only 2 left to play, I could tie for the lead, and I'd have to beat Zai to do it. What do they do if there's a tie? I force my eyes open for the answer. It depends, Hades says slowly. But they don't allow 2 winners. There can only be 1 ruler of the gods. Fuck. I want to scream the word, scream at the unfairness, just scream. No. I curl my free hand into a fist in my lap. There's too much riding on this, and I don't have time to wallow or lose it. I have to think. I have to try anyway. A tie is still a chance. Hades' scowl could strip concrete off rebar. You can barely sit up. I scowl right back. Then you'd better get your ass back up to Olympus and buy me a few more days. I'm doing it. He shoves a hand through his hair as he's up off his chair, whirling away from me. Even his rigid shoulders look like they're considering all the ways to get me to not do this. Don't make me put you through more, he says, in a voice I've never heard from him before. Can't he see? If I don't, I'll hate myself. Hades? I say his name quietly, and his back goes even more rigid, like he's ready to snap. Please, I have to. Fuck, he mutters. His hands go to his hips as his head drops forward, and his shoulders rise and fall. Fine, I'll go talk to them. 84. If trust won't work, try bribery. When you have everything to lose, you start coming up with the shit that will get you smited. That's what we're doing tonight. Any minute now, in fact. Fates, please be on our side and let this work. We have to be very careful in how we do this to avoid the no interfering rule for Hades. So, at my request, Hades is bringing guests to his home. Karen about fell on his ass when Hades told him. How they can come and go from the underworld without a mark similar to the one Hades gave me, I don't know, and I don't ask. But as far as anyone else is concerned, this is a, hooray, I'm better, let's catch up on what I missed party for all the champions. Given the size of Hades' home down here, you'd think entertaining was common. Mansion doesn't really cover it. Castle is closer. I've been encouraged to walk a lot by the ghost doctors attending me in committee, and so I've explored. At this point, I'm pretty sure I've only covered about 50% of the grounds, and I've cataloged at least 13 bedroom suites, 2 dining rooms, 1 formal and 1 informal under a skylight. There's a sauna, a massage room, the library where he first brought me after Boone's death, that puts the fairy tale beasts to shame. 3 separate indoor living spaces, and at least 3 more outdoor. 1 up on the roof, where I am now, 1 by the pool, and 1 in a garden that stole my breath. 2 kitchens inside, 1 for Hades' personal use and a massive one for the staff who serve here. And 1 kitchen outside. Indoor pool and gym, outdoor pond, but also an outdoor pool that is more like a series of pools incorporated into the lush landscaping that swirls and eddies from unique feature to feature, with bridges, grottos, and even one with cabanas on islands surrounded by water. Suck it, Olympus. That's what Hades' home in the underworld screams. The other champions are in for a surprise when they get here. I almost smile as I picture their reactions. The opulence and luxury are both in your face and understated. Just like his penthouse, it's eclectic, a mix of elements from all around the world. But what's different is the lived-in feel. The rooms and decor aren't untouchable, uncomfortable, or showy. Every space here is cozy. I want to tuck myself into each nook and cranny and just enjoy. Read, take a nap, watch TV, plan a heist. Hades is there with me in every one of those fantasies. I can't quite seem to get that to stop. I'm waiting in the rooftop living area. From here, I have a 360-degree view of the mountain the home is built into, and the lands beyond, with their ethereal hills, fields, and rivers, covered by a cave ceiling so high it might as well be sky. There is a sort of daytime and nighttime here, mimicking the overworld, but the colors are more vibrant, especially at night. I sigh as I drink in the view for perhaps the last time. Tomorrow we go back to Olympus for the 11th labor. Hades bought us the time. The daemons helped, coming back down to inspect me, and agree that the final challenges should wait for all the champions still living to participate. Hades hasn't told me any more about the 3 labors I missed, despite me bothering him nonstop. A bad sign that I won't like what I hear. But it doesn't matter. I'll find out tonight regardless. A breeze ruffles my hair and caresses my skin. There's a breeze in the underworld. I'd pictured a roasting wind to go with the burning fields, but not here in Erebus, the land of shadows. Here the breeze is cool and perfect. I'm wearing a sundress, of all things, in a cheerful yellow. I have no idea how Hades knew I'd always wanted one. Pledges wear utilitarian clothes, or clothes to blend into the environment where we have a job. But we don't get to keep those, and I never got to that level anyway. I stare out over the vistas and sigh again, because I think I could stay here forever and never miss any other place. But maybe that has something to do with the god who calls this home. I feel Hades before I hear or see him move up next to me at the rail. Not from his emotions. I haven't felt those again in the extra days he wrangled for me to rest and recover. But there's this tension now, like a thin wire has been strung between him and me, and if we get too close, sparks travel that wire, and we both risk getting scorched. So we've been moving around each other carefully. We don't touch, we don't glance or stare. We don't share a room alone for longer than a few minutes. We don't breach the invisible walls of personal space, like glass bubbles around us. We don't imply, or tease, or tempt. And thanks to all of those unspoken thou shalt not rules, I fucking smolder with unrealized need. "You're still determined to go through with this?" he asks. All of our discussions since I stopped sleeping all the time have focused on strategy, how to win the crucible. Yes, for Boone, for me, for Hades too. "Lyra!" Micah's cry has us turning to find her, Zai, Trinika, and Amir coming up the stairs that lead to the rooftop. I don't have to look, because I already feel that Hades has disappeared. He's not supposed to be here with the champions, any of them, not for what I have in mind. With hurried steps, Micah runs to me and pulls me into a hug. "Thanks the gods," she says. "We thought—" She grimaces as she pulls back. Thank Hades, because he's the reason I'm still alive. She glances around as if she'll find him here. By now, Zai has joined us, also giving me a hug. "We didn't know what happened to you." "I'll fill you in." Trinika hangs back, watching warily, Amir at her side. It's not like I've been present for most of the labors they've been officially allied with us for. "I'm glad the four of you had one another while I've been gone," I say. "We missed you," Amir says, offering me a boyish smile. Trinika just nods, but she's lost the wariness. I lead them to one of the large outdoor couches that horseshoe a fire pit. "We don't have long to talk," I tell them. "The others will be here in about 15 minutes. Zai leans back a tad. "Others?" "I invited all of the champions here." The four of them exchange glances. Micah frowns. "That doesn't seem like a good idea." And usually she is the optimistic one. I half laugh, but can't help pulling a face. Yes, all, even Dex. There's a reason. I clasp my hands in my lap to keep from fiddling. "We don't have much time, so I'll lay it out for you plainly, all right?" They nod. I glance behind them toward the stairs, then start talking rapid fire. I tell them about Boone, about how Hades can make him a god, but only if I win and he becomes king. "Why are you telling us?" Zai asks slowly, strategic mind at work. I can see in his eyes that he's already tracking where I'm headed. There's a bit of a distance between us now, all of us. Not palpable or bad, just there. I'm not sure if it's because they survived 3 more labors without me, or something else. Because I'm going to propose something to the entire group of champions, but you are my closest allies, so I wanted to tell you first. Movement on the stairs has me glancing over them again. The 5 of us get to our feet, as first Jackie and then the others all make their way up to where we are. No Hades, no Karen, no other gods or goddesses, just us. 85. A Gambit. As they arrive, most of the champions look around in open-mouthed wonder, and I smile as I give them a chance to take in these surroundings. Okay, yes, their reactions are even better than I imagined. It feels almost like this is my home, and I'm proud to show it off. Blast and brimstone, Lyra, Get a grip and get started. Thank you for coming, I say.
What the fuck is this about, Kirez?
Dex demands. I guess his blessing of foreknowledge only applies to the Labors, although he was right when he told Boone that he may not be winning, but he's still here. Please, sit down. I promise I'll tell you everything. After that, you can return to Olympus regardless.
Regardless of what?
Jackie is the one to ask slowly, searching my face, not in suspicion, but concern. We all sit, some more reluctantly than others. I nudge Zai. Congratulations, by the way. He shoots me a smile that's just a little bit lacking. What was the constellation Hera made? I ask. They all look to Day, who tips his head back like he can see the stars here. He can't. Or not the same stars, though I pick out shapes in the bright spots that glow on the ceiling. So he slowly lowers his gaze.
It's called Haimonie, he says.
That isn't English, and I don't think it's Greek. I raise my brows in question.
Grandmother,
he says quietly.
In Korean.
For him? My throat closes around an ache. Maybe Hera wasn't quite as hard-hearted about that as she seemed. Day meets my gaze, and in his eyes I can see an understanding, a mutual sort of wound. We both lost the people we love most.
Maybe she'll give you one for Boone, too, he says.
He even smiles a little, kindness there in his eyes.
She could call it the thief.
I smile back, dropping my gaze to my hands, which are now tangled in my lap. I think he'd love that. I glance around at the others. Where's... I almost don't want to ask. Samuel. Micah takes my hand.
What did they tell you?
I look from face to face. They told me about each game and who won. And about Nev. She died in the fields of forgetting?
That's one way to put it,
Dex mutters darkly. I frown, and Jackie says, she wore her armor as protection. After the last labor involving fields, she said. And when she got lost, and the storms came, it attracted lightning. It was... She has to stop and swallow. Gruesome, Trinika says, stone-faced. It was gruesome. I glance around at the others. Now that I can take a closer look, it's more obvious. They are, all of them, shell-shocked. That's the only way to describe it. As if the worst has been thrown at them and they've come out different on the other side. Oh, gods, I'm so sorry.
She was a competitive bitch,
Day says fiercely. And then his lips pull up in a bitter smile.
But she was our bitch.
Dex looks away. So does Rima. Day studies me.
Nora was devastated when Nev's death was announced in the overworld.
I look down into my lap again, trying not to replay the image of Boone falling away from me.
Artemis took me to her so I could speak with her, he says,
and I lift my head.
Tell her the details of how it happened.
I like Day more for having done that. Artemis, too, for that matter. And Samuel? I ask again. He's not...
He's still alive.
Dex is the one to speak.
Barely. He was trying to hold off the mother while the rest of us returned the babies. Turns out that band of metal he wore around his wrist was Aegis, the shield. He used it to protect himself, and it got stuck in the mother chimera's serpent tail mouth. He couldn't get it off. The lion head...
Dex grimaces.
It ripped his hand right off.
My stomach turns queasy. I've seen videos of what lions do to their prey, which is when I notice that, while the others are visibly upset, Diego is sitting and just sort of smiling. Zai must catch the drift of my thoughts, because he gives Diego a nudge, and Diego frowns in confusion at first, then a dawning sort of frustration. He's hardly spoken tonight. Maybe because he not only survived, but is in the lead now.
Sorry, Lyra,
he says.
My prize for winning Demeter's labor makes me feel no pain. Physical, but also mental, including grief.
Oh, I have no idea what to say to that.
Anyway, Day says, Samuel is still healing.
I'm glad. He is a good man. I glance at Diego. I know he is too, despite that mark.
Is memory lane why you dragged us down here? Dex demands harshly. So you could catch up on all the things we've been put through while you've been taking a break?
I lift my dress, not worrying about flashing them my underwear, and he blanches at the sight, the rest of his accusation pittering away. Styx left its marks on me. It healed my flesh, but the solid black spiderweb-looking pattern is scorched into me for all to see, front and back. You weren't the only ones fighting to stay alive. I hold his gaze until he glances away. Gods, Lyra. Zai shifts in his seat. Rima folds her hands in her lap. So why did you ask us down here? I lower my dress, smoothing it over my knees. Now for the hard part. I have a story to tell, and then a proposal to make to you all. Dex surges to his feet.
If you think we are going to ally...
I hold up a hand, cutting him off. That's not the proposal. 86. Show me who you are. I say what I have to say, then stay on the rooftop while the other champions return to Olympus. After they've gone, I drop to sit on one of the comfy couches and draw my knees up to my chest, wrapping my arms around them and staring sightlessly out over Erebus. A shiver steals up my spine. Not because of the breeze that ruffles my hair. It's perfect here. But because I don't know if I just handed my enemies a weapon against me, or not. I gave them until tomorrow to think about my proposal.
How did they take it?
I jump a little at Hades' voice, but don't turn my head. Hard to say. He comes around to sit on the cushioned ottoman facing me, with his elbows propped on his knees.
You told them that I would swear on the river Styx to honor my part.
I nod. His part. This was all my idea, or the Daemons would be down here ripping him a new one. He promised me that if I win, and he is made the king of the gods, he will make sure all those who've perished in the crucible will be given a choice. They can either be given a home in Elysium, or, if they choose, be brought back from the underworld with boon. This applies to Nev and Isabel, as well as Day's grandmother, and anyone else who might die before this is all over. If I win the next 2 labors. If I make him king of the overworld, too. Being king of both will give him the power to cross souls between worlds. I know Day's other gift now, I tell him. He used it. That pendant on a chain around his neck is the lantern of Diogenes. Hades is silent a moment, considering.
So they all know you were speaking the truth?
Yes.
Then they'd be fools not to take your offer.
He clasps his hands together.
All of them win this way.
I shrug. Mortals. Which makes his lips twitch. He's been doing that more lately. Smiling. My heart lifts a little at the sight.
What fools they be,
he murmurs. Shakespeare, I think. Not my best subject. I prop my chin on my knees. Gods aren't much better.
You'll get no argument from me.
He lowers his gaze, staring at the floor, the streak through his hair falling over his forehead. I so want to brush it back, but that would be breaking one of our unspoken "we don't do that" rules.
I want to show you something.
He glances up, studying my face. Okay. He hums, not amused, more surprised, and shakes his head a little. What?
Just so trusting.
I already told you I trust you. Why are you surprised?
I guess I'm not used to it from many people.
He straightens slowly, and something in his face turns cautious. Then he sort of shakes himself out of it and gets to his feet, offering me a hand.
Come on.
I stare at that hand, warmth fluttering through my body to settle in my chest. Touching. That breaks the unspoken rules. He grunts impatiently, and I force myself to casually stand and put my hand in his. I try not to make a sound that gives away how good that single, simple point of contact feels. A connection. My vision and hearing blink out, only to blink back in faster than usual. I find myself standing in a place even more beautiful than Erebus. Elysium, I breathe. He doesn't have to tell me. It's that obvious. This part of the underworld is also called the Isle of the Blessed, the place reserved for the most deserving of souls, the heroic, the pure, the kind, the champions, now, hopefully, no matter when they die. Although a few of them would be interesting additions. This place is beyond time, beyond measure, and beyond any words someone like me could ever hope to craft. Even poets would struggle.
Want to see more?
He asks. Is it okay? His eyes twinkle back at me.
Yes, I think you'll find it interesting. Elysium is, for each soul, their perfect place.
How?
Because I allow it.
He's all arrogant mystery again.
Here, I'll show you.
We're suddenly standing on white beaches, looking out over crystal blue waters, and there's a home made of glass that stretches out into the ocean. Then we're in a city. Paris, I think. It glows sort of pink in evening sunlight.
Some see their homes from the overworld. Some see the purest parts of what their imaginations can create.
We leave Paris, and what greets my eyes next makes me laugh out loud in wonder. Wow, I whisper. He grins, dimples in full view. And now I'm struggling to breathe right, because he's entirely himself in this moment, who he was meant to be, the king of the underworld who truly feels for the souls under his care. That he's letting me see him like this.
It's a recreation of the game Candyland,
he says.
The little girl who lives here loves that game a lot.
Still reeling a little and reluctant to glance away from the openness of his face, I force myself to look back out over the view. I didn't get to play board games as a kid. Chess or nothing for us pledges. But I've seen it. It was one of those things I imagined doing with friends someday, back when I still bothered to imagine such things. In this living version, I see the peppermint forest with what I'm guessing is Licorice Castle in the distance. I bet the Gumdrop Pass is something. He nods. Can I see what it would be like for me? Hades sighs.
A mortal's vision of their ideal place changes throughout the course of their lifetime. It is only solidified when their soul arrives in Elysium.
Oh, it would have been nice to know. Are you able to see what it could be if I died now?
Don't.
His throat works around a swallow.
Don't think about dying yet,
I offer a soothing smile. I'm not planning to.
Good.
What about you? I ask next. Do you have a perfect place? I mean, being a god already and all. He looks out over the lands and shrugs.
I see many things.
I'm not entirely sure that's an answer. I take a last, long look, then turn to him. Why are you showing me this?
Because, whether the champions accept the proposal or not, this will be their home at the end, regardless of if they die in the Crucible or in old mortal age. And I'll make that true of every champion retroactively and moving forward. I promise you that much, Lyra. And
he turns his head, looking out over Elysium, jaw clenching slightly.
If you don't win either of the next two, I wanted you to see that Boone will be fine.
Fine. He'll be fine, more than fine, in his own version of paradise. So will the others. What about their loved ones? I ask. They shouldn't be alone here.
I can arrange that too.
Amusement filters through his voice. Can the souls here interact with one another? Hades sort of pauses. Yes. How, if they're in their own versions of paradise? If someone else has a similar or same paradise, there are whole families here together. Lovers, friends. But only if it's the same paradise? So I might never see Boone's face again. And he knows it. He knew it when he visited me as his spectral self. You and Persephone made this place as incredible as I've ever seen, I say, still looking out. And as lonely. That tells me a lot about both of them. Hades goes still beside me. Did I hurt his feelings? Offend him? What do you see? I ask again. His shoulders ease slightly. Maybe I'll show you one day. But not today. He doesn't have to say it. Can we go back? I ask. Of course. Immediately we blink away, and when we arrive at his home, we're standing in the garden near one of the grottos. The small waterfall that hides the grotto fills the night with a soft gurgle. I've always loved the sound of running water. I glance toward the lights of the house. Why'd he bring us here instead of there? I thought seeing Elysium would make you feel better. He's searching my face, or the side of it he can see. It does. I may not get to see him ever again, but Boone will be okay either way. That makes it easier. I frown. What if Boone doesn't want to leave there? It's paradise, after all, and he's more than just safe. He's well cared for. Why would he want to return to our world? I asked him. You asked him? Slowly pivoting, I stare at Hades. I know I'm parroting his words, but they don't quite make sense. Hades lets go of my fingers and shoves his hands in his pockets, and I can tell it's supposed to be a casual move. It's anything but. When I brought him to you while you were sick, I asked him if he wanted to stay in Elysium or gain immortality as a god, if that option became possible. He asked him. Hades asked Boone, who he doesn't like very much, what he wanted. He offered to make him an immortal god if he wanted, if he could. Why did you ask? A shrug. No soul should be forced into something they don't want or didn't earn, especially if it has permanent consequences. He glances away with a muttered, "After all this time, I learned that the hard way." Is he talking about me? I'm still hung up on the fact that he asked Boone at all. He asked for me. And maybe it's incredibly conceited to assume, and I'm sure the whole no forcing a soul thing is also a reason. But he did this for me. Unlike his helping Samuel heal, this time I know that thought isn't silly. I'm sure of it. He did this because I was hurting. And yet, he wanted to make sure that my selfish pain didn't override what Boone would choose for himself. Hades is still trying to play it casual, but I can see the way his hands are fisting in his pockets. An earthquake of tenderness for this god shakes my very foundations. Forget the unspoken don'ts. I'm about to break every single one of them. 87. I offer you a choice. I step into Hades, right into his personal space that we've both been so careful not to breach, flattening my palms against his chest. He goes so rigid, he could be a cold, carved marble version of himself. I ignore that as I go up on tiptoe and place a kiss right at the corner of his mouth. A tiny, soft grunt escapes him. Lowering, I don't take my gaze from his, holding his stare, which is all things wary but also watchful, taking in every nuance of me. Thank you, I whisper, for all of that. Never looking away, I back toward the pool behind me. At the same time, I slowly lift my yellow sundress up over my head, then drop it on the stone path of the garden. I'm not wearing a bra, and the perfect night air caresses my skin. His gaze goes first to the black spider scar on my side, and I swear he's angry. It's infinitesimal, but I see it. But then, as if he can't help himself, his gaze roams the rest of me with eyes turning a predatory kind of hungry, changing from mercury to cut steel.
"What are you doing?"
His voice is low, wary. Those silvery eyes tell a different story. He's devouring me with his gaze. The heat of it is licking at my skin, even as he holds himself so fiercely still. I smile. I'm changing the rules of our game. He takes a jerking step forward, hands coming out of his pockets to fist at his sides, frustration rippling over his features.
"This isn't a game between us, Lyra."
I'm at the edge of the pool now, and I kick off my sandals. I know. That's why I'm changing the rules. He shakes his head. I'm leaving. Only he doesn't move, not an inch, not even turning his gaze away. I turn my back to him facing the water and slip my panties off, kicking them to the side. My heart is pounding against the cage of my ribs so hard he can probably hear it from way over there. I may be a smartass and a cursed thief. I may stand up to gods and do what I think is right at any moment, even if the consequences are not all that great for me. I've been called a fool by more than one person in my life. But this is different. This is true vulnerability. Not just because I'm exposed physically, but because I'm putting me on the line. I'm telling him in no uncertain terms that if he wants me, I'm his. Forget the impossibility of the future. I'll take what I can get in the here and now. The Crucible has taught me that much. It's Hades' choice now. He can still leave, turn away, reject what I'm offering. That's going to hurt like a son of a bitch if he does. But some risks are worth the painful consequences. This is one of them. I glance over my shoulder to find him still standing, watching, jaw clenched and looking like a strong shove could shatter him. Forget trying to flirt with him outrageously. That's not me, not who I am. Instead, I offer him a sincere smile. Unlike every day of my life in the den, I don't hide what I'm feeling. I let him see my need, but also affection, tenderness, and hope. And he flinches. Direct hit. A muscle ticks at the side of his mouth. My god of death is holding himself back so hard. That knowledge makes me smile even more. At least he's not coldly unaffected, like I think he wants me to believe. I'm offering myself to you, I tell him, just to be perfectly clear. No deals, no quid pro quo, no expectations. I pause, studying everything about him as that sinks in. Join me or don't. Your choice. I turn away, closing my eyes against the horrible knowledge that he could very easily choose don't, especially with the way he's fighting this. But I would really love it if you joined me. With that, I dive into the water. Like everything else about this place, the water is perfect. Cool but not cold, a rush of silk against my skin as I swim. My heart is beating so fast, I have to come up sooner than I'd like, just to take an extra breath. I'm trying to play it nonchalant as I go. I don't know if Hades is still there watching. He could have turned away. I force myself to not look, to swim lazily along, into the entrance to the grotto. It's beautiful in here, too. The natural stone awash in lantern glow. And whatever it is on the cave ceilings over Styx that lights up like blue stars is in here, too. But when I swim out, it feels more like I'm suspended above the underworld, in a private, fantastical, floating sanctuary, and yet gloriously, uninhibitedly exposed. And Hades isn't here. He didn't follow. I turn finally to look and immediately deflate at the aloneness. There's no one behind me, no disturbance of the water beyond what I'm making. No splash of sound within the grotto. His answer is no. He doesn't want me. Not enough. I take a deep breath that pushes at the tightness of my chest and swim to the edge of the grotto, where the water spills over into another pool below. Numb. As far away as I can get from the mountainside and him, I lay my arms across the top of the rock ledge, propping my chin on them with a sigh. At least I picked a nice, private place to hide my hurt and humiliation. Believe it or not, I'm doing my best to focus on the second feeling and trying damn hard not to acknowledge the disappointment that's building a crushing sort of weight around my chest. I've been alone most of my life. I do fine alone. But this is different. This meant something, more than just lust. Am I foolish to let it affect me this much? Probably. All the same arguments against giving in to this attraction are still there. They didn't disappear like dust in the wind just because he showed me a tiny piece of who he is deep down. Just because he showed me how he knows me and supported me and protected me and took punishment for me. And I proceeded to turn to mush. Damn, I whisper. With no warning, strong arms steal around me, and a bare chest presses against my back. Hades drops his forehead to the back of my head, and I hear him breathe me in. There's still resistance in him, in the inflexibility of his embrace, the unbending way he's holding himself. I need to know you realize what this can't be, and what it can, he growls. A hard warning, a dark promise. 88. The Surrender. Even with Hades pressed against me, even with him fighting his desire, I need to be sure I know what he means. Tell me, just so we're clear, I murmur, and can't help my smile. I want so badly to lean into him, elation filling me in sharp bursts, but I make myself wait. I can't give you a future, Lyra, he says. I can't care for you the way mortals need. It's not in me. But I want you. Harsh, direct, real. I don't want to believe that's all it is for him, even with my curse. But I make myself. That's clear enough. Neither of us moves. You gave me a choice, he says, breath brushing over the back of my neck. Now I'm giving you one. I close my eyes and make my own demand. I need to know that the only reason you're here right now is because you want me. Me. That I mean enough to you to make you need this, even when there are so many reasons we shouldn't. Even when my curse doesn't allow for more. Even when this might be the only time, and neither of us can give anything beyond this. I want you, he says, though I'm damning us both with it. Is he still fighting this? I won't push him more than I already have. I've made my choice and made it clear. After a taut moment of silence, he doesn't lift his head, but his arms tighten slowly, drawing me back against his flesh, which is hot enough to warm the water around us. He pulls my body flush against his, then trails a single teasing, questing touch down my belly to the soft curls at the juncture of my thighs. With the slightest, most frustrating of brushes, he sends that single finger over the spot that makes my body hum. I drop my head back against his shoulder on a gasp, and a lightning flash of his emotion charges through me. Satisfaction and need that is nearly overwhelming. And something else, a determined sort of control. It's gone before I can hold on to it, but it only makes what he's doing with his hand, the thickness of the shaft pressed into my backside, that much more. Over and over and, oh gods, over again he teases, until I'm moving my hips to chase his fingers, until my breath hitches in my throat, until I raise my arms up and behind me to wrap around his neck, anchoring us together. I might have expected this to be fast and hard, But tender and teasing? Gods, I'm already coming undone. His free hand trails up my ribs to tease the underside of my breast before moving up to cup it, and then he barely brushes over my nipple. Desire sizzles from that touch to the throbbing point where his other finger still teases. Then that questing finger dips lower, parts me, slips inside me, testing me, and I couldn't hold back the moan if I wanted to. Not that I want to. He stops there, finger buried in me, tormenting me. Don't stop now, I demand. Mule, even. That's what he does to me. I sense his smile, and then he presses a sweet, claim-staking kiss to the nape of my neck that I feel like a brand. He's marking me as his, different from the kiss of blessing on my lips. This isn't about protection. There are 1,000 reasons we shouldn't. I shouldn't, he whispers, that rough voice rubbing against my senses. But I want you, Lyra. I've wanted you for a long time. He takes a shuddering breath against me, all leashed power and desire, utter determined control. His fingers move over me, one teasing, one sliding out, drawing a tremor from my flesh. I want you the way the stars burn. Another move of those torturous fingers, back in, but it's his words that are driving me higher. I want you in the way a storm gathers over mountains, only to give in to violent release. Finger still buried in me, he brushes his thumb over that spot that makes me quiver. But it's his words that curl around my heart and make it beat faster. It's knowing he wants me that way. Me, someone who has been invisible and unwanted all my life, that makes me quiver for him, whimper for him, yearn for him. His lips move to the spot just behind my ear. I want you in the way the first mortals in the wilderness found their like in each other, and hungered. The last word is a promise-filled purr that captures me so fully, I want to hear that sound for the rest of my short mortal life. Good. I sigh into his tormenting touch, then drop a hand to slip it behind me, between us, wrapping it around him and squeezing, reveling in the way he groans against my skin. Then we want each other the same way. I've never touched anyone this way before, and yet it's so natural. The feel of him in my hand is silk-covered iron, and the way he pulses, I made him feel that. Wondering, I pump my hand once, twice. The way his entire body goes rigid before he groans makes me smile my own satisfaction. Now what I want is for you to stop holding back. He stills. I can hear the harsh in and out of his breath, his chest pressing against me in time. He's still fighting for control. Then, I don't want to hurt you. If I lose control, I grip him tighter and revel in his groan. I want you to fucking break me. Fuck, Lyra. He moves out of my grip and pulls his own hands away all of a sudden, and I barely have time for my heart to drop, thinking he's stopping this, before he grips my hips, so urgent his fingers dig in hard as he spins me to face him, and I suck in at the sight of his eyes, molten liquid silver. The sight makes my heart stutter, heat and something more filling those beautiful eyes, hells his entire being, with a light that makes every part of me hot. I have a single heartbeat to absorb all those impressions before he captures my mouth in a kiss that turns to wildfire at the first spark of lips against lips. A restlessness consumes me, consumes us both, I think, as his hands are everywhere, caressing every part of me, lingering when he makes me gasp, teasing mercilessly when he makes me moan. And with each new discovery, with the feel of his hands on me and him under mine, we both turn more frantic. If we only have what little he can give, what we both can give, then I'm taking everything I can and offering him everything in return. But soon my restless energy isn't soothed by hands and mouth alone. I want more. Hades, I moan, winding my arms around his neck, practically crawling up his body to wrap my legs around his waist. I gasp when he suddenly lifts me out of the water and sets me on the top of the rock ledge, which is about a foot thick. Instinct has me glancing over my shoulder. The drop behind me seems to go on forever, sheer and deadly. I cling to his arms as my stomach clenches, and when I face him again, I'm breathing hard, eyes wide, only to have my heart pound even faster at the intensity of the satisfaction on his face. And another bolt of his emotions crackles through me. Fascination. I knew it. He breathes the words. Danger makes you fight, makes you alive, sets your senses on fire. Because you see me. I think he's always seen the real me. Because he's a god, or maybe the god of death, or maybe this is just who Hades is. He sees me, the same way I see him. He reaches up and cups the back of my head, bringing my lips down to his, as if my response only jacked his own desire up a notch. This kiss is hard, demanding. He nips at my lower lip and soothes it with his tongue, then draws back. And I'm moaning into his mouth and trying to climb back down to him. He's right. Even now, my body feels so primal. I am like our mingled breaths, like air, floating and flying and alive at his will. He pulls away sharply, slashes of red over his cheekbones. Lean back. A command. When I immediately obey, all the answering fire in him coalesces into a look that is all things wild heat and wicked teasing and tender adoration. My heart stutters at the adoration. Hold on to me, my star, he warns, and don't let go. 89. Make me. Before I can guess at what he's going to do, he presses my legs apart and lowers his head. I'm leaned out over the drop as I cling to his arms, his hands holding me by the waist, and his mouth. With that sinful tongue, he laps at the heart of me. He takes all the sensation we've been building together and intensifies it, ratchets it up until my body is pulsing. He slips a finger inside me, then another, stretching me, moving them in time to what he's doing with his mouth, his tongue. And oh, gods! The explosion of sensation blindsides me. No warning. I go off like a bang, and I cry out as everything about me draws in hard before rushing outward. I cry out again when he suddenly lifts me off the ledge, pulling me hard into him. Wrap your legs around me, now. I do, and, staring into my eyes, he lowers me until the swollen, jutting tip of his cock presses against where I'm slick with the pleasure he's already given me. I'm still pulsing with it. His dimples appear in full force as he offers me a wicked grin. Then he's pressing into me, stretching me, filling me. He pauses, once, letting me adjust, letting my body settle. Then, like he can tell I'm ready, he keeps going until he's deep inside me, and my world narrows to a new reality, a place where we are joined. He buries his face in my neck, taking a deep, rasping breath. Then he jerks his head up and claims my lips again. He kisses me until I can't breathe, until breathing seems like a secondary need anyway. But then something feels different around me. I open my eyes to find we're no longer in the water, but lying in one of the beds. Sheer white curtains drift around us as he settles deeper inside me, his weight over me only adding to the sense of being claimed. His hands, free to move now that he doesn't have to hold me, stroke along the outsides of my thighs in frantic brushes, as if he's painting me, memorizing me by touch. Be careful what you ask for, my star, he warns. My body contracts at those words, eagerness billowing inside me. Satisfaction whips across his features, a heartbeat before he moves. Not slow, not teasing, not leashed. If I thought he'd already let go, this is something else entirely. His movements are ruthless, driven, and desperate. I squirm beneath him, wrapping my legs around him to hold on. But the more he loses control, the more I do the same. I lose myself in him, in the feel of him, the strength, in the way he watches my face to see my reaction to each move, each touch. When I rake my nails down his back, he throws his head up on a growl of pleasure. A smile that is a warning slides across his mouth, and then he's taking my hands in an unmerciful grip, stretching my arms above my head. My eyes go wide, and his laugh is near feral. Then, still buried deep inside me, he lowers his head and takes one nipple into his mouth and sucks. Hard. Then bites. And I about come off the bed. The rough stroke of his tongue against that sensitive tip that comes next, though. I can't help but arch into it more, chasing the sensation. He doesn't stop until I teeter on the precipice. That's when he lifts his head. "What?" I groan. "Wait, don't stop." Another feral grin, his hair disheveled over his forehead. From my fingers running through it, I realize. "I'm going to make you wait and want, the way I have been all this time." Oh my gods. He positions himself on his knees, his hands at my hips lifting me, changing the angle, and thrusts. I cry out, every nerve ending alive as he rears back, then thrusts again, harder. Fuck! And that sends him pitching forward to grab at the headboard, straining. Gaze never straying from mine, he pistons his hips, fast, hard. Suddenly, smoke rises all around us, the scent laced with the bitter, dark chocolate that is just him. By the way his eyes intensify, I know that this is his power, but out of his control. The smoke forms into tendrils, and the tendrils reach for me. They touch me, every part of me, soft and tender, a slide like silk, harder, more aggressive. They touch me everywhere, as if only using his corporeal body isn't enough. As if he's so impatient to explore every part of me, bring me every pleasure possible, that this was the only way. I don't know if it's him or the smoke that plays with the pulse point at the juncture of my thighs, but it's like having the heat of his mouth on me all over again. Moans tumble out of me as the sensation builds and builds, drawing me closer to bliss. But it's his eyes, devouring my reactions I don't bother to hide from him, that truly catapult me higher. With everything I am, I pour the sensations he's creating in me back into him. I pour my need back into him. I pour my heart back into him. This might be our only time, my only moment like this with him. Is he thinking the same thing? Is he determined to revel in it and damn tomorrow and any consequences? The edge of desperation makes me want it to be everything, for both of us, for the woman who has always craved love, but also for the God who stands so very alone, managing the eternity of the souls under his care, with more heart than any other God has shown us mortals. His touch against me, inside me, and everywhere is like fire that threatens to both consume and to renew, burning at his will, like Hades himself. "Please," I whisper against his mouth. I'm so far gone at this point, I'm not even sure what I'm asking for. But he seems to know. We both reach for a kiss, each capturing the other's sounds of pleasure with our mouths. For a tiny second, I think this is too much, too intense, too necessary, as if I won't be able to breathe without him after this. Hades rears back, and his eyes go wide with a glimmering of what I think might be shock. And then their molten gray depths start to glow. Lyra. A smile curves my lips. I did that. I made a god who values his control above all else completely lose it. He growls low in his chest before leaning down to nip at my neck, his hips never breaking rhythm,
until we both break. The rush comes then and threatens to obliterate me, slamming through and cresting over me, tumbling me over and over and over. Hades gathers me closer as he follows me into the torrent on a shout. And I swear obsidian-tipped flames rise up in the smoke all around us. Pleasure batters at us, but then slowly eases, drawing us back down, until we are like castaways thrown upon a shore the morning after a storm, with the waves gently lapping at us. And as the smoke dissipates, everything else about the world drifts away, until it no longer exists for me. Pain, fear, the past, the future, the gods and champions, the overworld and underworld, Olympus. All of it is irrelevant in this moment, in this incandescent melding of bodies, minds, hearts, and souls. Hades gathers me closer, burying his face in my hair as we breathe together. This time, his emotions, when they come, pour into me sweetly, unending, incandescent pleasure, a shattering kind of wonder, and soul-deep possessiveness. I'm his. My heart claims him back as we cling to each other, even if he can't go beyond tonight. Part 7. My Only Hope. Victory or the grave. Death wins either way. 90. The answer is no. To say that slipping into blissful sleep wrapped in your lover's arms on a mountainside, only to wake up alone in your own cold bed is disorienting, would be an understatement. I didn't expect cuddles and declarations of undying love, obviously. Well, mostly. What my secret heart wants, for last night to have meant something, is a revelation that isn't a thunderbolt. It's soft, like butterfly wings. This is different from my crush on Boone. That was a lonely girl's innocent feelings, someone who simply wanted a connection, and his was the only friendly face in the crowd. But with Hades, it's something else. With Hades, it's still a connection, but it's also protection, tenderness, and survival. It's danger, frustration, and all his damned secrets, and trusting him anyway. It's fairness and respect and understanding. It's seeing and being truly seen in return. And maybe it could be more. Which is why this morning is jarring, to say the least. Yes, we were both clear about what last night was, but this feels like either running or abandonment. I mean, not even a note? Okay, benefit of the doubt, I tell myself. Maybe Hades wanted to give me a little privacy. Or he's asking the staff for my favorite foods for breakfast. Or he likes to shower early in the morning. I've decided that if gods eat, sleep, and fuck, then they must shower. Although that instantly dressed and styled snap thing might indicate otherwise. Or he knows today is the next labor, and I need to focus. Except my head is entirely with Hades, and I can't make that stop while I shower and dress, which I do with more haste than care, at least until I'm checking my vest. That I take my time to go over carefully. Thankfully, Hades got my axe back from Hephaestus for me. I'd left it pinning that automaton's tentacle to the window. But Hades isn't at breakfast either. Karen and Cerberus are. I give Burr's head a scratch before I get myself toast and tea. Pretty sure my stomach wouldn't appreciate more for a lot of very good reasons. Karen eyes my plate when I sit. Hades would understand if you decided not to do this after all, he says, almost casually, popping a slice of apple in his mouth and chewing. I know. Boone would understand as well. I know that too. Karen breathes in and out audibly, sandy hair falling into his eyes. He's hated this plan for me to win the next 2 labors since the moment we told him about it. A growled, "The fuck you are," was a pretty clear indicator, which made Hades stare him down coldly.
He only eased up about it when I explained it was my idea, but Karen has remained against it. I grin. You're a bit of a mother hen, you know. Russ lets out a woofy wheeze of a laugh that fills the room with the strong odor of smoke. Sir and even Burr join in when Karen pushes the eggs around on his plate with a grumble. Then Burr swings up to look past me before nudging the other two heads. I don't need to look. I knew Hades was there before the dog did, as if my body is so attuned to him now that I could be a Hades location app. Karen looks past me as well. Tell Lyra not to do this. I also turn slowly, to encounter a wall of absolute indifference. He looks through me. I might as well be one of the dead souls down here. I'm so invisible in this moment. And if anyone knows what invisible feels like, it's me. Only this is so much worse. Like razors over my skin, leaving 1,000 little cuts. Lyra knows what she's doing, and what she wants, Hades tells Karen. Do you, Phi? Karen demands. Then he levers to his feet, chair scraping against the stone floor with a protesting screech. Don't screw this up just because... He cuts himself off when Hades' expression goes utterly blank, his voice bored when he speaks. She is my concern, not yours. Feel free to fuck right off. I lean back at that. I may not have spent a lot of time around them, but that is not how these two talk to each other. With a lethal scowl, Karen shoves his plate across the table and then disappears. Cerberus snorts at Hades before he follows, leaving me alone with him. His jaw might as well be hewn from granite. After a second, he looks at me like he has to force himself to. Ready? That's it? That's it? Screw that. Why is he being so weird? As far as he's concerned, we had phenomenal, consensual, no-strings-attached sex, and that's all. Being a dick to me now is not required. I already understood the assignment. Absolutely. I abandon my breakfast on the table and cross the terrace, and I deliberately don't stop until I'm right in front of him, close enough that a deep breath would brush my breasts against his chest. Then I hold up a hand in the air, like I'm pressing it to the invisible glass wall of distance he's erected between us, higher and thicker than before. I wait. I wait for him to look me in the eyes, and when he does, I smile. Just treat me like you have before, I'm saying with that smile. For the briefest of seconds, his own expression gentles, and there's a lightning flash of tender need curling through me. But in the next instant, it's all gone, scorched away under a diamond-hard determination that makes no sense. He presses his palm to mine, and we blink out of existence. When we blink back in, we're standing in the front courtyard of his residence in Olympus. But he doesn't step back, and he doesn't lower his hand. We stand there close together, palm to palm, and I stare into eyes that show me a mere glimpse of the battle raging within him. A battle that is well beyond the folly of a god and a mortal getting involved. What in the hellfires is going on with him? I open my mouth to ask, but his gaze lifts above my head, and the familiar mask of the closed, brooding god of death slips into place. "Are you here to speak to Lyra?" he asks. I look over my shoulder, breaking the connection of our hands, and feeling as if Atropos cut the line of our fates in that instant. But I can't let any of that show, because Rima is standing just inside the gate, watching. Rima? None of the others. Not even my allies. "Yes," she says, looking between Hades and me. "Good luck in the next labor," he says to me, gaze aimed at my forehead, before walking away. I look at the ground, everything focused on the sound of his feet getting farther and farther away. I hear a small click, the door to the house opening, then a pause. "Don't die, Lyra," he says quietly. After what almost sounded like a plea, the snick of the door closing behind him feels oddly final, and I can't contain my flinch. Rima approaches, and I force myself to look at her, focus on her. She glances between me and the door, as if she worries that if she gets too close, Hades will reappear and punish her for interrupting us. The fear in her eyes is unmistakable and impossible to ignore. He won't hurt you, I assure her. Her gaze, deep brown eyes almost consumed by the black of her pupils, settles on me. She shakes her head, and I don't know if she's rejecting what I said or something else. I am here to tell you that we all discussed your proposal. I figured. I can also tell by her expression that the answer didn't swing my way. A new heaviness joins the weight that's been slowly growing since the moment I woke up alone this morning. This weight is different, though, made of guilt, disappointment, and desperation. The answer is no, I ask, and my voice threatens to crack, but I control it. That is correct. All of you? My allies didn't want to come tell me themselves? I don't ask about that. It would show weakness. Also correct. My lungs let go of all their air, and my shoulders round over as my heart shrivels. Do you mind if I ask why? Her back goes ramrod straight. Zai wanted to deliver this news himself, but I insisted I be the one to tell you. We are saying no, because of me. I frown. You? Why? It's a good deal for everyone. My blessing from Apollo is the gift. She says the last word with a dubious burr in her voice. Of prophecy. Wow. And, okay. I don't see how. The problem is, I can't control the gift. It chooses what to show me. She makes a face. This has not been helpful throughout the labors, because my gift shows me the same thing. Only one vision. Over and over. Dread oozes through me like stagnant water through a bog. What does it show you? Hades, as king of the gods. I know you don't want that, I say slowly, but it's nothing to fear. He is good. In my vision, he is in a towering rage and burning down the world. She says this starkly, with a tremor in her voice that becomes visible in her hands, her face turning pale and sort of green. Her fear is so heightened she can't hold it in. And no one, not mortals, not the Greek gods, not any other gods, can stop him. 91. Athena's Labor. Welcome to your 11th challenge, champions. Athena stands before us, beautiful and yet still martial, in a white pantsuit with shoulder pads that the fashionistas of the 1980s would envy. Her smile is more scary than reassuring. Honestly, I find Athena intimidating as fuck. I can't say that rejoining the Crucible on her round was what I would have picked. Hera's with the stars and constellations thing definitely would have been better. The other champions watched me warily when I arrived, Samuel included. He's swaying a bit and ashen, but on his feet. No golden band around his one good wrist that I saw. I nodded at them all, hoping they'd see that I understood why they couldn't take me up on my offer. My allies, though. They apologized, and I had to stand there silently sending mental I'm sorries to Boone, even as I reassured my team that I understood. Which I do, I really do. But now I have to beat them at this labor, because I'm still going to try to win, which I hope they understand. They're standing beside me now, at least, which is something. Everyone believes Ares to be the bloodthirsty god, Athena says. Then she makes a fist, slamming it down through the air, and a spear appears in her grasp, hitting the stone floor with a ringing metallic clang. Immediately, her white suit changes to armor, the same that she wore the day the champions had to earn our gifts. That seems like eons ago. A lifetime lived between then and now. On her silver breastplate, an olive tree grows with a snake winding up its trunk. Her helm is that of an owl's head, the horned features forming slashes above her brow, and owl feathers emerge from the top and back in a warrior's headdress. Her face is painted in runes and glyphs of glittering white. She holds a simple spear in one hand, and around her neck dangles a pendant. I'm guessing it's an image of the Gorgoneon for protection. She's known to wear it. The goddess of both knowledge and war stands before us. The 4 daemons, positioned in each corner of the platform, immediately drop to one knee, heads bowed, fists over their chests. "Rise," she says. Weren't they supposed to be neutral for the labors? Judges? I can't say I love this little byplay. The way the other champions shift on their feet, I'm pretty sure they're thinking the same thing. Athena snaps her fingers, and all our gods appear at our sides. Hades puts his hand on my shoulder, and we blink out. When we blink back in, we are no longer standing in Olympus. Before I can take a breath, Hades is gone again, which is when the roar of the crowds hits me, like a freezing cold wave cresting over my head and forcing me under. I try not to stumble back as where we are sinks in. The Roman Colosseum, only not like any picture I've ever seen of the ruins. We are standing on a podium built into the stands, where I suppose Caesars of old sat with their family and sycophants. And around us the vestiges of the original building rise. The areas where rock has been weathered and crumbled away is now reformed or filled in by opaque glass. The entire structure has been rebuilt this way, forming stadium seating and completing the walls with their arched doorways and windows, and a rounded roof, all of frosted glass, I'm guessing to block mortal eyes while letting sunlight filter through. The place is packed. The stands are teeming, but not with mortals. Instead, it appears all the immortals of the ancient Greek world, gods, demigods, nymphs, satyrs, and more, are here to watch in person. They seem to me like a pit of vipers, ready to coil, strangle, and strike. Just like we're at a football game, the immortals yell and scream our names. Some carry banners cheering on their favorite champion. I don't see a single one with my name, or Hades' butterfly on it. Turquoise flags with Athena's symbol of an owl fly overhead. But here she goes by her Roman name, Minerva. Her flags are interspersed with flags of the other major Olympian gods, and their Roman names. Jupiter, Neptune, Juno, Venus, Mercury, Apollo, Diana, Mars, Vulcan, Bacchus, Ceres. Even a single black flag for my god, Pluto. I'm shocked Athena is allowed to hold this here. Mortals will know something is going on. Or maybe from the outside it's enchanted to look and sound no different than usual? You have bigger worries right now, Lyra. The Colosseum floor, which is also glass but completely clear, allows us to see the tunnels underneath, where gladiators and prisoners used to be held before their trials and fights above. The rock columns are filled in with glass too, making a flat surface here at the stadium level, but allowing me to see what looks like several levels of floors, descending into the pits that together create a maze. Multiple levels of it. I fucking have this. I've grown up living in a maze, the tunnels under my city. I spent my childhood exploring all the parts of it. This I can do. This I can win. No! The cry comes from Tranika. Horror twists her features as she shrinks away from something behind me so fast, she slams into Zai and they both stumble. But that has the rest of us looking, and I have to clap my hand over my mouth to stop from vomiting up my toast and tea. There, on spikes, are the heads of the champions we've lost, skin sallow, eyes cloudy with death, and mouths open as if they are screaming. Nev, Isabel, but also Day's grandmother. And Boone. His cold, dead eyes stare down at me. "It's an illusion," Jackie says. She knows because she can see past illusions and glamours. I found that out because apparently she used it more openly during Hera's labor, Deimos and Phobos having no effect on her. I stare at the heads in revulsion. An illusion, like so many of the horrors we've endured. But the effect is no less real. Like the dragon's fire. I know Athena is playing the mental game with this move. I know it, but I just can't let it stand. Especially when Rima silently reaches for Day's trembling hand. I whirl on Athena in a snarl that would do Hades proud. "You're a monster!" The entire stadium gasps, and I swear shifts back as one. Because they know. That's a statement that should get me cursed, in a way only the gods and goddesses have a talent for. "Kill her!" An immortal with a vile sense of justice yells from the now silent crowd. "What's wrong with Dex?" I hear Jackie mutter to my right. Next to her, Dex is bouncing on his toes, mumbling, "Kill her, kill her," in a sing-songy voice, until Rima elbows him. No one else takes up the call. Athena merely smiles. "War and knowledge are both hard-won, hard-fought, harsh realities that you mortals don't seem to be able to stomach. And yet they still exist, unavoidable, inescapable, and as necessary as breathing." "It doesn't have to be that way," I argue. I've screwed myself already, so what's a little more? Only monsters, fiends, the willfully ignorant, and demons make the world that way. She tilts her chin down just slightly, eyes molten gold. "Call me a monster one more time, little mortal." I'm pretty sure the ignorant part is what pissed her off most. I manage to keep my mouth shut, but I don't stop glaring at her, my hands curling and uncurling at my sides. Her smile turns smug, a taunt, one that makes me mentally take a step back. Does she want me to challenge her? Holy shit, I think she does. She wants me to give her a reason to punish me that the daemons can't say is interference. What she doesn't want is me competing. That's why Boone is up there. Dex must have told her about the deal I offered, and about why. I knew he'd be the goddamned leak. Did he make some kind of deal with her? He is, after all, her champion. When I say and do no more, she forms a disappointed pout before stalking past me and the others to the first of the spikes, where she picks up a large, clear, covered bowl, filled with spiders. She takes the lid off and holds it under Boone's head, catching the blood that's dripping down, as if he was only just killed minutes ago. Revulsion is a slap to the face as the spiders immediately start growing. Athena dumps them into the glass maze below us, where they scuttle off, continuing to get bigger and bigger. "Ooh, pretty," Dex says, still in that odd voice. I glance at his face, dark eyes glossy with fervor. What is going on with him? Athena follows the spiders with a bowl of scorpions, grown with Nev's blood, then a bowl of bullet ants grown with Isabel's blood, and finally a nest of hornets with Day's grandmother's blood. All these creatures go into the glass maze. Athena doesn't waste time with long explanations. "Get out if you can. You may not use a relic of any kind to skip running the maze, just to survive it. If you can't find your way out in an hour," she points to a massive digital clock set to 60 minutes, "then you'll be left down there to suffocate, or for the bugs to eat. The first champion out wins." 92. Creepy as fuck. At the snap of Athena's fingers, I'm no longer standing on the platform. I'm in the pit of glass and rock, at the very bottom probably, because the floor here is sandy, crunching beneath my shoes. The air is stale, unmoving. At least it feels like there's air in here. Though Athena did say suffocate, so I'm guessing it will only last so long. The cheering of the crowd is more like a faint buzz in the background. Mostly, I hear the sound of my own breathing. None of the other champions are anywhere near me that I can tell. And I can't use my pearls to get out faster. Pretty sure Athena added that rule just for me. A noise like feet running. No, it's more like feet scuttering over sand and rock whizzes by. Maybe in the next tunnel, because nothing is here with me. Yet. At another scuttering overhead, I look up to see at least 10 different bugs crawling around the levels above, their many legs clicking against glass floors. I frown at the underside of the maze directly above my head. That glass looks scored. For us to run easier, or for the bugs to? A splatter of yellow goo from overhead has me scrambling back, just in time to see the underside of Zai's feet as he runs by with the harp of Perseus clutched in his white-knuckled hands. Move, Lyra. He's already trying to win. He's already gotten up a level. I hate that I have to think that way at all. Right or left? I choose right. And only a short way in, the path turns to shadows as it twists and turns beneath the stadium, until the light is blocked completely. I'm about 10 steps into the pitch black, navigating by touch, when they come. Spiders, out of the darkness. Which is when I run into a web. Already they've laid a trap that covers the entire width of the tunnel. I manage to swallow my yelp of surprise, but my touching the web sets them off. With a tapping and odd sort of squeaking that reminds me of my tarantula, I'm covered in spiders the size of my fists. I can't see, but they are all over me. Thank you, Order of Thieves, for the torturous training that means bugs don't bother me. I saw the kind of spiders Athena used. Nothing deadly. Painful at this size if they bite, probably. But my flesh won't rot off. Eyes and mouth closed, holding my breath, I form my hands into flat, closed-fingered blades and slide them along my arms, knocking them off me. A sudden sting of pain on my neck makes me flinch. And thank the gods this isn't Artemis's labor, with the fear, pain, and confusion overtaking me, because that would suck worse. Forcing myself to move carefully, I knock that spider off too. But then a second, less painful sting hits my ankle through my pant leg. I frown. They shouldn't be biting me. I'm not being antagonistic. I'm not wiggling, screaming, moving, or crushing them. These aren't aggressive spiders. I back up while I keep knocking them away. Another bite at my hip, and they keep coming. More and more of them. This is an attack. Almost like it's planned. My heart rate kicks up, adrenaline hitting my blood, and I have to control my breathing because they're on my face. I back away faster. I'm still trying not to act aggressively toward them, but another bite, and I know that's not working. So I cross my hand over my chest, and in a violent swipe, throw as many off my arms as I can. At the same time, I turn and run, flinching and twisting and slapping at myself all the way. Back into sunlight, past it, and into the darkness on the other side. Not quite as bad, though. At least I can see where I'm going. The squeaking and clacks of the spider's fangs and skittering of their feet on the glass behind me is the creepiest fucking sound. I don't stop running, even as two more bite me on the legs. The little yelping noises I make bounce off the glass. Hands flying, I knock more spiders off as I sprint down hallways, not caring where. Turn after turn, and they're still following. This isn't working. Yanking back my sleeve, I awaken the fox and panther, who leap from my flesh, becoming real to run with me. Help! That's when the tarantula does something that feels like she's crawling under my very flesh, which, given what I'm dealing with, almost makes me lose my shit. But I look down instead to find her waving frantically at me. She wants to be released. Of course. How could I forget Aphrodite's challenge? I touch her and she springs from my body. Only this time she grows beyond the normal size of her species. The skittering behind me stops dead, the silence palpable. Enough that I stumble to a halt and turn to watch as my tarantula, now big enough to fill most of the tunnel, faces down at least 30 spiders of varying sizes, from my fist to that of a large dog. They aren't on the walls of the tunnel, just the floor, but they cover it in a moving, wriggling sea of blacks and browns, with their eyes, all those eyes, trained on my tarantula. She moves the smaller appendages near her mouth and vibrates. A few of the other spiders move as well, like they're waving at each other. Some scrape appendages together, making a scratchy noise. Others clack or squeak, and there is a vibration in the air that I can feel. It slithers over my body in invisible waves. They are communicating. I have no idea what my tarantula says to them, but eventually they scurry away in the other direction. She shrinks a little so she can turn in the tunnel to face me. I have promised them that you will not kill any spiders in this maze. Her voice is bizarre, like scratches and hums at the same time, but I can understand her. In exchange, the spiders will not attack you. I am still smarting and bleeding in a few spots, and I'll probably start itching and swelling, given the size of the bites. I nod. You have my word. The other bugs down here, I cannot help with. Thank you. I offer my arm, and she returns. Now I have to figure out what's next. Hopefully my unaimed running didn't get me lost or send me deeper into the tunnels. Please, help me find the way out, I say to the fox and panther. Watch out for more bugs. They don't hesitate, loping off down the tunnel. I follow at a jog. We hit a T in the maze fairly quickly. Go. I point in opposite directions. Then I wait there. I close my eyes to force my racing heart and thoughts to slow down and focus, to center on my senses, to ignore my spider bites. The air to the right is cooler and a little sweeter. Barely. A clattering of legs coming toward me stands the hair up on my neck, and I spin around just as a bullet ant lunges. 93. Crystal Labyrinth. With a snarl, the panther leaps over my head, just avoiding the glass ceiling, and comes down on top of the bullet ant. The cat's powerful jaws sink into the back of its armored skull with a sickening crunch. Axe in hand, I drop my arms to my sides in a sort of anticlimactic realization. My animals can fight for me as well as direct me? Hades didn't say anything about that, but I should have guessed. Very handy. My panther comes away with greenish goo around her muzzle, which she proceeds to spit out, pawing at her own face. Above me, Samuel runs by, looking closely at a copper disc of some kind in his hands. Hades said he won Hephaestus's labor. The prize was a compass that always points the way to go, a lot like Micah's mirror. With a chuff, my panther runs past me in the direction the fox went. I follow, axe in hand. We come across the fox making his way back to us, and he turns to run in the same direction. More running and following. We run until we come to another T, one way leading up, the other on the same level. We do the same thing, just to be sure, but this one seems obvious. Sure enough, the fox returns first, and we head upward, after the panther. We emerge onto the second level. This one is all glass, the level between the stone maze below my feet and the top level above. Sunlight dissipates the shadows here, and I can see bugs everywhere, running this way and that. I catch sight of several of the other champions, too, and when I look up, I see faces in the immortal crowd filled with bloodlust and fascination, their cheers audible even down here. I block all of that out and focus only on what's directly in front of me. Solve one problem, then the next. and every single second I'm expecting to hear Hades' voice offering advice, or maybe his butterfly showing me the way. But I don't. I'm standing at another crossroads when a pounding on the glass has me whirling, heart thudding harder, crouched and ready to defend. But I find Trinika standing under my feet. I drop to my knees as she stares up at me. "Which way?" Her voice is slightly garbled through the floor. Because of the clear tunnels, it's impossible to tell if I've been in that section before. I point. "That way, I think, but I'm not sure." Easy to get turned around in here with the glass. She frowns, hands going to her hips. "You're not sure? Or you're not helping me now that you need to win?" I give her a look. I wouldn't not help you. After a second, she looks down at her shoes, then back up at me. "Okay, I believe you." I'm not sure she does. "You can do this. The way you should go always feels a little cooler and smells sweeter. It's subtle," I tell her. "Subtle? Great." I put my palm to the glass. "I'll see you on the outside." Which is when a wicked, stinger-tipped tail rears up out of the shadows behind her. "Scorpion!" I yelp. Immediately she scrambles straight up, using gauntlets at her wrists and ankles to climb the walls to the ceiling with apparent ease. Her gift from Hephaestus, I assume. The scorpion scuttles by underneath her, then tries to climb up after her, only to slip on the smooth walls. It can't reach her with its tail either. Trinika, hanging upside down, grins at me. Thank the gods those and the spiders can't climb glass. Or the spiders, not without webs at least. She makes a face. The hornets and the ants, however. Giving up, the scorpion keeps going, and Trinika drops to the ground. With a wave, she runs off in the other direction. Which is when a sensation like being shot with a gun point blank, like a metal bullet shredding through my flesh, strikes me in the thigh before my panther tackles the bullet ant away from me. Already on my knees, I clutch my leg and rock back and forth as I try to breathe through agony. "Fuck," I mutter. They weren't kidding around when they named those things. The bug is dead in seconds, but I am dying more slowly over here. I expect to see blood leaking out of me, but I don't, because it wasn't a real bullet, just a stinger the size of my thumb. The panther prowls over and noses at me, as if to say she's sorry she didn't get to it sooner. But a second, still oozing corpse to my left tells me why. A hornet, its stinger like a knife protruding from its yellow and black abdomen. I hadn't even heard it coming. "Thank you," I force out through gritted teeth. The pain isn't subsiding. It's still pounding with every heartbeat, throbbing. I can't just sit here, though. "Lyra?" I jerk my head up to stare through a blur of tears, at Day standing at the other end of the tunnel. Nothing separating us. Oh, gods, this is it. He's going to kill me while I lie here in so much pain that I can't run or fight. I grab my axe, which I dropped on the ground earlier, and hold it above my head, ready to throw. I'll aim at his shoulder, try not to kill him. Day's wary gaze is on my panther, though, who has curled back her lips to bare her predator's teeth at him. "If you tell your animals to let me by," he says slowly, "I'll give you the petal I took from Amir during Artemis's labor." Petal? Is that what Amir was eating in that junkyard? What does it do? Heal? Wait, if he had that, why didn't Amir offer it to Micah during Dionysus's labor? Or maybe he did while I was gone helping the others. Not a question I need to be answering right now. I stare at Day. Does he mean it? His gaze flicks to me, then back to the panther. "For Boone," he says, "because I wish I could help him." I stare at him another long second, but it's a deal worth taking. "Don't hurt him," I tell my animals. "Let him by." Day is still cautious as he scoots past us, but he drops a white petal in my lap as he passes. Eat the whole thing, he says. I nod, stuffing it into my mouth. Take a right at the T, I tell him. We already checked it out. I'll count to 60 before following. I meet his stark, assessing gaze, and he nods. An acknowledgement, I think, that this is how these games should be played, at least by the champions. The pedal's effects are immediate, but not healing like I'd thought. More like a shot of adrenaline straight to my heart, with an added kick of invincibility. Not sure I needed that part. Overconfidence tends to get people killed in my experience. After waiting the time I promised, I take off down the maze yet again, leg as good as new. Or at least I'm not feeling the pain anymore. Thank you, day. I don't know how long we've been down here by this point, or how many times I've gone up and down levels, the number of twists and turns, but I trust my animals. With more and more frequency, I run by bug carcasses instead of live insects. It's not until I burst into the topmost level and the roar of the crowd rattles the glass like thunder that I know I'm close. I'm so close I can damn well taste it. Just one win closer. Please the fates. I take precious time first to look at Athena's clock. 15 minutes left. It took me 45 to get this far? I look around, trying to get my bearings. It's easier to see the various tunnels from up here, but the glass still makes it difficult to figure out which way to go. Move your ass, Lyra, I say to myself. And we run again. 2 more T's, and I'm waiting at the second one, which I think must be in the dead middle of this level, when I hear the slap of feet coming at me, pounding the glass floor of my maze cage. I spin, axe ready, only to find nothing there. But the pounding of those steps is still coming. Horror crawls all over me like the bugs in this labor. This could only possibly be 2 people. Diego with the ring of Gyges he won in the first labor, but I'm pretty sure he'd identify himself, and, like Day, simply ask to pass. Which leaves only one person. Dex. Fuck. 94. Murderers and Monsters. Instead of searching for Dex when I know I won't see him, I stare downward at the glass floor that shows me the bowels of the maze underfoot, and I focus on the sound of his steps. Closer, closer. He's breathing hard. Now. I duck and roll, and the cadence of his steps trips up as he has to jump. I come up, axe held in front of me, because now I know roughly where he is. The panther and fox are snarling and yipping, as they can sense him, smell him, hear him, but not see him. Don't make me do something we both regret, I warn him. You're going to lose. He still sounds funny. Then he giggles, like a child, and takes off the way he was already going, the slap of his feet growing quieter. I swallow hard, allowing the fear I was holding back to wash through me, then recede. Gods, that was close. I doubt I could have killed him before he killed me. But the bluff worked, so who gives a shit? I straighten, glaring in the direction he ran. My animals paw at me to keep going, and we're off again. Hopefully Dex isn't lying in wait up ahead. 3 more turns, and the air becomes even sweeter. I'm close to the end? I'm almost there. No Dex so far. I come to another T, and we do our thing again. Standing in one spot as I wait for my animals to return, I'm shifting from foot to foot in an impatient dance, eager to be out of this cage, when a new roar of the crowd pummels the glass. This roar has a different timbre to it. I spin and catch a glimpse of a wine-colored uniform and dark brown hair, and then the glint of sunlight on a mirror. Micah. No. The truth hits me so hard I raise a hand over my heart, like I could shield it from the impact. It doesn't help, and I lean forward, hands on my knees, closing my eyes against reality. Micah won the labor. She won, I lost, and that's it. No way to tie Diego. No way to free Boone. Hades doesn't get to be king. I keep my curse. Game over. I suck in, trying to breathe around the death of the hope I've been carrying since Boone died, and Hades said he could make him immortal. Lyra? That's Zai's voice from my left. I stay where I am, watching Micah wave to the crowds, trying to make myself remember that I'm happy for her. What happened? He's closer now. I turn my head slowly. Trinica is with him. The harp of Perseus in Zai's hand is covered in yellow and green bug guts, but they're both alive. Micah won. I try to make it sound positive, but it comes out flat. Gods, I'm a terrible friend. A sudden garbled scream reverberates not just through the glass walls, but down into my tunnel, and I jerk upright in time to get a clear view of Micah being lifted off the ground by nothing. Her hand circles something invisible, and her feet kick out in the air as she fights. With one hand, Dex removes his helm, revealing himself to the crowds. Trinica bursts past me with a scream of challenge, hurling curses like bombs as she runs. Axe in hand, I sprint after her, down the last halls of the maze, Zai on my heels. My animals don't even have to show us the way. We don't stop running as we make the last 3 turns. As we burst from the maze, the noise hits us like a solid wall. Maybe that's why Dex doesn't hear us running at him. But with a scream a banshee would envy, I launch myself on his back. He drops Micah and goes wild under me. It takes everything in me to hold on and not drop my axe. No more sound, no more screams. The only noise coming from me are grunts of effort as I hold on to his thrashing form. Vaguely, I'm aware of Zai trying to trip him as he and Trinica dance around us. But Dex is bucking and kicking at them and clawing at me, trying to get me off, and we can't make him stop. That's when he rolls, slamming me into the glass floor with the force of his body. As I come to my feet, so does Dex. He rises with murder in his eyes, only to get a kick to the balls from Trinica that drops him back to his knees, doubled over on a groan. Thank the gods. Maybe that will slow him down. The 3 of us stop fighting, taking a breath. Just long enough for him to lunge for Micah, who's still lying on the ground. Then he's back on his feet, holding her in the air by her neck with one hand. Eyes bulging, her face turns purple. I hurl my axe, not trying to kill him, just stop him. It spins end over end and hits true, sinking into his shoulder with a thwack, right where I intended. Only, to our disbelief, it doesn't stop him. It doesn't even slow him down. Still holding Micah up with one hand, he yanks it out and throws it away, and it clatters away on the glass. Then he jerks her down and in and twists her neck sharply with both hands. I hear the crack, even over the yells of the crowd. Worse, I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my heart when her body goes instantly limp, before she's dropped in a jumbled heap of limbs. Dead. I fall to my knees as he thrusts both of his hands into the air and shouts a carnal roar of triumph. He's the winner of this labor now. Beyond where he stands, I see Athena on the platform, and she's smiling. Until the answering thunder of the immortals in the stands threatens to break the glass under us. Boos. They're booing him. Because it's Micah, I realize. He should have come for me, not her. Not the sweetest and gentlest of us. I let Dex go. Just minutes before this in the maze, I didn't fight him. I didn't try to kill him. I let him go, and now... The watching immortals whip one another into a frenzy. I'm guessing only the daemons are keeping them from doing anything to Dex, who stands on the glass top to the maze in the center of the entire stadium, hands dangling at his sides, shock frozen on his features as the throng batters him with their screams for justice and blood. Dex turns his head, looking at Micah, and I think maybe he says her name as he frowns in confusion. Then he raises his gaze past her, landing on me, and the feral rage that overtakes his features sends terror barreling through me. "Oh, fuck," I think Trinika says. And then he's on top of me so fast I don't even have a chance to get to my feet. Just like with Micah, he lifts me by the neck. His grip so tight, spots dance before my eyes. I'm clawing at him, beating my feet in the air. But he's too strong. I try to let go with one hand and get to my vest, but he's jerking me around so violently I can't get a grip on any of the zippers. Trinika launches herself onto his back. It doesn't even seem to slow him down. And the violence of his eyes is like he's possessed. I catch a flash of Zai, who runs closer and stabs his sword into Dex's leg. But it doesn't stop him, like he's not even human. Then Dex jerks me closer to his face. "Time to die, Kirez." Trinika suddenly jumps at Dex from the side. She hits hard enough that he stumbles with all three of us, right into Zai's sword. I hear the sick slide of it as it enters his body, feel him take the hit. Holding me in the air, Dex sways for a second, before all three of us drop to the ground with a hollow thud of glass. I claw his hands away from my neck and scramble back in case he's still on the rampage. But he's already gone. Zai's sword must have hit something vital, because the life has already drained from Dex's face, his eyes cloudy. I turn away on all fours, reaction making my stomach heave. I retch, but manage to not vomit. "Lyra?" Zai's voice reaches me. He sounds small. Controlling myself, I look over my shoulder to find him standing not far away, the harp of Perseus now limp in his grip, as he stares in dawning horror at Dex. Then he starts shaking his head, hard, then harder, and his entire body starts to shake. I can't watch him fall apart. Part of me expects Hades to appear and take me away, like he did when Boone died. But he doesn't. I lift my head, searching for him. But he's not even among the other gods and goddesses, who are all seated up on the platform with the spikes, with the heads of our dead. The Olympian gods are, all of them, on their feet. My gaze lands on Athena. Hades' blood is still inside me, still part of me. Maybe the rabid wrath that tears me apart at the sight of her is him. I don't care. I jump up and point at Dex. "What did you do? Drug him? Curse him to be more aggressive today?" I scream at her. "Well, he's dead now, and that is fucking karma, you monster!" Dex was her champion. You won't be queen of the gods now, will you? The four daemons still standing at their posts in the four corners of the platform, where the gods and goddesses watch, all suddenly extend their wings with sharp militaristic precision. That is when Karen appears in front of me and takes me away, kicking and screaming. 95. Cool it. The second we blink back into being, I'm vaguely aware that Karen and I are in Hades' Olympus home. But not much more than that. Fury is still eating me alive. Fury that Dex killed Micah. Fury that someone got to him and altered him somehow. That we couldn't stop him. That our hands were forced. Fury that Athena put those heads on spikes. Fury about the entire cursed crucible. The emotion burns me, scouring me from the inside like acid and poison, turning me rancid. So much that I'm thrashing in Karen's arms. That bitch needs to pay. They all do. Karen locks his arms around me in such a way that I can't move. Settle, he says. Fuck you. Micah. God's the warmest of hearts, always smiling, all about the adventure. Settle, Lyra. There's so much command in that one word that despite the rage still pumping through me in hot spurts, I do. I go dead still. Karen doesn't let me go as I stand here breathing loudly through my nose, like a bull ready to charge.
Are you going to start back up if I let go?
I clench my teeth, but after a beat, shake my head. Once. I'm calm now. He still takes a moment before he loosens his arms a tiny bit. When I don't start thrashing again, he lets go and steps back. I don't turn to face him. I also don't start raging again. The anger has abandoned me for something way worse. Grief. For Micah. Of course for Micah. For Rafe, Dex's poor nephew, who will miss the uncle he hero worships. For Dex's sister, who lost the brother who was trying to help her through illness. For Zai, who will carry Dex's death around with him, along with Isabel's, for the rest of his life. For Trinika, who is comforting him without me. For me. Hades sent you instead of getting me himself. The words I direct at Karen are not a question.
He couldn't come right that moment.
Couldn't come? I was fighting for my life, and he couldn't. What was he doing that was so goddamned important? Did he even watch?
He was called away.
Called away? By whom?
He wouldn't say.
There's an edge to those words. Is Hades pushing Karen away the same way he is me? No, that doesn't make sense. My gaze skates past him and out the window at his back, looking over the brilliance of Olympus in the sun. It's all so gaudy to me now, after the underworld.
He wouldn't have gone if it wasn't important, Lyra.
Don't make excuses for him. He was in my bed last night. I'm vaguely aware of the way Karen startles, but I'm still stuck following the runaway train of my thoughts. And today, he can't be bothered to watch while I fight to win that fucking... I cut myself off, because the anger is rushing in on the back of resentment toward Hades, toward all of them, and the overwhelming sense that I'm even more alone than ever. It's like there's a dam I keep building up, only to have it break again behind the weight of the flood, over and over. I force myself to move, like I'm shrugging it off, like I'd reject a touch. He warned me he had nothing to give beyond... I shake my head. I just didn't realize. I walk away. If I don't move, the anger will drown me. Karen goes to follow, but I ignore him, stalking out the back of Hades' house, down the terraces to the lands beyond. I keep walking through the fields of soft grasses and summer flowers, toward the closest mountain. A path catches my eye, and I follow it. I just need to not stand still. The steps are small, forcing me to shorten my strides, and they never stop going up, and up, and up, winding around the curves of the mountain. And with each step, I'm going over and over every single moment since I tried to throw a rock at Zeus's temple. This doesn't feel right, Hades' rejection, the callous treatment. It doesn't feel like who he is, who he's shown me. To abandon me this way, and just because he fucked me? The drop to my right gets so sheer, it would make mortals with a fear of heights plaster themselves against the stone wall. I barely notice. I don't see the end of the path until I round the last bend and pause, for one small second shocked out of my spinning thoughts and emotions. Hera's observatory. Wow, I whisper. White Corinthian pillars lead up a pathway to a set of floating stairs, literally floating, not attached to each other or the ground. Those wind up to a domed building, also floating on a bed of clouds. It's an observatory made of a pink stone of some sort, maybe pink quartz, because the glow of lanterns inside is visible. Over the top of the observatory, like a sail, is a thin, intricately carved sliver of a silver moon. It's set on rails, and I imagine that it moves with the telescope inside, so that it doesn't block the view. Even from below, from where I stand, the sky here seems so much closer, so much bigger. I imagine that at night it would feel like I could just reach out and touch the moon itself. Feel the heat of the stars. Stars. Hades calls me his star.
Are you all right, Lyra?
Cerberus's serious voice drifts through my mind, and I glance back to find the hellhound standing on the path behind me, all three heads cocked, each set of oddly colored eyes reflecting concern.
I felt your distress.
Am I all right? Not really. No. Not okay. All that pounding, restless anger has abandoned me the same way Hades did today, leaving behind confusion and a ton of other shit, and I plop down in the grass right where I'm standing. After a second, Cerberus lumbers over and proceeds to lay his big body down beside me, curling around me like a shield, positioned so that I can lean back against his shoulder, with his three heads hovering to my right and his hindquarters to my left. His fluffy tail flops in my lap like a very big, smoky-smelling fur blanket.
Hades wouldn't have slept with you if he felt nothing,
Karen says. I guess he followed me too. He's standing now where the stairs from the mountain meet this field, looking poised to turn and walk away if I tell him to. I sigh and drop my head back against Cerberus, looking up at the brilliant blues of the cloudless sky. Rain would be more appropriate weather for my day. Thunderstorms, maybe. He told me that there was nothing he could give me. I knew it was just physical. And I convinced myself a little bit that he didn't really mean it, because of the way he touched me, the way he looked at me, the things he said, the way he made me feel. Karen takes a step closer. Burr's head comes up, bearing a fang.
If you upset her, you answer to me.
He lets me hear what he's saying to Karen.
All of us,
the other two tack on. The ferryman's eyebrows wing high.
Now I see what Hades means about changing loyalties, he grumbles. I will try not to upset her, but she needs to hear this.
Hear what, exactly? There's nothing he can say that will change Hades' mind. Karen approaches and goes down on one knee before where I sit, expression earnest on that boyishly handsome face.
He's different with you.
That's true, Cerberus confirms in triple stereo. I brush a hand over the tail in my lap. Because he needs me to win.
Because he actually smiles around you,
Karen insists. I frown. He smiles around others, too. Karen shakes his head.
He's looser with Cerb and me, relaxes a bit, but even more with you. And smiles. Not the calculated ones, but sincere ones. No, never.
That can't be right. I would have noticed, although lately my powers of observation seem to have been glitching.
So I'm an amusing toy. You know better.
Karen leans his elbow on his knee, earnest.
He just needs time to be able to figure out what he really feels. If he could have gotten Persephone out, that would have helped.
Out? Out of... What are you talking about? Karen stutters to a stalt to stare at me, confusion drawing his brows down over his eyes.
You said Hades told you about Persephone.
Trepidation tightens the muscles in my shoulders, and my hand stills on Cerberus's tail. Pretend he didn't tell me everything. Karen shoots an agitated hand through his sandy brown hair, blue eyes turning squinty.
Fucking hell, Phi, he mutters to himself.
I sit up straighter. Now you really need to tell me. He grunts, looking at Cerberus, clearly debating what to do. The hound shifts restlessly against me.
Tell her,
he says, all three heads. I watch Karen expectantly, watch the battle of indecision cross his features. He's already told me one of Hades' secrets about Persephone, but I'm guessing this is bigger.
Fuck,
he mutters again, then looks me in the eyes.
She's not dead. She got trapped in Tartarus.
A laugh, like the shot of a gun, bursts from me. Not a normal reaction, I know. I'm vaguely aware that Karen and Cerberus exchange a glance, but I'm still so much in my head that I can't deal with them. Then Cerberus growls at my back, all three heads coming up in snarls of warning, eyes trained on a single person standing at the top of the path that leads to where I sit. Hades. 96. Don't. The god of death, the king of the underworld. How is it that I didn't see him coming? How did I not keep him out, like Boone says I do with everyone? He stands at the top of the stairs leading up to the observatory, dull gunmetal gray gaze pinned to my face. You called Athena a monster. His voice is so quiet with wrath, I actually shiver. For a second. Maybe self-preservation kicks in, because that shiver fades away, and all I feel is cold acceptance. Persephone isn't dead. She's in Tartarus. I'm guessing the other gods don't know that somehow. And if that's true, then that's got to be the reason why he joined the Crucible. He thinks he needs something that only the King of the Gods has access to, in order to get her out. It all makes such obvious sense now. He picked me to win for him. That's all. Everything else was a lie, a show in order to get my cooperation. Did he call Persephone his star? Oh my gods, I'm jealous. A harsh, disbelieving laugh escapes me. That's what this burn is. It's also everything else I've already cataloged. But right now, right this moment, this is romantic jealousy. I cross my arms, head tipped and eyes unseeing, as I examine this foreign sensation. I've had twinges of it before, normal mortal moments, but not like this. It feels oily, like a thick tar that I'll never be able to scrape off me, no matter how hard I try. A smelly substance that will taint everything I touch. What a slimy, unhelpful, crappy emotion to have to deal with. I don't like it. I won't do it. Whatever I thought he and I were or could be in my most secret of hearts is over. Any love I could have felt for him is a corpse at the bottom of a frozen lake. I get to my feet, and both Karen and Cerberus follow suit, standing slightly behind me as I face Hades. Was I wrong? I ask calmly. What? Hades' voice is a growl of warning. I could get used to this kind of frostiness. Like nothing can penetrate my heart now. Not love, not anger, not hurt. Definitely not him. She put their heads on spikes, I say. She put Boone's head on a spike. And she smiled as her champion killed Micah after she'd already won. She did something to Dex to make him like that. She is a monster. Damn it, Lyra, he snarls. She is, but you called her that twice. With the entire immortal world watching. You think she isn't going to take retribution? I huff an uncaring laugh. She can Medusa me for all I care. At least then I can turn assholes like you to stone with a single glance. Hades rears back, eyes flaring with shock before they narrow sharply. Leave us, he commands Karen and Cerberus. Neither of them move. In fact, both of them look to me. I'm still watching Hades, so I see when that registers. I catch the moment he realizes that his only two friends in the world are protecting me. From him. And I see what it does to him. The way he absorbs the hit almost physically, before slowly pulling his shoulders back, spine straightening, face going as blank as I feel, smoke swirling around him like a moat of protection. I'll be okay, I say to them quietly. Neither is happy about it, but they go, disappearing from the mountain, leaving me alone with Hades. I don't wait for him to take the lead. He doesn't get to do that anymore. I know, I tell him. Black brows snap down. Know what? That Persephone is still alive. Is that why you need to become king of the gods? His features go slowly stony, as if I just petrified him with a glance, a word. I was right. It's true. It's all true. Hades takes a step back. Lyra, don't. I slowly move back, still so calm it doesn't feel real. Nothing feels real. I'm pretty sure the pain is coming after I thaw. You don't want to come anywhere near me right now. He stops. Was that what last night was about? Boosting my confidence or something to try to get me to win? You feel nothing for me. I'm just a tool. That wasn't a question. I don't want to hear that it's true, and I won't believe him if he says it's not. I take another slow, careful step back, even though he doesn't move. I thought I could see you, the real you, but it was all a calculation. I stare at him, still so unfeeling, and he stares right back. I can't stand looking at him now, at that harshly beautiful face, and drop my gaze to a spot at his feet. You made me burn for you. The words come out not as an accusation, but as a harsh whisper of humiliation and bone-deep hurt. Fuck. Lyra, listen to me. I shake my head. Here it comes. The pain. It's trickling in now. I need to be far away from him when it really hits. I don't want to hear what you have to say. I raise my gaze to a spot on his chin. I lost today. I'm not even sure who won. Trinika, I guess, since she was out of the maze next after Micah and Dex, who are dead. I know, he says. I can't win the Crucible. No response. I can't make you king, so you don't need me anymore. I look down at my feet and realize, randomly, that I'm a mess. My shoes are covered in bug guts, both from killing bugs and from running through their remains. There are holes in my clothes where the spiders and the bullet ant pierced through. Blood on my shirt. The sight is like an outward expression of what I'm starting to feel like inside. Only pride is keeping me upright, the numbness giving way to everything I don't want to feel. What I want to do is go curl into a little ball and fall apart. I'll do that later, when no one can see, when no one can find me. After the last labor is over, I'm going to disappear forever, forge a quiet new life somewhere else, away from him. Hades takes a step closer, eyes turning to molten silver. The crown isn't out of reach yet. I blink, then stare at him. For me to win, Diego would have to die. I search his face for any hint that what he's saying bothers him at all. And you think being an asshole is going to make me want to win? An emotion flickers over his features, but it's gone too fast to catch. Make me king, and I'll grant you anything you ask for that is in my power to give. The fire he lit inside me, that's all ashes now. Do you want to be back with your parents? Done. He snaps his fingers. Do you want to be rich? Done. Another snap. Rule a country. It's yours. He really doesn't know me at all to offer those things. He never bothered to really know me, and I damn well don't know him like I thought I did. I don't want anything, I tell him. Don't do this. Tell me not to kill Diego. Tell me not to put myself through it, just to survive. Stubbornness has him prowling closer. Everyone wants something. I back up, not in fear. I can't stand to have him near me. I don't want him closer, where he might see the devastation laying waste to my insides. Not from you, I say. There's only the slightest pause in his steps, and then he keeps coming. That's pride speaking, Lyra. Get over it, and take something for yourself. I slip 2 fingers in the small zippered pocket where I keep the pearls he gave me. Come closer, and I'm gone. He jerks up hard at that, fury and a sort of shocked denial whipping across those beautiful features. And betrayal. He feels betrayed by me? Fucking gods. A shadow streaks by overhead, and Hades' gaze shoots past me, Another lightning flash of emotions lashes out at me from him. A very different kind. Fear. Metallic, urgent, sharp. It hits so hard that I gasp. 97. In the wake. No! Hades raises one hand, and tendrils of smoke shoot out from him, only to be blown back by the force of 4 daemons' wings. They land, 2 on either side of me, and Hades' fear becomes my own, as Zealous and another daemon take me by the arms. Hades holds out his hand, and suddenly his bident is in his fist, onyx and shaped like spears, the 2 tips immediately light with hellfire. In the same instance, the jeans and gray t-shirt he was wearing are replaced by armor. Not intricate like all the other gods and goddesses, and not fashioned after ancient warriors of bygone ages. This armor is gunmetal gray and liquid, like his eyes. Like a living, breathing exoskeleton, it shapes perfectly around him, even coming up over his head so that he looks inhuman, like a futuristic nightmare of a robot with no features for a face. Fuck, Zealous mutters. Zealous lets go of me, and another of the daemons takes his place, holding my arm as Zealous steps forward. Release her, Hades commands in a voice that doesn't boom, but makes me shiver all the same. No, Zealous says. Does the daemon have a death wish? You agreed. Hades throws out a hand, and a blast of fire explodes from his silver, liquid, armor-covered palm, only to hit an invisible wall, the flames curling back away from us. Zealous doesn't even flinch. In joining the Crucible, you automatically agreed to the contract, which protects the 4 of us from all the gods' and goddesses' powers. Hades hurls his bident so fast, so violently, that it's across the space before I register what he did. The bident is also stopped by the invisible field. But instead of bouncing off, it penetrates a little before it's stopped. Enough that Zealous has to jerk back or take a strike to the chest. Damn it, Hades, listen to me! Release her! The king of the underworld stalks toward us, smoke swirling around him in billows like a volcano getting ready to erupt. Release her, or I kill you all. No! I cry out. Hades jerks to a stop. He doesn't look at me, I don't think. It's hard to tell with the weird liquid armor over his face. But he doesn't keep coming either. No one else is dying because of me, I inform him. Hurt them and I'll hate you forever. The liquid armor flinches. It's the only way I can describe it. It ripples like I threw a pebble into a still lake. They are going to punish you. She will not be harmed, Zealous tells him. Hades pauses, and then the armor oozes away from his head, absorbing into the shoulders below, so we can see his face as he studies Zealous. I have your word. Yes, she will be kept in our prison until the final labor, and will be treated well. She can't even win, Hades snaps. Why? Athena requested death, Zealous says, with a judgment of Tartarus as her punishment. Holy shit. Death. Smite me then and there for calling her a monster to her face. No Medusa or other horrible curse. Just a one-way ticket to the part of the underworld reserved not just for titans, but for the wickedest and most evil of souls. They go there to be punished for all eternity. This is a compromise, Zealous says. You may not have access to her until the next labor is about to start, but Athena will also not have access to her. Hades stares at the 4 of them, each in turn, as if assessing the truth of their words, then moves his gaze to mine, and I meet his eyes directly, unflinching. With a restrained violence, he yanks the bident out of the invisible wall it is buried in, then gives a single jerking nod. The daemons take off into the sky, dragging me away from the mountain and away from Hades. 98. Prisoner. Zealous waves a hand, indicating I should go through a door into what is clearly the Olympian version of a jail cell. God jail. It says a lot about my mental state that I am now fighting back a case of the giggles and tears at the same time. "In here, please," he says. No shoving, no anger or suspicion, even a please. The daemons said they weren't going to hurt me, just keep me locked up until the next challenge. Even so, I've clocked the details of how we got here, the ways in and out of the building that I could see, the rooms leading here, and now this space. Because you did such a bang-up job learning escape techniques last time, sarcastic me drawls in my head. Huh, I say deliberately as I step inside. It turns out prisons in Olympus are pretty much the same as the ones in the overworld. Zealous frowns. Really? No, I roll my eyes. Not really. This prison is, of all things, pristinely clean and fancy, with white marbled walls. Well lit. A desk, a computer, and a bed with a fluffy pillow are included, along with a private bathroom inside opaque glass walls. The outer walls of the cell are clear glass instead of bars. More glass walls to deal with. At least these are bug-free and with holes across the top so I can breathe. Thoughtful of them. "You're taking this well," a daemon I heard Zealous refer to as Nike says from behind us. This is the most protected I've been since I was 3 years old. I managed to smile up at Zealous. This might be the safest place for me if Athena is out for my blood, and I could really use the space away from Hades. Zealous doesn't so much as crack a crease around his eyes or lips. Granted, our last interaction had a lot to do with me demanding Hades' release. Probably from this place. Given the trouble I've caused, I'd lay money that I'm not the daemon's favorite champion. Despite the luxuries, this is still a prison. It's still 4 walls with no contact with the outside world, beyond a few scattered visitors, no way out, and a guard. I step inside, and then Zealous turns the lock and leaves. Nike sets herself up by the door that leads to the halls and freedom beyond, and pulls out a cell phone and earbuds, proceeding to ignore me entirely as she watches something that makes her snicker every few minutes. It looks like I will get no privacy. No way am I letting them see me fall apart. I'm holding myself together with sheer will, emotional duct tape, and 20 years of learning how to not show my true feelings to others if I don't want to. Who knew that the harsh reality of my life would come in this handy someday? Even so, I'm starting to shake. Just a little. Giving the shaking a disguise and an outlet, I wander my cell, checking out the entire thing. I give the bed a good bounce. Turns out it's a nice thick mattress, and the sheets are some fancy cotton with a high thread count, a league better than the thin, scratchy shit in mortal cells. The toilet paper in the bathroom is also the good stuff. No one-ply tissue paper bullshit for the gods' asses, even ones in jail. Can I? Nike jerks her phone down, gaze on me, hard and suspicious. Right, okay. She is not as relaxed around me as she looked. Yet. I hold up both hands. Can I get a change of clothes? I wave at my bug gut and blood-splattered clothing. Annoyance crosses her features, but she goes to the door and asks someone outside named Creighton. 10 minutes later, I'm brought a white jumpsuit. At least it's not orange, I tell Nike. Makes me look jaundiced. She frowns. Daemons, so serious. With a shrug, I head into the shower. The only place I can be alone in here. I turn on the water, strip, and step under the spray, then immediately wrap my arms around my middle, crumbling over them as I try to contain my heartbreak. I don't know how long I stay in there like that, letting the water both hide the sounds that escape every so often and wash away the evidence. That's enough! Nike's voice is muffled by the walls but still distinct. Damn. It takes 3 tries to answer her in a normal-sounding voice. Bug guts are sticky. I'll be out in a bit. No answer. which I take as agreement. Even so, I force myself to stop wallowing and actually wash myself off. The toiletries provided are basic but get the job done, and minutes later I'm back out in my cell, wet hair slicked back and remarkably comfy in the jumpsuit, which is fashioned from some soft, stretchy material. I'm holding it all in again, so tightly I feel like an overblown balloon. If I so much as brush against the carpeting wrong, I'll pop. Meanwhile, it's still daylight, probably time for lunch. I can't lie down and go to sleep and hide myself in the dark. So now what? I go to the computer. Thieves of the Order don't have email or any kind of online presence. We're digital ghosts on purpose, so there's nothing to check. Instead, I open up a browser. And the first thing I see is a giant headline that reads, "2 more dead as Crucible nears the end." Micah and Dex's deaths immediately replay in my head in detail so distinct, I hear Dex's grunt all over again, see the life leave his body. I click away from that fast, but not fast enough, thanks to the renewed shaking of my hands. I close my eyes and try not to see the image on the backs of my lids. "Are you going to be ill?" Nike asks with an indifference that would do prison guards around the world proud. She clearly doesn't want to deal with the mess. No. I force my eyes open to stare at the screen, which is now showing the homepage of a streaming service. The first thing I saw that seemed neutral to click on. Except the movie they are featuring at the top, the preview already running, is some bloody action film involving murders and purges. Nope, I mutter. Then scroll and click the first thing that looks not that. K-drama, a romantic comedy. Right, better. The sound will be a shield of sorts. The computer, too. I can stare at it like I'm watching to pass the time, and she'll pay no attention to me. Maybe it will even distract me, although I don't think so. I'm staring down several days to sit in here and think of nothing but... I shove his name out of my head before I can think it. I don't want to think about him. So think about something else. Like surviving the final labor and getting the fuck away from this place, never seeing him again. Or maybe I can run now. Skip that last challenge. I can't win anyway. I have 5 pearls left. How long can I keep away from the gods with those? 99. Plans and schemes. I take a bite of the mango and strawberry sorbet cake 2 satyrs made for my dessert tonight, and groan. Oh my God, Z, you need to taste this. Zealous grunts, staring at the cards in his hand fiercely. Don't call me Z. He hates it, which is why I do it. The Damons take turns babysitting me. They're not so bad once you get to know them, and I welcome the distraction, given that they're the only thing in here to keep me company other than the computer. Though I still haven't figured out how to make Zealous crack a smile. But he'll play card games with me, using the food slot in the glass wall to pass cards back and forth. After 3 days here, I'm thinking of never leaving. Peace, quiet, entertainment, privacy of a sort, in the bathroom at least, and meals to die for. The cooks figured out that I have a thing for fruit, and have managed to work it into every meal, like the bite of heaven in my mouth right now. And every single second, every moment of every day, I am mentally working through how I'm going to face Hades before the next labor, and how I'm going to move on with my life after this is over. That, and trying to hold back how that makes me feel. I shovel in another bite and pick up a card, then grin. Gin. The word comes out garbled around the food in my mouth as I lay my cards down. Zealous grunts, then scowls, and I laugh. I only needed 1 more, he grumbles, and tosses the cards in his hands to the ground in a huff. Then he eyes me narrowly. You've got to be using your thief skills to cheat. Nope, I never did master the card shark or sleight of hand stuff for that. He gives me a dubious look. I swallow my bite. You're going to have to pick those up, you know. I can't from this side. I'm sitting cross-legged on the floor, but thanks to the wings, he can't. So he usually stands and stalks around as he thinks. He grunts again. There's a knock on the door that leads into this row of about 5 cells, and he stomps over and swings it wide. Lyra has a visitor, a daemon named Bia tells him. He's been checked. Even though I know he can't be Hades, he's not allowed. My stupid heart, which apparently can't learn hard lessons, kicks into overdrive. I've had a visitor each day, always in the evenings after dinner. Cerberus and Karen have both come by once each. I sit up straighter to see who comes through the door. Zai walks in. My heart puts on the brakes. His face is a study of both fascinated interest in seeing the inside of my prison and guilt. I get to my feet and wave. Hi. They're treating you well? He asks as he approaches, keeping an eye on Zealous. I smile, trying to show Zai I'm fine. Yes. Trinika and Amir would have come with me, but they're only allowing a single visitor each day. Not Micah, though, because she's dead. I know, I appreciate that. Tell them thanks. He grimaces. I should be the one in here. I killed. He can't even say Dex's name. What he's carrying is so heavy I can feel it through my glass prison. I knew it. I knew he'd take that guilt and hold on to it. It was an accident, I say. He would have killed me, and it just happened. Zai looks away. I know. I'm not in here because of that, I tell him, dry as dust. He frowns. Then why? I shift into baby talk. I called Athena a mean word, and the widow baby goddess got her feelings hurt. Fuck, Lyra. You are just asking to get sent to Tartarus, Zealous mutters darkly, glancing around as if he expects retribution to strike. With an uncaring shrug that is some of my best acting yet, I shoot the daemon a pointed look. Do you mind? He leaves us with a final grunt, closing the door behind him. At least they give me privacy with my visitors when I ask for it. As soon as he's gone, I focus on Zai. Anyway, that's why I'm in here. They don't give 2 shits about dead champions. He blinks a little owlishly. Oh, but it's good to see your face. I lean closer to the glass, peering at him. How are you? He shrugs. My father came to congratulate me on a good kill. Good grief. Zai should take the harp of Perseus and skewer that man too. That's harsh, even for Matthias. At least that gets Zai to huff a laugh. He said he didn't know I could swing a sword so well. Well, he'll be mortal again soon. That and dealing with the overworld after living basically as a god will be his own personal hell. Yeah. Zai ducks his head, hiding a grin I'm sure he feels is inappropriate. We are, after all, talking about his father. Suddenly, he steps closer to the glass, as close as he can without smashing his face. I'll try to win, he says urgently, and if I do, Hermes has promised to make Boone a god. My mouth falls open. How in the name of Olympus did you manage that? He's the patron god of thieves. Zai looks behind him to check the door, probably making sure none of the daemons come rushing in if they heard that. Not that it's breaking any of their rules, but it gives me a chance to wrangle my own reaction under control. The tears burning my eyes are welling hard, making the sight of Zai's face blurry. You are a good, good man, Zai Aridem, I whisper. He shakes his head. Don't thank me. I frown. Why? Did you promise Hermes something in return? I ask, suspicion making me watch him more closely. No. He waves away my worry. He came to me, actually. The hells he did. Why would Hermes do that? What possible reason? Isn't there anyone you would ask to bring back? Someone close to you? He shakes his head. Well, Thank you from Boone and from me. I put my palm against the glass, and Zai flattens his on the other side. What else can I say? Thank you for asking me to be your ally, he says. The smile he offers me is one I imagine old friends would share, full of understanding and acceptance, and a need to be there for each other. I like to think of him as a friend. Boone said I didn't have friends, not because of my curse, but because of the walls I put up. I didn't with Zai, and he accepted me when he really never should have. Curse or no curse. I probably brought you more problems than solutions, I say. Zai's smile widens to a grin. I like solving problems. His expression is so endearing, I don't bother to tell him the truth. Even if Zai wins the final labor, I'm guessing he won't win the Crucible. Not with one of his wins being a tie with Rima. Diego wins, no matter what. But I'm not going to point that out. The gesture alone is enough. It also gives me an idea. Hades won't like it. Karen either, for that matter. It's a betrayal of sorts, but it's also the right thing to do. Zai, I have a favor to ask. What favor? He asks. No wariness, no suspicion, only trust. I truly did pick the best possible ally for this nightmare. You're not going to like it. 100. There can be only one. The fact that a brand new uniform was delivered to my cell this evening with dinner was a good clue that the next labor is soon. Tonight, most likely. I ate, I dressed, and I've been sitting on my bed, waiting. I should rest or something, but the anxious energy of nerves and, well, too many nerves to figure out all the other emotions swirling around in there, won't let me relax. So I pace, and sit, and pace. And through the night and into the next day, I watch the door, anticipating one face, hoping for another. I've put Zai in a tricky position, but I have absolute faith that he did what I asked. It took convincing, but he agreed. In the evening, the door suddenly opens. I didn't even hear footsteps on the other side. And I get to my feet, expecting one of the daemons, or maybe Hades, to walk through and take me to my final fight. Instead, a goddess enters. Dressed in a flowing pink chiffon dress, made up with glittering gold at her eyes and lips, she strolls casually through the door, as if this is just a normal Tuesday. "Hello, darling," Aphrodite trills. She doesn't even glance at Zealous, who let her in. Instead, she looks around my cell, nose wrinkling. "How very drab," she comments. "You must be so bored." I get by. She pins me with a gaze sparking with mischief. "I'd be happy to give you a mental orgasm, just to lighten up your dreary day." Zealous stiffens where he still stands in the doorway. Her back is to him, so he doesn't see the way more mischief tugs at her lips. She's fucking with the daemon deliberately. "I'm about to go into a labor," I point out. Aphrodite hums deeply, suggestively. "It's the best way to relax before battle that I've ever found." Battle? Is that a hint? She raises her eyebrows at me, eyes wide and questioning. I clear my throat around a chuckle lodged there. "No, thank you, though." She twitches her shoulders in annoyance. "I can feel the unrealized sexual tension stretching from Hades' home on the other side of Olympus to here." Then she gives me a look that is insistent and pointed. "Are you sure you don't want my help?" Then she glances sideways, indicating Zealous. She wants him to leave. "Oh, well, I guess it wouldn't hurt." "Excellent!" She claps her hands joyfully. Zealous, whose unemotional face is as close to horrified and simultaneously fascinated as I think he gets, clears his throat. "I'll give you some privacy." He's through the door like a gunshot, And Aphrodite laughs, her face transforming to genuine humor, and not something designed to elicit a specific response. In my opinion, she's much more beautiful this way. Real. Sobering, she lets her gaze skate over me. "Why did you come?" I ask. "Demeter." My eyes widen. That's the last thing I was expecting. Mostly because Zai and I are the only two people who know I reached out to that goddess, through him, asking her to come talk to me. But understanding comes quickly enough, and I grimace. "She won't come?" Aphrodite pauses, then shakes her head. She said no pet of Hades was worth her time. Stubborn, prideful, arrogant deities. I'm surprised any of them have noses left, after cutting them off so often to spite their faces. "Why did you wish to see her?" Aphrodite asks. I study her face like she did mine a second ago. Strangely, of all the gods and goddesses, I think I trust her the most. Possibly even more than Hades, with all his secrets and lies. Maybe it's because she's let me see the side of her that is real. I'm honestly not sure. Sharing this secret with her, though. I take a deep breath, then another. Please let this be the right decision. Persephone didn't die. There, I said it. Too late to take it back now. The only way is forward. The goddess of love and passion's eyes go wide. "That's not possible," she whispers through tight lips. My heart beats harder at her reaction alone. Did I fuck up by telling her? "You'd better sit down." Once we're both in chairs facing each other through the glass, I tell her the little I know. Is it possible for the king of the gods to release prisoners from Tartarus? I ask. A little frown has formed between her perfect brows. "No," she says slowly. "The only way to open Tartarus requires all 7 of the gods and goddesses who trapped the Titans in there. Even for Persephone, I don't think we could convince all 7 to risk trying it." The frown deepens. "How did she get in?" she asks, more to herself than me. "And why?" Then she lifts her gaze to mine, speculation replacing confusion. "You were going to tell Demeter?" I nod. "Diego is her champion. The crucible is his as long as he lives through this labor. Maybe she could figure out how to use that power to get her daughter back. You said it yourself. Hades always has a plan." Hades should have told Persephone's mother before now, but it's so like him to play his cards close and to try to fix this on his own. "I was going to trade this information for a promise to make Boone a god," I say. She gives a seductive hum. "I knew I liked you for a reason." Then her expression becomes serious. "Why now? Why go to all this trouble, rather than tell her after the challenge yourself?" "Because I may not survive," I say, "and she deserves to know." She nods, lips thin. "But I still don't know what Hades is thinking," she says. "Opening Tartarus is dangerous and not possible, not without all of us." Aphrodite turns her face away from me, gaze seeming to search the stark white wall opposite. Then she takes her own deep breath, a small sign that tells me how shaken the goddess is. "If Jackie was closer to winning, I would offer to save Boone for you." I sit back slightly. My proposal to the other champions really has made the rounds. But not Persephone. Aphrodite returns her gaze to mine. "I won't tell Demeter this secret." Shock reverberates through me, straightening my spine and slashing my brows in a confused frown. What? Why not? It could start another war between us. And after the last one... Her eyes darken with pain. I can't risk that. A war? Sadness lingers in her expression. Demeter almost burned down Olympus the day Hades told her Persephone died. He was smart to tell her that lie. Kind, too. If she knew her daughter was alive, and where she is, She shrugs. Then a frown slowly tugs at her features. I'm guessing Hades doesn't want anyone else to know. I say nothing. Aphrodite lets out a low whistle. And yet you'd trust me with this. She stares, her expression inscrutable, then softly says, I'm honored, truly. I offer her a crooked smile. I think you're one of the good ones, which makes her chuckle. We're all equally good and bad, just like mortals. Some of you are worse than others, I mutter darkly. Aphrodite rolls her eyes. Athena is who she is. Zeus, too. All of us, really. We are what we were born to be. Better than the violent titans, but far from perfect. Well, either way, after this is over, I shall pray to you often. Aphrodite's smile is sincere and shows the depth of her heart for just a moment. Take care in the last labor, Lyra. I would like to hear those prayers. She goes to the door and lifts her hand to knock, only to pause again and shoot me a devilish grin over her shoulder. Moan. Huh? She gives me a pointed look. Mental orgasm, darling. I have a reputation to uphold. Oh. It hits me what she wants me to do, which is put on a show. Awesome. I do my best, moving to lie down on the bed and rumple the sheets so I look appropriately thrashed, which is kind of hard to get enthusiastic about in the moment. Then I let out a keening moan, followed by a healthy, "Oh, God!" "Goddess," she whispers, "don't forget who I am." "Oh, goddess," I cry out louder, then again for good measure. With an eye roll, she knocks, the door opens, and she's gone, leaving me alone with 1,000 competing thoughts. In my short amount of time being locked up here, I've gone over every moment with Hades, everything he's said and done. For most of the time, my own heartache had convinced me that the way he was with me, the looks, the touches, the fact that he shared parts of himself with me, was an act to manipulate me. He saw my weakness for him and used it to keep me on his side and fighting to win the labors. I even, for a second, convinced myself that his offer to help Boone was a lie. Except he swore on the river Styx. That's a sacred oath to the gods. Something else he said comes to me now. Someday I'll tell you the rest, and I think you'll agree it was a good reason. But I'm not sure now that it's good enough for what you are having to pay. What I am having to pay? At the time, I thought he was only speaking about Boone and the death and fear I've gone through. But what if he was talking about more? About him? My thoughts take a new path, away from me, away from the pain of my own feelings, focusing instead on him, on Hades. I'm a trained liar. One of the things we're taught is to use as much of the truth as possible to make a lie feel more real. Not all of what he showed me, who he was with me, was a lie. It couldn't have been. He was holding himself so tightly together on Hera's mountain. But at the same time, he wasn't playing the smart game with me. To get what he wants, he should have been leaning into my sympathies, using the determination I've shown to help the other champions survive. And why, after sleeping with me, not continue to use my feelings for him against me? Instead, he seemed to be trying to make me hate him. Was he being deliberately, brutally nasty? Why? I can only think of one reason. Without the stained filter of bitterness and pain, and trying very hard to look at it without rose-colored glasses, the way he was with me when we slept together makes no sense in the wake of how he treated me the very next day. That night, he didn't have to tell me the things he did. He already had me. Is Aphrodite right that Hades always has a plan? Is Karen right? Did Hades start out trying to deceive me, but get tangled in his own web and grow fond of me instead? And without his brother's curse, could he feel even more? With a click of the handle, the door swings open, and Nike enters. "It's time," she says. 101. One last blow. It's time to compete in my last labor. Or at least to not die. And then what? I was going to run away, but now... "Are you able to tell me where?" I ask Nike as she unlocks the door to my cell. The daemon shakes her head. "It's okay," I assure her, though she doesn't look concerned. I figured. "Follow me," she says, which I do, out of my block of cells and into a long, narrow hall that leads through what could pass for a fancy version of the front office of a police department, and then outside into the night. "We can't teleport inside that building," she explains. "Wards." I expect her to either fly or teleport me away, but instead she spreads her wings wide and takes off without me. "Hey," I call after her, "where do I—" Hades appears in the silent jolt of an instant, standing several yards away, like he can't quite bring himself to be near me. His eyes glint silver in the glow of evening light as he takes all of me in with a single sweeping glance. "They treated you well." That's it? That's all he has? Would it be unladylike to punch the god I love in the face? Yes. I'm staring. I can't help it. I'm drinking him in after days without. But I'm also searching for a flicker of a sign he's hating this as much as I am. That he has regrets. That he's pushing me away in some misguided attempt to protect me. That he has a plan, and he's trying to save Persephone and Boone and me. That's a lot to shoulder. Before, I would have said that sounded like him, to deal with all that silently and alone. Now, I don't know what to believe. "As your god, I am required to take you to the last labor." Required? As if he wouldn't be here otherwise. The same way he didn't watch Athena's game? I cross my arms. "I'm surprised they let you near me." "They feared any other god wouldn't be able to hold off Athena if she decides to attack you on the way." Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Hades crosses to me in his slow prowl of a walk, coming closer but not close enough. Then he holds out a hand to me. "Let's go." I peer closer, but he's still a wall of nothing. Not a single damned emotion. "I tried to tell Demeter. About Persephone, I mean." He lowers his hand to his side slowly. "You what?" I flinch, because that is very real anger. But I don't back down, tipping my chin up. If Diego wins, she'll be queen. She could help her own daughter herself. She deserves to know. Hades spears a hand through his hair, pacing away. "They won't let her. She's going to bring down everything, start a war." That's what Aphrodite said. He whirls on me and clasps his hands behind his back as if he's physically restraining himself from unleashing on me. "You told her?" "She said she would keep the secret and not tell Demeter, for the same reason you just said." "Damn it, my star. Don't call me that." The words lash out from me, but I can't listen to that endearment, not anymore. He snaps his mouth closed. "I'm not going to apologize," I tell him. "I thought I was doing the right thing with the limited information I had. If you had told me everything from the beginning, we really would be in a much better place now." Hades glares. "There is no other way." I take a step forward. "Bullshit." His jaw works. "Every person I've ever trusted has betrayed me." I want to soften at that. I feel my insides squish a little, but I don't let him see. "You could have trusted me." His head rears back slowly, arrogance and impatience becoming a mantle over his face. "This isn't helping anyone." Then he stalks closer to grab me by the arm, and we blink out. When we blink back in, we're standing with all the other champions and their patron gods on the flat, cracked earth of a desert somewhere in the overworld. Night. Somewhere far from Olympus, then. "Don't die," Hades says as he lets go, already turning away from me. Were you really going to make Boone into a god? Or was that a lie to get on my good side? He pauses, then barely cants his head in my direction. All I see is the side of his face, his jaw clenched. "Finish this labor and go home, Lyra. Forget about everything that happened here." Then he's gone. And I have my answer. Part 8. The Spoils. Fates, curses, and prophecies be damned. 102. Zeus's Labor. I stare straight ahead, unseeing, as I absorb the truth that after today, it's over. All of this is over. Win, lose, or die. The 9 of us still alive to face this last challenge are lined up shoulder to shoulder. Zeus stands before us, surprisingly subdued. He is not dressed in armor or fancy clothes or modern clothes at all. He is dressed in an ancient traditional Grecian tunic, pinned at his shoulders and belted at the waist. Over that, he wears a forest green cloak that lifts behind him in the breeze, and leather sandals on his feet. Maybe he wants to remind us of how ancient he is. His expression isn't intense or bloodthirsty or arrogant. None of those things. Zeus is serene. Blue eyes clear, brow smoothed, and an easy smile. This is different from how I've seen him before, like he knows something we don't. I don't trust it. While Samuel is here today, looking a little better, not quite so ashen, he can't win or even tie at this point. A gold band is around his uninjured wrist. Aegis, his shield. Zeus must have gotten it back for him. Good. Like me and most of the others, he's just here to not die. But either way, Zeus seems a little too calm, given the best his champion can do today is a tie. I think if I were about to lose my crown, and I was an oversized god baby like Zeus, I'd be a little more panicked. Zeus spreads his hands wide, offering us a smile of welcome that makes me lean back slightly, because it feels like a snake smiling at a mouse. "Welcome, champions, to your final labor." None of us move. None of us smile back. We wait for the other sword to drop. As usual, he's unruffled by our lack of response. Or maybe oblivious. "You have come far. You have lost allies and friends. You have suffered, but you have also fought well. We, your gods and goddesses, your patrons, applaud you, and thank you for fighting in our steads as our champions in this crucible." Well, that's new. None of the others have thanked us yet. I kind of wasn't expecting them to. It's not in their nature to acknowledge mortal suffering. As far as they're concerned, this is all about them. His smile falls away, turning serious and even tinted with concern. "As is tradition, the last of the labors is the most difficult. This will be no exception. And the gods and daemons will not be here to step in should you falter." I glanced down the row. Did they catch that? Did he just tell us the enforcers of the rules won't be here? Zeus holds his arms out wide, indicating the desert around us. "This is Death Valley, in the Mojave Desert of the western United States." I take a better look at my surroundings. The skies directly overhead are turning darker blue, already awash in stars. Not quite as brilliant as Olympus, but close. The sunset bathes everything around us in an orangish-pink glow that will turn darker as the sun sinks farther, and more silvery in the light of the already risen full moon. We are standing in a huge flat area that is solid cracked earth broken by patches of rocks and larger boulders, and every so often a particularly stubborn cactus that clings desperately to life. I know exactly how those prickly suckers feel. In the distance, to the left and right, are mountain ranges. Even from far away, I can see stripes of colors that show all the different strata of rock and soil that built the peaks over eons of crushing heat. No wonder Zeus chose evening for this labor. I'd heard once Death Valley is the hottest place on the planet. Despite a growing coolness in the still, dry air, heat wafts up from the sand and rocks around us.
"You won't be able to hide here," Zeus warns. "But running—"
Now he's being coy. And drumroll, please, for the twist, I mutter under my breath. Zai chokes on a laugh. Zeus shoots me a warning glance, and I stare right back at him in wide-eyed innocence. He clears his throat.
"Behind me is a series of gates."
I lean to look around him, and sure enough, I can see one about 2 football fields away. Hard to tell in the dark, but it looks like scrolling black iron bars with the doors open. Only, what's the point? There's no wall connected to it. It's just standing in the middle of nothing. Beyond that, even farther away, is another. Are there more than 2? I can't tell.
3 gates,
Zeus says. That answers that.
"The person to pass through the final gate first wins this labor. And—"
Zeus holds up a hand, smile turning sly.
"As an added bonus, this challenge will count as 3 wins added to your total score."
I swallow a gasp as a murmur moves through the rest of the champions. I don't dare look to my left or right. Zeus just upped the stakes. Anyone can win now, and without having to kill Diego to do it. Or tie him at least, for those with no wins. But I have a win. I could beat him. I could win. Oh my gods, I could fucking win. For Boone, for Persephone, for Hades. No, damn it, not for him. For me. I just have to run the race. That's it. Get through those 3 gates first.
"It won't be easy, champions," Zeus warns. "You may use your gifts and prizes to defend yourselves, but you may not use them to escape or skip any portion of this challenge. And to get to each gate, you must get past some of the most terrifying monsters of all the labors in history."
Terrific.
Starting with...
Zeus turns, raising his hands to the skies as if he's lifting something. Lightning strikes the ground far out in the distance. Then again, closer, and closer. And the final strike is so near, the clap of thunder sends my ears ringing. Then the ground rumbles under our feet, a small vibration at first, then bigger and more violent, until we are all struggling to stay upright. A crack forms in the earth, splitting it before us in a long gash. I almost expect steam or lava to erupt, or, since it's monsters, for something to come flying out. But there's nothing. With a final smile, Zeus disappears. Still nothing. We glance at one another. No way is any of us foolish enough to go stick our heads over the edge and look down. That's the first rule in a Monster Movie 101 survival guide. A snort is the first thing I hear, followed by what might be boulders falling, crashing against the walls of the crevice on the way down. And then a distinct, angry bellow. Every muscle in my body ratchets tighter, already instinctively moving into fight-or-flight mode. I've never been on a ranch in my life, but that sounded like a bull. Hands appear at the lip of the ripped earth first. Human hands, but not, with massive fingers tipped in thick yellow claws. Then horns, massive bone-white horns that end in deadly points, so wide from tip to tip, the creature they're attached to must be huge. A minotaur. 103. Don't look back. Zeus has unleashed a damned minotaur on us. It's not an enchantment like the dragon or the frog, Jackie hisses. It's real. The dragon's fire was real enough if you ask my arm, so I'm not sure I care about the difference. And what we should be doing right now is not standing here staring. With a bellow, the Minotaur disappears, and a cloud of dust and debris bursts out of the crevice into the sky. It's having trouble climbing out.
"My compass indicates there's no one path,"
Samuel says. He's already tucking the copper instrument away.
"But go through the gates. You can't go around them."
Then he shoves something in my hands.
"Here, this showed up in my room, but I know it's yours."
I look down to find the handle of my axe in my hands. What the? I reach into the vest pocket where I keep my relic, but it's still there. This isn't mine. This is Hades, the twin that completes the set Odin gave him. Zeus stole it and gave it to Samuel. It's not a relic or tool Samuel already owned, like I did with my axe and the dragon teeth. That God's damned cheater. Another bellow. The Minotaur is pissed. Great. Why are we standing here?
"Run!"
Diego beats me to it. His glow is immediately doused as he disappears from sight. Like horses out of the starting gate, the rest all take off. Not together. Not a single one of us is sticking together. Because we can all win now. Me too. I should be running. Instead, I drop to one knee, reaching a hand into one of my zippered pockets. I have a few dragon teeth left, about 4 of them. I start digging a hole in dirt that is packed so hard it doesn't want to budge, and my scratching's barely making a dent. So instead, I shove the white shards of bone into one of the cracks, and hope that's enough. If last time was any indication, it'll take a few minutes. The horns are back. Fuck me, I should have just run. 2 massive hands appear at the top of the crevice again. I pull out both my axes, holding them up. Not that they can do much against a thing that size, but they're better than nothing. It's coming out with its back to me. That will buy me a little more time. I take off after the others, who are far enough ahead that they're small in the distance. Trinica is closest to me, and Samuel, maybe weakened from his wound, isn't much farther ahead. Jackie and Zai are still on the ground, having not used their gifts of flight yet. The others are all too far away to tell. The Minotaur is halfway out, now off to my right, covered in brown and white mottled fur. Its bullhead sits atop a humanish body, huge shoulders, bare cowhide-covered torso. The human shape of him is rippling with muscles on muscles. Run faster, Lyra! The Minotaur swings a leg up to the ground. The thing is wearing breeches of some sort that only come to its calves, revealing that, like satyrs, its lower half is the same animal as its head, also bull, with the same brown and white coat. Both hooves finally on firm ground, and chest heaving with anger and effort, the Minotaur rises to its full height, towering into the skies, back to me still. But movement must catch the Minotaur's eye, because it whips around to face us. Its fur-covered face is grotesque, with a brass ring through its wrinkled, glistening nose. But of all the parts of the Minotaur, including its size, the scariest are its eyes. Cold, glassy black eyes with no whites, as if the soul was sucked out of the beast a long time ago. My stomach twists even as I pump my arms and legs. I'm at the back of the herd, the obvious weak one. I am fucked. Its head comes down, and it paws the water-starved dirt with a hooved foot, kicking up dust. Its body vibrates with rage built up from its frustrating climb, and I'm the easiest target available to take it out on. This time, its bellow shakes the very earth. The Minotaur charges, coming straight at me, out in the open, alone. Adrenaline hits my blood hard, and my heart pumps fast as I force my body across the long, flat distance between me and the gate. The ground shudders with every pound of its hooves as it closes in on me. I know I'm not going to make it when a puff of humid, rank breath hits me in the side of the face. With a yell, I stop and face it, but not with any real plan. But before I can make one, some invisible magical force draws my axes up, as if they are magnetized. They cross at the hilts, and the second they do, a force strikes them so hard I'm thrown to the ground. But so is the Minotaur. I don't wait around to figure out what just happened. I'm back on my feet and moving. But it doesn't take the bull long to get up and chase me again. I got lucky last time. This time I have no choice. I'm reaching for a pearl in my vest, thinking I'll only use it to escape him, when a streak of turquoise zooms by me and rushes the Minotaur's head. The monster pulls up mid-charge. Another wine streak with white wings is right behind that, and the Minotaur bats at the air with its beefy hands. Jackie and Zai. Zai manages to get in a stab with the harp of Perseus, hitting the Minotaur's forehead. On another ground-shaking ball of rage, the bull swings its head, and Zai catches one of its massive horns in the stomach. Thank the fates, not with the tip. But it catapults him through the air, the wings on his sandaled feet beating ineffectually against the momentum. "Zai!" I yell, my stomach twisting as I watch him flip mid-air. He recovers before hitting the ground, and I almost stumble in relief. "Go!" Zai shouts at me, then flies back to the Minotaur. And I do. Heart now in my throat for them, making it hard to breathe. I run as fast as I can for the gate. Any second I expect to hear a crunch of bones as it hits one of them, but I don't stop. It would only keep them in danger longer. The ground under my feet quivers, I think. I keep running. Up ahead I see Samuel pass through the gate, where Day is already waiting for him. Another quiver, harder this time, shakes clumps of dry dirt loose. Then another shudder, even bigger, and I have to slow down because it's moving the ground under my feet. That's when 4 bone soldiers the size of the Minotaur erupt from the ground in a blast of dirt and sand. My bone soldiers are formed as men, rather than merfolk like last time. They wield bone spears and shields, bone helms covering their heads. The Minotaur stops swatting at Jackie and swings around to face down this new threat. I point and yell my orders. "Protect us from all the monsters!" Immediately, the bone soldiers crouch, shields up, spears at the ready. In a single line, they take a step toward the Minotaur, then another. Their bones clatter when they do, the sound ominous, the sound I imagine death makes when a reaper visits. The threat to the Minotaur is clear, and the bull focuses solely on the soldiers, no longer paying any attention to Zai or Jackie. The beast paws the earth again. It also crouches, fist to the ground like a defensive lineman, and lowers its head to peer at the soldiers, from eyes narrowed with fury. Its breath blows dust up off the ground as it snorts and paws. Then it does a full-body shiver, its muscles bunching before it springs into a sprint. I skid through the open iron doors, tall enough to let King Kong through, then whip around. "Run!" I yell. Trinika made it through ahead of me. She is with Day and Samuel, none of them moving on to the next gate yet. Transfixed on the stragglers trying to make it through the gate, each shouting and screaming to urge someone on. I scour the area for any of the other champions, and catch sight of Rima close by, Amir right behind her. "Come on!" I wave at them. Zai and Jackie dive to whip through the gate overhead. But then the Minotaur clocks Rima and Amir, and runs at them with a bellow. The 2 bone soldiers closest to us beat him to the champions, each scooping one up. "Close the gates!" Jackie yells. "What? Why?" The gate stands solitary in the wide, flat valley, disconnected from the mountains far to either side. It's just symbolic, isn't it? It's not going to stop anything. "Walls! I can see walls!" She's already pushing at one door to swing it closed, but it's not moving more than an inch or 2. The rest of us start pushing with her. Even with Samuel's strength, the gates resist us. Do all of us have to get through to close them? Or die? I can see Zeus thinking that's a fun little twist. The soldiers are almost to us, but the Minotaur is faster, bearing down on them like death incarnate. It's right behind them. "Here, Samuel!" Diego's voice comes from nowhere, and a telescoping spear made of brass appears and tumbles through the air. Samuel catches it and hurls it at the Minotaur, his enhanced strength shooting it like a rocket. It hits the creature in the cheek, and the Minotaur roars but doesn't slow. Samuel goes back to pushing the doors. The bull lunges for the skeleton holding a mirror, and it stumbles but keeps its feet. One after the other, the soldiers take diving leaps for the gate, sliding through on their bellies. But the Minotaur is right there, and the gates aren't shut. "Please let this work," I mutter, then jump into the open space between the doors. "What in the name of Hades are you doing, Lyra?" Trinica yells after me. Both axes in my hands, I cross them in front of me, then try not to flinch or move as the Minotaur bears down. The thunder of its hooves competes with the pounding of my heart as the other champions yell at me to get out of the way. "Close the gates!" I yell back. It's still taking all of them pushing to do it. Then I brace. This time, when the Minotaur hits, I see it. My axes form an invisible shield in front of me, a lot like the walls to either side of the gates, I'm guessing. The Minotaur bounces off it like it rammed into a mountain. I get thrown backward. Samuel catches me, and my momentum sends us both tumbling, my axes flinging out to the sides. "Ouch!" I groan. "Watch it!" Amir yells. I jerk my head off the ground, in time to see one of the skeletons still on the Minotaur's side of the gate slam into it as it's lumbering to its feet. The Minotaur throws it off with ease, but that gave the second soldier enough time to get to us. It squeezes through to our side. I guess I was right about getting us all through to close the gates, because suddenly they slam closed in a rush. The doors lock a heartbeat before the bull rams the entire gate with a resounding clang. 104. Monsters, monsters everywhere. I pitch forward, sucking in air. "Fucking bloodthirsty gods," I mutter at the cracked earth. "Here," someone, Day, I think, says, handing me my axes. "Thanks." The Minotaur backs up and tries to run around the gate, only to bounce off whatever invisible barrier is there. With a bellow, it's back on its feet, running back and forth to either side of the gate, testing the wall it can't see. And maybe that's why I don't recognize the shaking of the ground for what it is. Not until a sickly yellow tentacle curls out from the same fissure that the Minotaur crawled out of. Only on this side of the gate. No rest for the wicked, I guess. I point at the fissure. "Go!" Together we take off again. And while I run, I check to my right, watching and waiting. What in Tartarus did Zeus send us now? A few creatures from history have tentacles, none of them good. Would they do well out of water, though? I catch a movement, and, after staring hard, realize it's Day. What in the hells is he doing, sprinting toward the fissure, instead of to the gate like we are? He grips Artemis's arrow in his hand, his prize from the 5th labor. That fool, he's trying to give us all a better chance. Risking life and limb, he runs straight to the tentacle and jabs the arrow tip into the writhing, suckered appendage. A howl of pain that is somewhere between a whistle and a roar blasts out of the crevice, and 100 tentacles burst from the deep crack, flinging and waving into the dark skies. They squirm as they drop back down to the land. But then, acting as one, they shove. And the creature that leaps from the bowels of the underworld is what nightmares are made of. Similar to the Minotaur, it has a partially human-like form, standing upright with 2 human legs, 2 arms coming from broad shoulders, and a head atop those shoulders. That's where the similarities stop. Tentacles of all sizes protrude from its body, becoming extra arms, and more slender tentacles form strands of its long hair. Even thicker tentacles sprout from the waist that can apparently act like legs as it slithers its way over the ground. Its face is also far from human. It's like an octopus. but one with holes gouged through its head where eyes should be, and rows of razor-sharp teeth in the maw that I guess is its mouth. A kraken? I bark a laugh through heaves of breath as I keep running. Of course a kraken. Female, I think, based on her breasts and the form of her body. The kraken is dragging one of the arm-like tentacles. That must be the one Day stabbed with the arrow. It didn't kill her. It barely slowed her down. She tips her creepy-ass head to one side, taking in the field. And I think that hole of teeth smiles. Shit. Scatter! I yell. Giving her a single target is a bad idea. Dread is an icy lump in my chest, and a shudder threatens to shake my teeth loose. From the other side of the first gate, the Minotaur roars, and the Kraken rears back and roars in return. They're communicating. Fuck. The bone soldiers must agree with me, because I hear a crack of bones, and when I glance back, the two still with us are in that crouched stance, facing the Kraken. Then the bone soldiers and Kraken lunge at each other, and chaos erupts. The bone soldiers lock their shields and absorb the hit before driving the Kraken back, but she manages to plant a foot against a boulder and grab one of the shields, throwing that soldier to the ground. And all of us champions are now running to stay out of the way on a battlefield of giants. I sprint in one direction, only to skid to a halt when a skeleton crashes to the ground in front of me, spraying dirt into my face. Its jawbone separates and lands not a foot from me. In an instant, it's back on its feet, grabbing the jaw off the ground. It shoves it back on, then opens it wide in an eerie, silent scream of retribution. Then it launches itself in the air, spear held high. When it comes down, the Kraken has moved, and the spear tip slams into the ground, sending more dirt and dust up into the darkening skies, making it even harder to see. Coughing and wheezing and blinking the grit from my eyes, I go the other way and have to hit the deck, belly to earth, as one of the Kraken's tentacles flies by overhead. I glance left and see Trinika rolling in the opposite direction. Air punches from my lungs. Gods, that was close. Move your ass, Lyra. As I try to circle the fighting, I'm keeping an eye on the Kraken through the dust. I don't see Trinika beneath the Kraken's feet until the monster is on top of where she's still on her knees and blinking in a stunned stupor. But Samuel is suddenly there too. Arms up, he takes the full weight of the Kraken as she stomps down on him. From here, I can't see if she squished them or not. Closer to me, Rima jumps up onto a boulder. With a yell, she breaks the lid off a small glass vial, and dragon fire explodes out of it. The immediate, crackling boom is so loud, I clap my hands over my ringing ears. The flare is so bright, I have to squeeze my eyes shut, blinking rapidly, but only seeing spots dancing. The smell of sulfur fills the air. That had to have killed the Kraken, right? My vision comes back in time to see the Kraken stumbling around, hands clapped over the holes where her ears must be. A massive scorch mark in her chest, her dead eyes wild. Samuel is dragging Trinika away toward the second gate. I don't see Rima, which is when I realize the Kraken is stumbling in my direction, a bone soldier attacking at the same time. I take off again. The world seems to be a chaos of dirt and battle around me, the roars of the furious creatures and the clattering and clashing of bone and flesh filling the air. As I run, I search for anything, a rock, a boulder. I'd accept a shallow, dried riverbed at this point, just for a little cover. Which is why I don't see the tentacle swinging at me through the dust obscuring the air until it's too late. I cross my axes in front of me again, getting ready to be slammed into, when something tackles me from the side. Strong arms wrap around me as I'm lifted into the air in jerking beats. Jackie. You goddess, I cry out. She grins and flies me straight through the second gate. This one is bronze, and just as scrolly as the first. Jackie drops me on the ground next to Trinika, just as Amir stuffs a white petal into her mouth. "Be right back." Jackie shoots back into the dust-up. Samuel and Day are next through the gate, and we're still waiting, positioned to close the gate quickly, flinching with every rattle of bones and blast of the kraken. The Minotaur's yells still trumpeting in the distance. "There!" Rima points. Above, Jackie shoots through the dust-laden skies, Zai behind her with the harp of Perseus drawn. The second they're through, the doors shut on their own, and the lock clicks again. 2 down, 1 to go.
"What in the name of the underworld?"
Samuel mutters. Collectively, we all turn. Trinika narrows her eyes.
"That can't be good."
105. All the reasons why. The darkness here is so thick, the stars and moon don't penetrate. A few feet in front of me, it's like a wall of shadow has been raised, obscuring everything. Which means not only do we have to deal with whatever creature is next without seeing it coming, we have to find the gate, too. Trinika pulls a strange pink stone out of a pocket and studies it. The prize she won from Athena's labor. The stone of Amithocles, a relic none of us had heard of before, but which will give one true answer a day. "Might as well put this to use," she says, then closes her fingers tightly around it. "How do we pass through this last gate safely?" she asks. She closes her eyes, but I don't see or hear anything. I guess the others don't either, because we're watching her and glancing at one another, all while the Kraken and my remaining skeleton warriors battle on the other side of the gate. Then she opens her eyes. It said, "Don't listen." "Don't listen to what?" Rima asks.
"What does that mean?"
Diego's disembodied voice asks. Which is when I hear it. I think we all do, because each of us slowly stiffens. Singing. Beautiful voices raised in song. "Don't listen." "Sirens," Zai whispers beside me. "You're finally here," a voice as beguiling as a lover's sigh beckons from the dark. "Come play with us." The others immediately all move forward, their gazes dreamy. Diego must take his ring off too, because out of nowhere he appears, then is swallowed by the wall of shadows. Everyone but me, Jackie, and Samuel. Jackie grabs Rima's arm, but she shakes her off hard and keeps going. Samuel reaches for Day, but Day's too fast, sprinting away. "Stop!" I try to pull Zai back, but he pushes me to the ground before disappearing into the dark like the others. Confusion is a writhing knot in my stomach. Jackie's blessing is to see through enchantments, so I guess she's protected from the sirens. But Samuel, he stares back at us for a wide-eyed blink. "That explains the color of your eyes today," Jackie whispers. "You've been glamoured." In other words, Zeus did something to him to help him resist this. "Why aren't you affected?" she asks me. No clue. It doesn't matter. One of us still needs to get to that gate. Maybe if we do, the labor will stop and they'll be okay. But I doubt it. We all look into the darkness. "We need to get the others across the line," Jackie says. Not waiting for us to agree, she heads into the dark. With a nod, Samuel activates his shield, holding it before him as he also heads off. I extract the tiny vial from my vest, my prize from Apollo, and squeeze drops of Eos's tears into my eyes. Immediately, my vision changes. It's like looking at the world through iridescent light, as if dawn has turned the lands around me blue and bronze and orange and yellow, highlighting the details. "Here we go," I whisper to myself. Then step into the shadows. Even with my enhanced sight, the darkness is suffocating. It feels like I'm buried alive or drowning. The sensation is beyond unpleasant. It takes every ounce of focus I have not to give in to the panic trying to crawl up my throat. Around me, scattered across the wide, long, flat earth, are the other champions. They seem to be walking in circles or sort of drunken, meandering paths. I move slowly, one step in front of the other, guard up for anything dangerous. But it's just the 9 of us. No monsters, no sirens. I don't even hear them now. Yes! Trinika lifts her arms to the skies like a child reaching for a parent. Take me! Something flashes from the sky to the ground so fast I can't make it out. And just as fast, it zooms upward. And Trinika is gone. Holy shit! I stumble back. What was that? Jackie calls to me. I don't know. Do sirens move that fast? And where did they take Trinika? A sound like a flag snapping in a stiff wind has me whirling around, in time to see the same thing take Diego. Then Jackie yells, and I whirl again to find her with her wings spread, fighting another winged creature that's trying to take her into the sky. The thing manages to pin her wings and arms down, and it rockets away. Do something, Lyra. Only there's nothing I can do except stumble around. They're too fast. Where are you? I hear a siren's sing-song voice behind me, and whirl to find it standing in front of Samuel, who has his shield up. Can it not see him? Is the shield warded against them or something? I hear you, Zai calls out, and the siren whirls. When she goes for Zai, I have an axe ready, and I throw. It hits the creature in the arm, and the siren screams. But then 2 more descend, taking her and Zai with them when they go. My axe clatters to the ground in their wake. I run over to scoop it up, only for that same sound to come down close by. When I look around, Amir is gone. There's a flash of gold flying through the air at the siren coming for Rima. Samuel must have thrown his aegis at whatever is after her, but he misses, and almost a single breath later a siren takes him too. Then Rima, then Day, and then I'm alone. I mean, completely alone. Abandoned in the middle of the desert, cracked, dry earth beneath my feet. Quiet settles all around me. Even the Kraken and Minotaur, trapped behind the walls at my back, have gone silent. And the darkness feels like it's pressing in on me, growing heavier and heavier. I can't breathe. All the champions are gone. I swallow, then jump when that flash of movement comes down right on top of me, and suddenly a siren is standing before me. Even with the tears of Eos painting the details of her face and form in unique lights and lines, I can still see the beauty and deadly danger of the creature. She is all woman except for her arms, which are wings, the feathers reaching the ground. She wears a skirt of sorts, belted low over her hips, and with slits up the sides that bare her long legs, and flowers cover her breasts. Her hair is made of feathers sweeping back from her face like a warrior's headdress, reminding me of Athena's armor. I don't think her skin is human flesh. It's white, with intricate swirling markings that look like feathers and tears at the same time. And her face and features could rival Aphrodite for symmetrical, curving perfection. The siren lifts her chin, slowly turning her head from side to side, eyes skating past me as she seems to search around her. I sense you, mortal. Why can't I see you? Gods, what a voice! Like honey and music, and the sound of gentle running water. Come to me and let me love you. I stay very still, holding my breath so even my chest doesn't move. She cocks her head the way a bird of prey does. I will love you better than anyone in your life, she tempts. For the briefest second, Hades' face fills my mind. Then the siren's gaze shoots to me, and I wrap my hand across my mouth to smother my breath. But she still can't see me, like I'm invisible. And that's when I know for sure. What Homer didn't know when he composed the Odyssey, something they now teach us in school, is that sirens don't just lure humans with their songs. They crave the human's love, almost to the point of sickness. And so they steal them away to their island, where there isn't food or water to sustain mortal lives. My stomach twists into 1,000 knots, my chest so tight I can't breathe from the pain echoing in my heart. Hades didn't choose me because he saw something special when we first met. The exact opposite, in fact. I take a shuddering breath, then another. Hades picked me because of what I'm not. Lovable. 106. The choice was always mine. Hades knew. He had to have somehow found out Zeus's labor, and he knew I could win it. Because of my curse. Because I can't be loved. And that makes me invisible to the sirens. With no warning, the siren standing before me spreads her wings and takes to the sky. So fast. They move so incredibly fast. I can't even track where she goes. I search the skies for any trace that she's nearby. What if I move and she sees and pounces? I take a single tentative step forward. Nothing happens. And another step, and another. Still nothing happens. And then I blink, and the gate is right before me. Not close, but with luck I can make it there without the siren finding me. I can't tell what kind of metal the gate is made from, because of my distorted vision. But I swear angels' wings are designed in the scrollwork, like they are the gates of heaven of a different god. What they are to me is salvation, the finish line. I can win. I could end the labor for the others as well. Let's end this. Slowly, I make my way, step by careful step, to the swirling gates, the finish line beckoning. An enticement just like the sirens. And I get there. I get to where I only have to take one step, one single step. But I can't make myself take it. My gut is screaming at me that this is wrong. Hands fisted at my sides, I close my eyes and try to think. Will the gods leave their champions, who will have lost them the crucible, to die with the sirens? Even if I end the labor, the gods don't have to go get them. The crucible will be over. No need for their mortal champions after today. And the gods are known for their pettiness. Well, almost all of them. But could Hades even save them if he wanted, once I ended the labor? Something tells me in my bones that Zeus set this final labor up so that there would be no champions left but his own. He just wasn't expecting me. But if I stop now, I could lose it all. For Hades, for Boone, for Persephone. My hand shakes as I slip my fingers into a zippered pocket, bring out one of my pearls, and study it. The thing is, I can't let the others just die. And I don't think Hades would want me to either. Realization stays my hand for a second as that last thought connects all the dots for me suddenly. Hades wouldn't want me to leave them, even hating the danger I'd be in, even hating my losing. He'd know that I can't abandon them, that I would never choose to. My eyes widen as I suddenly realize why he's been pushing me away. He knew what this would cost me, and he was giving me a choice. He's always seen me better than anyone else, even myself sometimes. My memory flashes back to that moment when we first met, when he said my ability to put myself first would serve me well. I'd thought he was calling me selfish, but maybe he saw me clearly even then. That probably, in some part due to my curse and my need to be loved, I put everyone else before myself. But sometimes I need to put myself first, like now. I need to make the best choice now for me, not because of Hades or Persephone, or even for Boone. I need to choose what I can live with. And that means saving my friends. And he knew. I remember the way Hades held me after Isabel died. The way he never left my side both times I was injured. The way he was when we came together. Those moments were real. Not him moving pieces on a chessboard. Real. He wouldn't want me to win now, if it means living with the pain that I could have saved everyone, or at least tried to. I know that's real too. Because if he already knew I could win this challenge, then he also knew I would win it for him. If I didn't hate him, then I might choose winning for him over saving everyone else. And he made me hate him so that I would make the choice for me. In his own fucked up way, he's told me exactly what's in his heart. Because he was willing to sacrifice what I felt for him, even his own needs, to give me a choice. And I don't hesitate to use his gift now. I swallow the pearl, picturing exactly where I want to go. Using my pearls is jarring every time. The same force throws that invisible lasso around my waist and drags me until I'm standing on top of a rock that juts out over pristine blue waves that rush up against it, sending a mist of water over me. When the waves recede, I can see the details of everything on the bottom of the ocean. Only in an oddly colored way, thanks to the tears of Eos. What I'm standing on is one of many such rocks, projecting from the water like spikes, that form a crown around a small island. Doors, windows, and recognizable shapes of buildings are carved out of the natural rock. And all around, in the crevices, on the boulders, in the water, are flowers bursting with color. And bones. Human bones bleached white by the weather and sun. Thousands of them. Anthemusa, the Isle of Sirens. But where are they? Shouldn't at least a few of them be out here on these rocks, luring sailors to their deaths? I check the skies but see no bird-like creatures anywhere. Carefully, I pick my way across my rock ledge to the island itself. It isn't massive, but I'll have a lot of spaces to check in the carved buildings. Or get caught. I decide to approach this methodically, a room at a time. Before I set foot through the first doorway, though, I hear it. Singing. But a turmoil of singing, almost like listening to a pack of coyotes in a killing frenzy. Zeus be damned, this is not good. As quickly and quietly as I can, checking around each corner and in every door I pass, I follow the sound, tracking it as it gets louder and louder, until I almost stumble into them. Sirens, hundreds of them, are gathered in an amphitheater carved into the rock of the island itself. At the heart of the theater, the stone forms a semicircle of tiered seats around a flat bottom, facing a stage that looks like several stories of carved pillars and doorways. I stand in the shadow of an archway at the back, at the top of a set of steep stairs leading down into the amphitheater, a bird's-eye view, so to speak. In the flat space before the theater, also carved from rock, are straight-backed chairs that look like thrones, 5 of them, in which more sirens sit. The leaders, maybe? Kneeling before them, faces slack with enchanted wonder, are Zai, Rima, and Diego. None of them are restrained or fighting. They appear perfectly content to sit there as the sirens seem to argue, but in song. To me, so many voices are a cacophony. I can't tell what they are saying or arguing over. But I'm guessing it's over my friends. Where are the others? I scan the grounds for any sign of where they could be, and pause at the sight of 2 younger sirens standing with their backs to a door that leads into the stage itself. They have to be in there, right? Make a plan, Lyra. Coming up with this one doesn't take long, but it's going to involve at least 2 more pearls if everything goes perfectly. Exactly the number of pearls I have left. But when has anything gone perfectly in these challenges? I'm tempted to send a prayer to the gods. Please let me get us out of here without leaving anyone behind. 107. Clerk, ally, friend. I don't know how long it takes me to work my way around the amphitheater to the backside of the stage. A while. I can hear the sirens the entire time, keeping them to my left, thanks to the terrain and buildings of the isle. Every so often, one takes off into the skies, and I have to duck into shadows or hide in doorways. It's not until I'm staring at the back of Jackie's blonde head that I actually believe I can pull this off. The other champions are held in a small chamber, with a door that leads to the sirens and a window, not big enough to climb through, at the back. I don't want to startle them. If they make too much noise, it'll draw attention to us. I give a tiny whistle. 2 heads turn my way, Samuel's and Jackie's. Jackie's ocean blue eyes go wide. "Lyra!" she whisper screams, and I wince, waving at her to be quiet before we both go very still, listening for the sirens guarding the other side of the door. They don't come. I check over my shoulder, and no one is in sight. But the tension already riding the muscles in my shoulders cranks down harder. They come to the window. "Tell me you have a plan," Jackie whispers much more softly. I show them my pearl. "I need all of you holding hands tight, and for you to hold mine." Samuel nods. "Got it." They work fast, Samuel carrying the others, one by one, over to the window, and Jackie lining them up with hands held. They've got Day and Trinika in place when a ruckus breaks out inside the theater, the sirens' argument gaining steam. A few shoot up into the skies, their shadows passing over me. Then 2 sirens come running around the corner, out a side door from the amphitheater, and Jackie and I freeze. Only, they don't seem to notice me. My heart is in my throat, trying to choke me, but that's okay, since I'm holding my breath anyway. As they walk right past where I'm squatted, hand stuck through the window, never even glance in my direction. Somewhere the goddess of irony has to be laughing her ass off. Once they're out of earshot, Jackie mutters, "What in the name of Hades just happened?" More like in the name of Zeus. I hope that asshole is choking on frustration right about now. Hurry! Samuel gets Amir in place at the end of the line, and Jackie checks all their handholds one last time, then comes to the window, taking Day's hand and mine, gripping tight. Please, for the love of Hades, let me be able to take them all with me. I set 1 pearl on my tongue and get 2 more ready in my hand, then swallow. The weight of so many people with me pulls at my bad arm, the one the dragon burned, and even in the void of sound, a shout is pulled from my throat, cutting off jarringly when we land directly outside the final gate in a heap. "Where am I?" I hear Day groan. Sharp relief hits me with an added burst of adrenaline. "Get across the finish line before the sirens can come for you again," I tell them. Then gulp down another pearl. I materialize exactly where I pictured, right behind my kneeling friends in the center of the amphitheater. It was a risk, but I figured it's faster than sneaking in. I hold very still and wait for the sirens to scream or attack or have any kind of reaction. Nothing. They are still arguing among themselves, and it's like I'm not even here. I lean over to Zai and whisper in his ear, "Take Diego and Rima's hands." He sways away from me, frowning a little. "Lyra?" he asks, not whispers, says it right out loud. One of the sirens in the throne-like seats up front focuses in on him, frowning a little. "Did you hear Lyra?" He leans over to ask Rima. "Who?" She's even louder. The siren watching sits a tad straighter. "Shit. Think, Lyra, think." The sirens have already shown how fast they are, but I can't hold on to all 3, and I don't have enough pearls for an extra trip. I need a way to make my friends hold hands without making a scene. Wait. Poison. Didn't Zai get a stone that's an antidote to poison as his prize for Hera's labor? Please, please, please let Siren Song be included in that. Pickpocketing skills have never come in handier in my entire fucking life. I find the tiny lime-green, pea-shaped stone in one of his pockets. "Zai," I whisper again. "Hey." The second his mouth is open, I slip the antidote on his tongue, and he coughs a little. The effect is immediate. He goes dead silent, blinks, and then his eyes fly open wide. Don't move, I whisper urgently at him. To his credit, Zai manages to stay still and say nothing. That siren is watching him carefully, though. Look dazed and happy if you can, and don't say a word, I tell him. They can't see me, but they can see you. Okay, now for the tricky part. When I say so, take Diego and Rima's hands and hold on tight. I wrap my arms around his waist. The siren on the throne suddenly gets to her feet, prowling in our direction. Now! Like that one word sets her off, the siren coming our way suddenly screams and spreads her wings wide. The theater explodes in chaos as more sirens jump to their feet and take to the air. But at least he fucking takes Rima and Diego's hands. And I swallow one more pearl. When we show up in the desert, someone, maybe Diego, knocks into me, and I end up flat on my back on the hard-packed ground, dust poofing up around me. Coughing, I scramble to my feet. Hurry! I tug Zai up with me. Get across the line before they come. The sirens are fast. They'll figure out where we went and be here in no time. Rima and Diego are up, all three of them confused but no longer dazed. What happened? Rima asks in a voice that slurs. Answers are for later. I grab Zai's hand and whirl away, intending to drag him with me if I have to, only to pull up short at the sight of the others. Samuel, Jackie, Trinika, Amir, and Day, all lined up, on this side of the gates. My heart is like a trapped thing in a snare, beating to get out. Have you lost your senses? Get over there! I have my axes out in front of me in one hand, my back to the group in the next moment. Clearly, they're still working off the effects of siren song. Maybe I can hold off the sirens until they are all safe. Eos's tears are still helping me see, and none are here. But any fucking second... They're coming! We want you to go first, Trinika says. What? I cast a frown over my shoulder to find them all still there. Her words make no sense. Still holding my axes out, I start dragging Zai with me. I don't have enough pearls to go and get you again. Zai pulls out of my grip. Then you'd better hurry and win. Along with Rima and Diego, he joins the others, waiting for me. And my caged heart wants to burst at the show of solidarity. For me. They want me to win? Even after what Rima saw in her vision? Even after deciding it was dangerous? They weren't wrong to fear that future. My lips twist around the emotion clogging my throat, around the urge to wrap my arms all around them. But there's no time. Let's all go together. I hurry to them on the line, still facing away from the gate with my shield in front of us. You first. Samuel gives my shoulder a gentle shove. But with the added strength Zeus granted him, the force has me tumbling backward through the doors of the gate. I stumble to a halt and stare at the champions. In the next breath, everything about the labors disappears. The gates, the darkness, the monsters, even the dust filling the air. All that's left is us, the surviving champions, in Death Valley, with the sun peeking up over the eastern ridges, turning the darkness slightly pink. We did it. We made it. They're all smiling at me, and my arms go limp at my sides, my mouth closing around whatever protest I was about to make. And, after a beat, where my heart feels like it could fly, I smile back. But then nothing else happens. Where is Zeus? The labor is over. Time to announce me as the winner and be done. Right? I catch sight of two of my bone soldiers at attention in the distance. Shouldn't they fall apart now? Their service to protect us from the monsters is over. That's when my friends, still standing before me in a line, all go deathly still, eyes wide, expressions turning to masks of unadulterated fear. And a trio of growls sounds directly at my back, close enough to feel their hot breath on my neck. 108. The Final Blow. Every part of me gets hit so hard with another burst of adrenaline, fear, and shock, my skin feels electrified. It can't be. I very slowly turn and find Cerberus is there before me, bigger than ever, as if he's grown to the same proportions as the other two monsters. "Kill the mortal," Sir snaps inside my mind. He lifts all three heads and sniffs the air. "Kill her," Russ snarls. Burr just growls, showing me teeth designed to rend the flesh from my bones. Sour bile rushes up my throat, and I swallow the burn back down. This isn't him. This can't be him. The rage pouring through his voices is feral, rabid, which is when I catch sight of Burr's eyes. Black, soulless eyes, like the Minotaur. Zeus has to have them spelled, all of them. But the labor is over. We crossed the last finish line. Do all of us have to cross like the other two gates? Except the gate is already gone. Thoughts fly through my head in 1,000 directions. Run, hide, help Cerberus. Where the hell's is Hades? Forget interfering. Zeus took Hades' goddamned pet and is loosing him on me after the labor is already over. That fucker is cheating. If the hound is killed, Hades will never forgive himself. We can't kill him. I won't let the others, but I can't let him hurt them either. Holding my axes up before me, a barrier between him and them, I face him. Don't! A black paw slams into me from the side. I hear Cerberus growl as, on a cry, my arms flailing, I sail up into the air and back down. When I hit, my axes go sliding away in opposite directions, and the wind knocks out of me so forcefully, my next breath sounds like I'm dying. That horrible noise of trying to make my lungs work again is immediately drowned out by Cerberus's howls as he leaves the other champions behind and runs straight at me. I see my friends scatter as soon as his back is turned, helping one another try to get to safety somewhere, anywhere. My lungs are still struggling, and I'm swinging wildly between needing air and needing to run. The axes are too far away to get to both of them. I have my last pearl in my hand before I even think. It's my only way out. There's nowhere to hide here. "Cerberus!" I yell. He's so close, right on top of me. "Don't do this! It's me! It's Lyra!" Sir smiles. "I know." What happens next comes so fast, I don't realize what I'm seeing until it's over. Cerberus lunges for me, and a massive spear made of bone lifts into the sky over his head, startling white with my changed sight. "No!" I scream. Too late. The skeleton soldier plunges it into Cerberus's back. With a pathetic, horrible, heartbreaking yelp from all three heads, the hellhound twists around on the soldier, even as he falls to the ground. And I have to scramble back to not get crushed when he does. "No!" The word tears from my throat. Then I'm stumbling to get around Cerberus's body to stop the bone soldier from finishing the job. "Don't hurt him!" I order. I don't care if Cerberus eats me. I can't let him die. My protector immediately stands at attention, waiting for my next order. "Lyra?" Sir's voice is shaky in my head now. No more fury. No more mindless rage. "Oh, gods," I whisper. I reach out, only to jerk away at the sticky feel of blood, and Sir flinches from my touch, whimpering. His rapid pants are shallow and raspy. Burr and Russ are limp on the ground, eyes closed, unconscious and unmoving. "I did not hurt you." I pat his head. "You didn't hurt me." "I could see what I was doing, but I could not stop myself." His voice is growing fainter. "It's okay. It's okay." I'm shaking so hard my hands keep clenching in jerking spasms, nausea rolling through me. "Can you get us to Hades?" Where is Hades anyway? "Too weak." "What will fix you?" "Only the..." He stops, giving a pathetic little mewl. "Sticks." Then Sir growls, the sound broken but fierce as he looks at something behind me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, like I've touched a light socket. I don't have to look to know, but I do anyway. Zeus. Oh, fuck. I really should have grabbed my axes before coming over to Cerberus. The god's expression twitches with a sort of thwarted fury, but that's not what makes me backpedal. It's that, with my eyes still filled with Eos's tears, I'm seeing things now. And what I see is a shimmering veil of mesh over Zeus's face. In the odd rendering of the tears, it's all sorts of colors, like looking through a prism, and fitted to his features like it's been painted on. What the hell's is that? Cold, heavy dread takes over my limbs, and I can't move, can't speak. I really wish freeze wasn't one of my trauma responses. Incredulity ripples over Zeus's features. "I'll be damned," he mutters, then points an accusing finger at me. "You are the baby I cursed in my temple, the unlovable one." Shit, now he remembers? I lift my hands in the air in surrender, turning to face the god more fully. He laughs, the sound a little out of control. Then he starts muttering and pacing, something about, "If he knew all along, then he planned to become king." While he's distracted, I roll my last pearl between my fingers, inching closer to Cerberus. I'll take him with me. To Styx, obviously. Maybe Karen can help him. I slowly stretch my fingers towards Sir's head. "No!" Zeus rounds on me, and his brows snap down in a scowl so dark, so wrathful, it transforms a face that is almost boyish in its handsomeness to twisted and terrifying. "I can't let him win." So fast, I barely register the movement. Zeus throws out his arms, and he is covered in head-to-toe armor. My mortal mind and body are too slow to react, as lightning flashes from his hands and hits me right in the belly. When the colossal boom and scorching flash of light recede, I'm not dead. Not yet. I'm on the ground, coughing up blood. The metallic taste of it in my mouth is the only thing that seems real. I don't even feel the pain yet. Vaguely, I'm aware that the blast knocked me into Cerberus. My constricting throat makes every tortured breath an agony. I don't have to look at my stomach to know it's bad. Hands over my belly, I can feel the wide gash, the blood surging out of me with every pump of my heart. Too fast. I'm losing too much blood. Weakness and heaviness invade my limbs and slow my mind. Hades, where are you? Lyra. Cerberus. I'm still here, I manage to whisper. I think I do. I'm not sure if my voice is working. I'm still clutching the pearl. I close my eyes, scrunching them hard. I'm dead. I already know it. But maybe I can help him before I go. Even the sticks can't heal me from this one. Not fast enough. Not without more of Hades' blood first, and we don't have time for that. Sir noses at me weakly, then falls back. And that's when I shove the pearl in his mouth, my hand coming away covered in thick, sticky drool. Think of the sticks. No. But he's already gone. I go limp on the ground. That took everything I had left. Now, I'm just going to lie here and die. At least I did something good with my last precious seconds of time. I stare up into the brightening sky and picture the underworld. I'll be there soon enough. Hades. He's going to blame himself for this when he finds out. A tear squeezes from the corner of my eye. Then Zeus's feet come into view directly in front of me, probably to finish the job. Honestly, I'd rather go fast than sit here and bleed anyway. I smile. Bring it, asshole. 109. the god of death. Maybe I'm a coward, despite my bravado, because I close my eyes as I wait for the final blow. Don't fucking move. My already struggling heart stutters. I know that voice, that sinful voice of darkness and soot. Hades. I'm in love with him. Persephone isn't dead. I'm about to be. And I'm in love with Hades. What a stupid, horrible, God's-awful time to figure that shit out. I force my eyes open, and even through the spots still trying to steal my vision, I can see Hades standing behind Zeus. He's dressed in his liquid armor, his bident in his hand, the murder in his eyes as sharp as cut steel. I squint, trying to make my spotty vision clear. I don't have time to force my fuzzy mind to focus. Rage contorts Zeus's face a heartbeat before he launches himself at his brother. I think I scream. But what comes next happens so fast, my already dwindling mortal senses can't track it. 1 second, Zeus is rushing Hades. The next, he's on the ground, bleeding from the ears, and Hades stands over him, bident at his brother's throat. Zeus's entire body vibrates with fury, and also visible fear. It turns him even more pale, red splotches mottling his skin. "Are you going to kill me, brother?" he spits at Hades. Hades leans closer, eyes so cold they look like silver frost. "You and I both know I easily could." Zeus tries to move, then stops, probably realizing that if he does, he'll cut himself on the bident. "I won't let you have the throne." Even as hazy as I am, it's obvious that Zeus is terrified of that possibility. This isn't just him throwing a fit at losing. This is something else. Does he truly fear Hades that much? "Aphrodite told me about Persephone," Zeus says. "You're going to use the box to try to free her. Go around the 7 wards. That's why you need the throne." I don't know what box he's talking about, but the rest of it clicks right into place with what I already know. "You can't," Zeus insists. "You'll unleash the Titans on the world again." Hades' smile is one of pure determination. "Maybe I'll just unleash them on you." "You cheated. They'll never give you the throne." Hades barks an unamused laugh. "The one who cheats, who has always cheated, is you. In this crucible alone you've done so much. Arranged extra sea dragons for Poseidon's labor, killed Nev with strategically aimed lightning, glamoured Dex into a murderous rage, added new rules to your own labor, and gave Samuel a glamour against the sirens, as well as my axe." "Lies!" Zeus spits. He's telling the truth. Is that Zai? A wavering form is standing just beyond Zeus. I try to focus, and he comes into clear view for a second. He's holding out the lantern of Diogenes on its chain, Day's gift, and Day is standing right behind him. The lantern is glowing. I want to be horrified that Zeus did that, disgusted, but I'm too numb. I'm almost gone, lying in a pool of my own blood. Then a familiar, horrendous chorus of sound rends the night, louder even than the earlier turmoil of the monsters fighting. The daemons appear in that whirlwind of feathers and fury. Hades stands back, and they take Zeus by the arms, forcing the wrathful god into the skies. They drag him away, kicking and screaming. "No!" he shouts. "Hades cheated too. He knew about the sirens. He shouldn't have been allowed to play at all." They ignore him, flying higher and higher. The last thing I hear is Zeus's desperate cry. "He'll be the death of us all!" Then suddenly Hades is with me. He's with me. His face is inches from mine, features blurry but unmistakable. "Lyra." I manage to prop my heavy lids partially open. "You're late." "I'm so sorry. My brother locked me and the daemons in the prison." It feels like we've done this too often before. Me dying while he tries to fix me in a panic. Being mortal really sucks. I groan, my eyes fluttering shut as he pulls my hand away from my stomach. Fucking hells. Well, that's bad. I was pretty sure I was dying, but now I know for certain. His hands come up to bracket my face. Stay with me. I train my gaze on his, trying to center on him and only him. The weakness, the pain, and everything else fading to nothing. Just him. You made me not love you on purpose. I cough. Too many words, and my body isn't going to let me say them. Yes, he replies in a tortured voice. How did you know? I want to reach up to cup his face, but I can't. The sirens, I say. I need to explain more, but it would take too much effort. We don't have much time left. Do you get to keep the throne, even if I die? No. That sucks. You'll find another way. Lyra. Hades' deep rasp of a voice breaks over my name. I catch his shuddering breath more through the one hand still on my face than the sound. Not like this, he says. Not. His face blinks in and out, the angle changing as I can't hold up my head. Visit me in Elysium. Fuck. He's shaking so hard I can feel it. Rima's vision comes back to me. Don't. I can barely get the words out now. They're so slurred. I hope he can understand me. Don't burn down the world. The grave drags me into oblivion. The underworld waits for me. 110. And then, light pierces my consciousness, waking me from nothingness. I feel myself frown at it. They say this is common at the end, no matter what gods you follow. The light is only a pinpoint in the distance at first, and then nearer. Not like a tunnel I need to go down, though. This light is coming to me. It grows and grows until I am awash in it, everything around me radiant. It parts the darkness like it's digging me out of it, and then it touches me. Warmth. Glorious, perfect, soothing warmth. It's everywhere inside me, all parts of me, and yet not of me. The warmth turns to heat, not searing heat, not unbearable, just everywhere. I still can't see anything but the light. Then, a pulse of power. It hits me so hard it's like a jolt of electricity. Did Zeus just strike me with lightning again? What a dick. Doesn't he know I'm already dead? Another jolt. And in the distance somewhere, a voice is calling. Faint. What are they saying? Another jolt. This time, an extra sizzle fills me with fear. The emotion is so strong it makes me want to run and hide. My fear? What am I afraid of? Another jolt. Then desperation. Come on, Lyra. Hades. That's Hades. Come back to me, my star. Another jolt, and despair creeps into the emotions battering me, which is when I come back into myself in a whoosh, into my body, and yet not, because I feel no pain, no weakness, only vital, incredible, pulsating life. Life. Another jolt, this one inundated with a sudden searing hope. And I realize what I'm feeling is him, his emotions. That's it, he whispers, as if he can't make his voice work anymore. That's it. You can do this. Stay with me. Always. I want to stay with him always. Open your eyes, Lyra. And I do. No fluttering, no struggle. I just open them. To find that we are still in the desert. I am suspended in mid-air above the ground, upright, and Hades is standing below me looking up. The champions are behind him, staring in awe. And the light is coming from me, is me. Hades smiles, dimples in full view, face covered in tears, and every emotion he was keeping from me, holding back from me, stubbornly refusing to give to me before. It's all there in his eyes, in that smile that is for me alone. "I can't believe that fucking worked," he says. Incandescent happiness is like an explosion inside my chest. The light draws inward, as if my body absorbs it, consumes it, becomes it. And as it disappears, I lower slowly to the ground, until my feet touch the packed earth. Then the light is gone, and we are standing staring at each other. "Hades?" His smile turns serious as he searches my face. And then he's across the space between us, his arms wrapped around me so tight it's hard to breathe. And I don't care. I don't care because he's trembling, and he's real, and he's holding me. "I couldn't lose you," he says in a voice that breaks. "What happened?" I whisper into his chest. "I died. I know I died." But before he can answer me, I close my eyes in terrible comprehension, tightening my arms around him. "Tell me you didn't." "If you mean I didn't give you my crown, it's too late to take it back." I gasp. Oh my gods! He gave me the thing that means the most to him in the world, that makes him who he is. I died. He won't be crowned king of the gods either. He gave up everything for me. Why? "I couldn't lose you." He shrugs like it's no big deal. "I actually wasn't sure it would work." I stare into eyes that harbor no doubts. "I'm the queen of the underworld now?" "Yes." Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy... Fuck me, I whisper. "I'm a goddess?" The dimples flash again. "That too." "Goddess of what?" He huffs a laugh. "Probably curiosity and trouble," I think he mutters. Then louder he says, "It takes time to manifest." Vaguely, I realize I'm in Hades' arms, surrounded by the other gods and goddesses and their champions. I glance at my friends, tears on their faces as they smile at me. I turn back to Hades and shake my head. "I can't believe you did that." He cups the back of my neck with his palm, holding me closer. I curl my hands into his shirt, burying my face in his chest, breathing in bitter chocolate. "Why? Why would you give that up for me?" "Do you know what I see in Elysium?" He's smoothing his thumb over my cheekbone in rhythmic circles. "What?" "The two of us there, and you as my queen. I've seen it for a long, long time." He swallows hard. "I just thought it was only something I'd get in the afterlife someday. But now that I've had you there with me, I won't wait that long. Being king of the underworld without you at my side is an eternity of my own personal hell." He shudders against me, holding nothing back now. He lifts his head, hands threading into my hair so he can stare down into my face. "Be the queen there. Keep me at your side." Even though I can't turn back from being what he made me now, he's still giving me a choice. This is what it feels like. To be loved, to be wanted, to have someone. I've always wondered. I've always dreamed about how someday, but I never really believed it. Not even the night we shared ourselves. I can't contain the smile that wants to burst from me. No more games? I know Hades understands what I'm asking when his mercurial eyes spark with silver. "Only the fun ones." 111. The Making of Sovereigns and Gods. I've been called many names in my 23 years in this world. Criminal, cheat, bitch, unloved, cursed, champion. But those are just what happened to me, not who I am. Especially now. I have new names, better names. Friend, goddess, survivor, lover. Turns out being made a goddess knocked the curse right off me, although Hades claims that he broke it just with his charm alone. This is ridiculous, I mutter out of the side of my mouth at him. I agree, my star. He raises our clasped hands and presses a kiss to my knuckles, lifting his head with a smile. And I melt a little. He's been sweet like this these days following the crucible, while we've hidden out in the underworld, reveling in the new world that we've started building together. Even Karen and Cerberus, the Styx healed our dog just fine, have hardly been allowed to visit us, and only on order of not telling us what's happening elsewhere. We'll deal with reality soon enough. In between other things, Hades has been teaching me how to rule the underworld. It's not easy, but it feels worthwhile. Put up with the ceremony, he tells me as we walk down a long hallway in a building in Olympus I haven't been in before. They'll gloat that we lost, but I don't think we have, and I'll show you why when we get home again. A sizzle of his emotions, something that hasn't gone away yet, courses through my blood. Desire, but also a wondrous contentment that makes me giddy. Karen says it's disgusting how happy Hades is, and that's despite our worry over not having solutions to help Persephone or Boone yet. She's still stuck in Tartarus, and Boone, well, Hades no longer has a crown to give up to make him a god. We're not even sure who won the crucible, since the finish line disappeared after I crossed it. Probably Diego, seeing as he had the most wins before that. In the days following the final labor, Hades and I have talked. We talk now about everything. And we talked about this in detail. We decided that if Diego is the winner, the plan is to talk to Demeter. We'll help her get Persephone out of Tartarus. Although that's the second thing Hades hasn't told me specifics about yet. What being the king of the gods had to do with it. Zeus said something about a box. What I did discover is that it's connected to how Hades found out about the sirens being part of the labors. When I asked, his expression took on a wicked glint, filled with laughter and a suspicious sort of knowing. I have an inside source, he said. Someone who can see the future. I raised my eyebrows at that. An oracle? There hasn't been an oracle born in centuries. He shook his head. I'll tell you someday soon. Just know that this person can see multiple futures. She is how I knew about the sirens. She is who told me to break your heart when I did. I'm pretty sure I don't like this source, I muttered darkly, which made him laugh. She's who told me to make you my champion, and the reason I trusted that you'd come out unharmed is because she also told me I'd be the king of the gods, which meant you'd win. And you believed her? I crossed my arms and glared at him then. But you're not king. I'm not so sure this source is trustworthy. He shrugged, seeming unworried, when what I would have expected him to be is suspicious or pissed. I told you. She sees multiple futures. Then he pulled me into him, holding me tight and resting his chin on the top of my head. As long as I have you, we'll figure out the rest. So now, all we have to do is get through this crowning ceremony for whichever god or goddess won, then figure out a plan to help our friends. The new ruler better not be fucking Zeus. In fact, if he's there at all, I'm not entirely sure what Hades will do. He's gone smolderingly silent any time I bring up his brother. With an irritated sound, I twitch at the dress I've basically been sewn into, which I have already been complaining about. Hades is dressed in black again, mostly to see the way I would laugh at him, I think. A modern suit, designed to match my dress. 2 butterflies facing each other, their wings forming a larger butterfly, are embroidered over his heart, right in the center of a black threaded star. His symbol for the two of us. Meanwhile, I am trussed up in a diaphanous gown of the unique glowing blue of the underworld. A sort of modern take on ancient Greece. Slim-fitting, It has a strap over only one shoulder, and the skirt splits into panels with long slits up to my hips. The material is sheer, and because of the slip that matches my skin so well, I look like I am naked underneath. Butterflies of many-colored iridescent threads are embroidered along every hemline. A gold band at my waist, more at my wrists, and a gold neck piece, that means I have to keep my chin up or pinch my skin in it, are all sources of added irritation. Aphrodite made me this gown. That's the only reason I am putting up with it.
"You go in here," he says. "Nike will escort you to where I'll be in a few minutes."
What? Is it silly that I don't want to leave his side? My heart shrivels a bit. I'm still traumatized after everything that happened, I guess. He runs a finger down my cheek, and I shiver in response.
"I'll be close, my star. I promise."
When I nod, he presses a kiss to my lips, then ushers me through double doors, closing them behind me. I pause just inside, as I find all the other champions standing in a large room with no windows. Zai sees me first, and he goes still, a slow smile breaking out over his face. "Lyra!" Trinika is first across the room to pull me into her for a tight hug. "Oh my gods," she said, "we didn't know what happened to you." By the time she lets me go, the others have made it to where we are, and I find myself being passed from hug to hug, laughing as I go. When we finally stop all the hugging, I sober a little. I've been wanting to tell them this for days. You should know that I've seen the others. Isabel, Micah, Nev, and Dex. They're all in Elysium now. I reach over and squeeze Day's arm. Your grandmother, too. She said to tell you to take care of your sisters, and I repeat the Korean words she taught me, hoping I get it right. His eyes turn a little glassy.
"That means my family is my strength and my weakness," he whispers. "She used to tell me that when I got annoyed with my sisters."
Then he gives me a small bow.
"Thank you."
"Are you seriously a goddess, Lyra?" Amir asks. I find 8 pairs of eyes trained on my face. "Yes."
"Of what?"
Zai asks. I laugh. We don't know yet. Still figuring it out.
"Well, don't expect me to pray to you,"
Zai says with a grin, and I laugh again. I never thought I'd have this. Laughing with friends. It feels amazing. Better than I imagined. I wish we had more time. Maybe we should have come back here sooner. We use the next few minutes to catch up. They've all been staying in Olympus. Apparently the gods have been arguing for days about the winner, and the champions still aren't sure who it will be. Though, like me, they all assume it will be Diego. I'm tempted to ask Jackie if she ever saw that weird net-like veil over Zeus's face, thanks to her ability to see through enchantments. But now's not the time to solve that mystery.
"Champions!"
Zealous and Nike enter the room.
"It's time to join your patrons."
Each of us is led off through a different walkway. I'm last, as always, and find myself in a small room with Hades, one with massive double doors.
"When they open those,"
Hades says as he tucks my hand around his arm,
"we'll go out onto a stage. There will be a dais. Zealous will present us, and then we'll sit."
Okay. I can hear cheering and the muffled sound of Zealous's voice on the other side. It doesn't take too long before Nike appears suddenly and shoots me raised eyebrows. Her version of a smile. I smile back. Those days in jail with the Daemons netted me a few more friends, I think. A chorus of trumpets sounds from outside. Nike swings the doors wide open. We step out into a roar of crowds. All the Olympic gods, demigods, and non-homicidal creatures are gathered in an amphitheater that extends into the skies, like a stairway to the clouds. We make our way to the center of the floor, as we were instructed to do. But before we can turn to take our seats on the dais, Zealous's voice rings out.
"Before we begin, I have been asked to announce the winner of this century's crucible."
I look over my shoulder and search for my friends' faces among those seated on the dais behind us. Zealous waits for the buzz from the crowd to settle.
"The winner is Lyra Kires, the only survival virtue in the crucible, champion of Hades, god of death."
I stumble, and only the fact that Hades goes still as stone, pinning my hand in the crook of his arm, keeps me from falling flat on my face. Wait, I won the crucible? I look around wildly. I won? Fuck me. The words just pop out unbidden. The crowds in the seats, already murmuring in shock, chuckle, but I'm not paying any attention to them. I turn stunned eyes to Hades. Zealous raises his voice over the din.
"The daemons unanimously voted that Lyra was still mortal when she crossed the finish line, was killed by something unrelated to the labor, and, as the winner of the challenge, was also allowed to be healed, even to the point of bringing her back from death. With Zeus's addition of 3 wins added to her earlier win of Apollo's labor, Lyra has the most points. Congratulations."
"Like you said, my star," Hades murmurs, then smiles in a way that lights up his eyes and flashes his dimples.
"Fuck me."
Then he shocks even me, taking my face in his hands and kissing me in front of everyone. He lifts his head and laughs.
"And your virtue isn't survival, my star. It's loyalty."
Hades kisses me again, and the vague sound of the crowd's gasps disappears under the feel of his lips against mine. Not fast and hard, not soft and swift. He takes his time. He kisses me over and over until I sigh under his touch, until I forget the entire world exists as I lean into him. And he still doesn't stop. Not until he's damned good and ready. By then, I'm wrapped in his arms. He slows our kisses, sipping at my lips in softer and softer caresses, until he reluctantly lifts his head, smiling down into my dazed eyes.
"We can fix it all now,"
he whispers. No convincing the other gods, no negotiating, no subterfuge or deals. I blink. Boon? Then frown. You'd have to give up a crown to make him a god, and you don't hold both crowns anymore. His eyes twinkle at me.
"But as winner of the crucible, you get a boon, and you can ask for him to be made a god."
My heart swells, then ebbs a little. Persephone? He shakes his head.
"Even your prize can't reach her in Tartarus. But now that I'll be king, I have a way."
Sheer happiness bubbles in my veins. Everything fixed. Boon, Persephone. And if I have my way, which I know he'll let me, we're going to do away with the fucking crucible forever. A new ruler is just what Olympus needs. He rights me, and, as if none of that just happened with all of the immortal world watching with bated breath, takes me by the arm and leads me to stand before the empty throne, where Zealous waits, who might as well be tapping a foot in impatience. I look stonily past the most dour-faced Olympian gods and goddesses, seated around the throne in their own chairs in a semicircle, dressed to the nines. Their champions, my friends, are at their sides. They cheer for me. Not the gods, though, who are both furious and, though they hide it, scared shitless by this turn of events. I think the only thing keeping them from losing their shit and descending into another war here and now is the fact that I am queen of the underworld, so at least Hades won't hold both titles. What happens next is full of pomp and circumstance and bullshit that I will myself to get through. I hold Hades' hand through the golden laurel leaf crown of the winning champion being placed on my head by Zealous. Not Zeus. He's not here, thank the gods. Which I guess now means I'm thanking myself. That'll take some getting used to. Hades has to let me go when the power to rule Olympus is granted to him. All that is required is that he sit on the throne. One by one, the Olympian gods and goddesses drop to a knee, bowing their heads. And when they do, a rainbow arcs from them to Hades. "You too, young goddess," Zealous murmurs beside me. "Acknowledge him as your king in your heart. Your magic will do the rest." And I too bow. When the rainbow of light pours from me, it feels like the purest warmth wrapping around me, even as it also feels like a part of me is drawn out of my body and floats across the colors to Hades. It feels right. The daemons are next, and then all the crowds of immortals stand, kneel, and bow, and the entire sky is filled with rainbows. Our lights strike Hades in the chest, flowing into him until he glows with unearthly brightness. When the rainbows dissipate and everyone rises, the glow around Hades fades, and a crown manifests on his head. Not golden laurel leaves, not golden at all. He wears a dark crown made of black gold, obsidian chips, and smoke. He catches the way I'm buttoning my lips around a laugh and winks. Then smoke swirls around my own head, and I reach up, touching the pointed spikes of a matching crown. I think the entire world might hold its breath as power crackles across Hades' body, absorbing into eyes gone dark, swirling gray. "My first act as king," he announces in a voice as dark as his crown, "will be to keep a promise and grant the winner's prize." He looks at me, and I say clearly, "I ask for Boon Runer to be made a god." Hades snaps his fingers. Boon appears on the dais. He has faded a bit more since I saw him last. He blinks, then looks around, visibly confused until his gaze lands on mine. Then his eyes widen before his mouth lifts into that cocky grin. "About damn time," he says in an echoey voice. "What's this about, Hades?" Poseidon demands. Before anyone else can so much as move, Hades holds up his hands, and power goes out of him. It's not black, like I'm sure the world expects, but a brilliant sparkling blue, the color of the river Styx. Boon's ghostly form absorbs the light, then slowly turns from translucent to opaque, and then to radiant, incredible health. Suddenly, a beam of that same blue light shoots from Boon straight to Hermes, where he, like the other gods, is on his feet. "No!" Hermes throws his hands up to ward off what's coming, but it's too late. Boon has already taken what he needs, and the glow around him dissipates, that cocky grin widening. "Looks like there's a new god of thieves in town," he says. The way Hermes stares at him, Boon had better watch his back. Boon dismisses the messenger god without another glance, turning instead to offer me a bow. Me, not Hades. I grin back before facing Hades, my smile changing to one of gratitude. "Thank you," I whisper. He would never admit it out loud, but he knows what Boon once meant to me. And with my curse gone, he knows it's possible for Boon to love me back. Making my friend a god might be the most selfless thing Hades could have done. "And to the champions," he announces next, "I made you promises as well." Hades turns to Zai, his expression softening. "First to Zai. For giving Lyra what she has always wanted, a best friend, you may choose a boon. And I swear on the river Styx, no harm will ever come to you again. So choose for yourself." Then he shoots a look to Zai's father that sets the man to trembling, and my heart swells. Zai stands taller and holds Hades' gaze. "May I take some time to consider? For now, I want to remain by Lyra's side." He tosses me a cheeky grin. "And see what she does with the underworld." Hades' eyes narrow, but he gives a brief nod, then turns to the rest of the champions. "Every champion shall receive the same blessings as the winner of the crucible. Abundance for your families,
as well as your homelands, and 1 boon each. Both those here, and those champions in the underworld."
Every one of my friends stares at Hades in slack-jawed shock.
"You can't fucking do that!"
Poseidon yells, jumping to his feet. Hades silences him with a single look. He doesn't even have to speak before his brother sits back down, visibly shaken. The other gods and goddesses are all exchanging worried glances, because they know for sure now. Hades is about to change everything. They should be afraid. He looks at me, and only me, and his smile is everything the god of deaths should be. I can't help but smile right back at him, ready for whatever comes next, as long as it's with him. A dark king and queen, ruling Olympus and the underworld side by side, Aphrodite murmurs behind us, an odd lilt of trepidation in her voice. This could be interesting. Hades ignores his sister and turns to Zelos, then commands, "As my rightful boon as ruler of Olympus and king of the Olympian gods, I demand Pandora's box." The room erupts in chaos as an ornate wooden container suddenly appears at Hades' feet. The box rumored to have the power to unleash all evils on the mortal world. I swallow back my own panic at the one secret Hades still managed to keep from me. He gives me a look swirling with guilt. "I'm sorry, Lyra." Epilogue. Even gods make mistakes. I stand on the balcony of Hades' penthouse, looking out over my city at night. The lights of San Francisco might be even more beautiful now that I see them through different eyes. It's all in the perspective. Lightning flashes over Zeus's temple in the distance, and I'm considering knocking that thing down and making this our patron city instead. When strong arms steal around me, Hades drops his forehead to the back of my head, and I hear him breathe me in. "Are you sure you want to do this?" he asks. It's only been a day since he was crowned. After a whole lot of explaining on Hades' part all last night and today, I now know everything. We have something important to do, and we have only one shot. It all comes down to saving Persephone. I already knew she wasn't dead, that she'd been trapped in Tartarus somehow. Pandora's box is how we get her out. That is why Hades needed to be king of the gods all along, so he could get the box as his boon. Pandora's box, the container that appeared, actually held something more like a jar, which he informed me was very large when it was fired, but has been shrunk for easier carrying, is, apparently, a back door to Tartarus, a magical portal that will work for a single person to enter or exit. Persephone somehow already knows to be waiting on the other side of the gate at the appointed time. But Pandora's box can only be used once, and it's dangerous. It's not the evils of the world Pandora's box could release. Like a lot of myths and legends of this pantheon, mortals got that wrong too. It has the power to unleash something much, much worse. The Titans. But Hades says there is no other way, and I believe him. He's tried everything else he can think of since she disappeared. Plus, he'd been informed ahead of time that I could win the Crucible. Come to think of it, who informed him is still vague. I'll have to ask him after we're done freeing Persephone, which of course we're going to do. After everything he put me through to get that damned box, Hades is giving me the final choice. I lay my arms over his and squeeze, leaning into him. I'm sure. Stop asking. He's been uncharacteristically unsure of himself since explaining, or maybe feeling guilty. He takes another breath. It's time then. In a swirl of smoke, Hades ferries us down into the underworld. It takes 3 teleports because of the wards and the depth. The second we arrive, we're hit with Charon's snarled, "For the record, Phi, I don't like this." He's already waiting for us outside the gates of Tartarus, with Demeter, Boone, and Cerberus. Hades scowls. "You've been more than clear for the records." I put a hand on Karen's arm. "If you were trapped in there, you'd want us to try," I argue. Karen shakes his head. "Not if it was too dangerous." "This is a foolish gambit," Demeter agrees slowly. "But my daughter doesn't deserve to be in there with them." She bites her trembling lip, her red-rimmed eyes welling with more tears. I insisted last night that Hades tell her what really happened to her daughter. As her mother, Demeter had the right to know, to be part of the decision, and now to be here to help. "We've already been through this," Hades says. "We agreed." Karen looks away, then gives a jerking nod. He may hate it, but he's backing his best friend anyway. We all do foolish things for the people we love, and sometimes we win. Either way, we have to try. The Crucible taught me that. In heavy silence, we make our way over the narrow bridge that spans an unending pit that is a moat around Tartarus. Hades has already warned the Cyclops and the Hecatoncheires who live in the abyss below, guarding the gates from the outside since they were released from that same prison. They won't attack us tonight. Standing in front of the massive metal doors carved in scrollwork that makes me think of thorny vines, Hades takes a deep breath, then slips the container into a hidden lock of the same shape and size that only the 7 gods and goddesses who created the gates of Tartarus can see. Just before he pushes it all the way in, he pauses, then turns his head to meet my gaze. He searches my face, and, like he's laying his soul bare, I can suddenly see our future. Secure, strong, trusting, loving. Right there for the taking. When I smile, utter satisfaction burns in the molten silver of his eyes. Then he faces the door and presses Pandora's box into place with a click that sets off a series of clanks as each of the magical wards is altered. I don't know what I expected to happen. I think I pictured her just appearing before us. That, or for the Titans to burst free and start a murderous rampage. Which is why the others are here too. Backup should this go sideways. What I didn't expect was for the door to open at all. But it does. Just a crack. I'm not sure what he sees from where he stands, but Boone suddenly shouts, "No!" and grabs my arm. In that instant, we all go dead still. Not scared still, I mean frozen, as if time itself has stopped. Then, together with Boone, I am sucked past Hades inside, and the door to the prison closes behind us with an ominous clang, followed by a series of clicks, the wards locking back down. The finality of the last click jars me out of my shock. Or maybe time resumes? Because I'm standing on the wrong side of the prison door of Tartarus, staring into the face of a man who looks so much like a slightly older version of Hades that I gasp. There is only one Titan this could possibly be. The worst conceivable option. Kronos. "Lyra!" The shout is so faint I can barely make it out. I spin around, my hands flat on the doors. Oh, gods! Hades! My chest squeezes tight as the pounding on the door gets louder and louder, the shouts more frantic as he tries to get to me. And he will. I know he will. Hades will stop at nothing to save me. A sob breaks free as 2 thoughts strike in rapid succession. First, he'll blame himself for this. I know it in my bones, in my soul. And second, I should have paid more attention to Rima's prophecy during the Crucible. One I honestly thought we'd stopped from happening. A vision of Hades burning down the world. We are so fucked. The end.